Well, we're really excited. We've had a great year. I want to thank AC Delco, of course, and all our sponsors and my father for the opportunity to do this. We're just going to get out here, get this championship wrapped up, first lap, and go race and see if we can't win this race.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. starts 15th in this race. Welcome to history. 43 cars, a new champion, one shining moment, and one very proud father.
And I am standing with a major part of NASCAR history, Dale Earnhardt Sr., 7 Winston Cup titles and a Daytona 500 win as a driver, 2 titles in the Truck Series as an owner, but today, for the first time, a championship as a father. What does that mean?
Proud papa, too. I'm telling you, you do a lot of things in your career, and you're involved in racing like we've been in with my dad and the family, and just to grow up in it was pretty awesome, and to go out and win races was even better, and championships. But to see your son do it, really hits home. You really feel good to see him win races, and he's able to go out and do things he's wanted to. But I'm proud of that whole team, Tony Uri and all the guys. They worked hard, and I think they've really helped Dale Jr. be able to show himself, and it's a great team effort. But surely I'm proud of that boy of mine.
Dale, your dad Ralph isn't here, his grandfather, but we know he's got to be watching. He's got to be awfully proud.
Well, I'm sure he would be proud of him, and hopefully proud of the way things have went for him. But I tell you, for all the dads out there that are proud of their dads, it's a great day for me, and I know how they all feel when they see their son go out and do something for the first time. It's pretty awesome.
Well, we have seen his passion as a racer. Today, we see his pride as a father. And now the command that will crown a champion.
Because, ladies and gentlemen, the words that we have awaited to hear from the Grand Marshal of today's race, Gary Gaetti.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
The 50th anniversary of NASCAR, we would see the very first third-generation driver ever crowned a NASCAR Series champion. Today, Little E becomes Big C. He's the champion. Speed World welcomes you live to the sunny skies of Homestead Motorsports Complex for today's NASCAR Busch Grand National Series season finale, the Jiffy Lube Miami 300. With just one event remaining today, well, that tells a story. 166 points separates Matt Kenseth from Dale Earnhardt Jr., so when they drop the green flag, Earnhardt Jr. becomes the champion. But that's not the whole story. Take a look at the
Tim Fedewa will be who my dad is working with, and they'll finish, I believe, 8th in points, 7th or 8th.
Could change today. For more, let's check in once again down on pit road.
You want to know what the Busch Series is all about? Then take a look at the front row for this race. A few years ago, Elliott Sadler was Casey Atwood. Sure, he was just a little bit younger, but he took his time. He showed his talent, and now he is a talented racer that is about to move on to the NASCAR Winston Cup Series, driving for the Wood brothers next season. In just 2 full seasons, he's shown he has what it takes. Casey Atwood is just 18, and believe me, he's going to school learning from some talented teachers. Today, the entire field is behind him, but a bright future is paved ahead of him. Sure, the Winston Cup guys drop in for a few races along the way, but each year, the Busch Series brings you drivers like Sadler and Atwood, Blaney and Grubb, Kenseth and Petty, and this year, one named Earnhardt.
One of the things that I really like about the Busch Grand National Series is the fact that some drivers find their permanent home racing right here, and others, well, they want to catapult up to Winston Cup. Now, there are 3 drivers in 1999 that will make that move: Buckshot Jones, Elliott Sadler, and Tony Stewart. But it's often been said that if you can dominate in any form of motorsports, then you know you're really ready to move on. But oddly enough, Earnhardt Jr. and Matt Kenseth will both return to Busch Racing next year. Today, there are 10 full-time Winston Cup guys in this field, and we culminate the NASCAR 50th anniversary. But what better way to validate a new $1.5 million point fund for next year than to hear Earnhardt say not only is he the champion, but he'll be back.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jerry Punch, and I'm joined by two more of my heroes, Benny Parsons and Kyle Petty. We're certainly glad to have you with us on this landmark, historic day for NASCAR. Now, the championship is a lock, so let's talk a little bit about the race and the racetrack. And, guys, we saw earlier in the week, this track can bite you in a hurry.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Friday afternoon, Friday the 13th, I might add, 13 cars in practice and qualifying crashed. So this is a very difficult racetrack out there.
Yeah, it is. And for two reasons. You had so many crashes, I think, for multiple reasons. One, the racetrack continues to get tighter and tighter up off the corner. These guys go to smaller sway bars. They go to rear bars. They split their rear springs to loosen the car up off. And you got to remember, there were 58 cars here trying to qualify. You're in over your head. And once you get that far at this racetrack, it means trouble.
And, Kyle, you understand probably better than anyone else here the word legacy and what history means when you drive a race car.
Yeah, you know, it's incredible for the Earnhardt family. You know, Dale was up here talking, and, you know, you could hear the pride in his voice and hear the pride when he spoke of his father and of Dale Jr. And, you know, my grandfather raced, my father raced, and my son's in this race. This is his third Busch race. And to see that legacy continue year after year and continue that tradition after 50 years of NASCAR racing for our family and Earnhardt's family is incredible. And I think it says a lot for NASCAR and for the sport.
Indeed, it does. History being made, and how appropriate in this 50th anniversary of NASCAR. Take a look at our race analysis. 200 laps, 300 miles in this 1.5-mile facility. The race record, Kevin LePage did it 2 years ago, 119 miles an hour. The fuel window, 70 to 80 laps. And the purse, well, pushing $900,000, $893 and change. There were 57 cars that came here to qualify. Only 43 will have the privilege of starting. And 18-year-old Casey Atwood, for the second time in 1998, will lead him down from the pole. Row 2 has a couple of drivers who will not be back in Busch Series competition next year. David Green and Kevin LePage, both in Winston Cup. So look at our starting lineup. Dave Blaney making a late charge for Rookie of the Year. Maybe too little, too late. How about a couple of Winston Cup veterans? There are 9 in the starting lineup today. Spencer and Martin will both start.
And there's one problem that you see why it's so difficult to out this racetrack. Just 6 degrees banking in the corner. Very flat racetrack. The cars go down in the corner. And Kyle, you said your son said once he got in the corner, it actually felt like the corner was debanked.
Yeah, they say they run off into these corners so hard. And like I said, there were so many cars here trying to qualify. They kept driving deeper and deeper that it feels like that 6 degrees the opposite direction, like the car just jumps out from under you.
Last year's winner, Joe Nemechek, had trouble in qualifying. We'll show you a little later on. He starts back inside of row 11. A lot of talented drivers toward the back of the pack. Stanton Barrett, only his 8th start in 1998 after that 8th place finish at Bristol.
And Jeff Fuller is back. And Barry Bodine, first race in this 05 car. Brand new team for Barry.
Reg Bickle making his 2nd start in 1998 in Busch competition. And how about Adam Petty?
Filling up my coffee, taking my medicines. I'll be right with you.
How's it feel, Kyle, watching that boy go around the racetrack?
I'm like Earnhardt, extremely
Dad's car
proud.
took a provisional there, the Kleenex 33.
And it's cool for you to do it, but when your kids start doing it, it's phenomenal.
Stewart did too. I think Randy would join my as well. Start pretty far back there. The reason I mention that is it's Base Motorsports Dad to be working with this season, and it's about to come to an end, and I think Base Motorsports is close. Look at all those people that missed the field.
Just how competitive this Busch Grand National Series has become. 57 cars here to qualify for a 43-car starting field. Now, we're going to ride along with 6 different cars today, onboard cameras.
This is Andy Santerre. He'll be starting back in 43rd spot. Hermie Sadler also has an onboard camera starting at 41st.
Matt Kenseth starting in 37th, his first ever provisional start with the Lycos roof cam.
Also, Jeff Fuller is back. This is his car, and he is starting 27th today.
Mark Martin starts in 8th spot, the Winn-Dixie Ford, our most recent winner in Busch competition in Atlanta.
And Mike McLaughlin, the Goose Pump Chevrolet. And Mike today starts in 5th spot.
Well, the state of the series in NASCAR, Busch competition, take a look at how it's grown, how competitive it's gotten. 16 winners in 1998, 24 pole winners. In fact, the last 20 races in a row have had a different pole winner. We set a record in Busch Series competition. Wow, we thought the Winston Cup was competitive. This series is huge when it comes to cars and competition.
And you saw just a moment ago Joe Nemechek, the Bell South Mobility car, going to the back of the field. He qualified on Friday afternoon, but he crashed on his second lap and had to go to backup car. Therefore, he will have to start at the rear of the field.
As the crowd, a great crowd, are on their feet under sunny skies.
Green, green, green.
That is Earnhardt Jr.'s radio. Let's see if they say something to the champion.
Both sides, all clear.
Ty Norris, the spotter.
All business so far.
They're both sides, all clear. Still on there. Still there. Clear. All clear.
And Shane Hall, the 85 car, directly in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kenny Schrader right behind him.
All clear. All clear. Clear. Clear.
Well, history being made. The first lap in the season finale and the first ever third-generation driver to be crowned a NASCAR champion. There is the pit crew. There they are, the 1998 NASCAR Busch Series champion, Tony Eury Sr. and Jr. down there in the pits orchestrating everything. The one title that eluded his famous father was Busch Series champion, and now he can begin to make his move and get serious.
Earnhardt just had to complete that one lap, and now he's the champion.
Obviously, that's not Earnhardt Jr.'s radio there because no one is out there as he comes off the corner right behind Elton Sawyer. Elliott Sadler, the Phillips 66 car, got the jump on the start from Casey Atwood, has taken the lead and has led the first couple of laps.
It is Sadler, Atwood, then LePage in third. David Green is fourth. Mike McLaughlin fifth. Single file down this 2,100-foot back straightaway.
Then we've got two abreast. Jimmy Johnson, 43 car, Curve Records car, is the ASA Rookie of the Year.
Got a trouble in turn 3. A couple of cars. Dick Trickle is there, and looks to be Phil Parsons in the Duraloop car, number 10. Here on lap number 3, that will bring out the first caution flag of the day.
And see Trickle's car backed up against the fence. Evidently can't get it started. Phil, I don't see any damage to Phil's car, so.
Phil Parsons in the car number 10, the Duraloop Chevrolet. 3 runner-up finishes this year.
Now Parsons is a point in front, you know, a few points in front of us in the points, so he might finish 7th in the points if he doesn't recover. Although, like I said, Fiedel is way in the back too, so.
Trickle has spun. I guess he made contact. Ooh, and Phil goes
just
along
and go by barely.
Spins to avoid Trickle. I guess Trickle had made contact with someone in the middle of the backstretch. It looks like, huh?
Yeah, Trickle spun back here on the racetrack, back here almost on the entrance to pit road. He's turned around backwards and comes straight back across. Phil's got no place to go and gets in the side. It doesn't look like he gets into him too hard, as you could see a minute ago when it came by, but did spin around. But I don't know why Trickle would have been backwards at that point in time in the racetrack.
Let's see if we can figure it out here. Oh, here we go. Hermie Sadler's on the inside of Dick Trickle. Trying to get on the inside. Ah.
Got a little punt from the Peebles department store car for Hermie Sadler, and that might explain why Dick Trickle tagged the wall. Possibly Trickle's last ride in that car. He's going to move on and drive full-time for Kenny Schrader in 1999 and hopefully get the car number 99 back. 3 laps complete. Back in just a moment. Back at Homestead, Florida, the Jiffy Lube Miami 300 in the early laps. We are under caution for the first time today due to contact over in turn 3. As you take a look at this massive crowd, good crowd on hand today, courtesy of the fine folks at Pennzoil and our Pennzoil Copter Cam. Beautiful day here in South Florida. Sunny skies, the palm trees. But that's not a pretty sight right there for Dick Trickle. A moment ago, a little bit of tap from behind, and there is the Dickster, 57 years of age. I said a moment ago he will drive in 1999 for Jimmy Spencer. not Kenny Schrader. He'll drive for Jimmy Spencer, and they're trying to get his famous number 99 number back so he can run the full Busch Series next year. Of course, Jimmy will run a limited schedule with his car number 12 in the Zippo sponsorship. So just some of the news breaking. It's good to see Dick out of the car able to walk around. Now let's check in on the Phil Parsons situation with Ray Dunlap.
Well, apparently, Doc, no damage to the race car. They just flat spotted all 4 tires. So Gene Need said put 4 fresh tires on it. And Durloop Chevy's back out there.
Big announcement for Phil Parsons yesterday here. They announced a new sponsorship for next year.
Yes, the folks at Alltel Communications will be sponsoring Phil in 1999. So
good for Phil Parsons, and none the worse for wear, apparently, from that report from Ray. So we're under caution for the first time today here. Coming out on lap number 3, a 2-car incident down in turn 3. Back with more live coverage from Homestead in just a moment. Back at Homestead, Florida, beautiful shot of the Homestead Miami Speedway complex. Absolutely breathtaking. Down here, we're about 30 to 40 minutes south of the city of Miami. Well, we're going to knock some heads tonight. NFL on ESPN, 8:15 p.m. The Bears and Detroit Lions. What do I need to say? But Barry Sanders trying to make up for that performance he had disappointing back against the Bears earlier. And Monday night NFL. The unbeaten Broncos travel to Arrowhead Stadium to take on the Kansas City Chiefs. That is 8 o'clock Eastern time on Monday night. ESPN and ABC, your exclusive networks for prime time NFL football. And here's why we're under caution. It came out on lap number 3.
Dick Trickle in the 64 car gets a tap from Hermes Sadler, and Sadler continues on, but we watch Trickle go back across the racetrack and boom, slam into the fence with the left side of the car.
Phil Parsons did a wonderful job just to get enough on the brakes, Kyle, not to T-bone Dick as he came across.
Yeah, Phil had no place to go. Dick had no place to go once he was hit. He was just along for the ride until something slowed him down, and he was very fortunate not to be any more serious than it was.
Here on lap number 8, a number of cars coming in to top off with fuel. Mike Dillon is there. Todd Bodine going behind the wall in the Slim Jim car. There is Todd. Next year, they'll have Phillips 66 on that car to run the full Busch Tour, and there is the Slim Jim crew waiting on him.
You can see him almost grabbing the car like it was out of brakes or something. They were trying to wool it down there.
Well, you think get a little better with age, you learn a little bit on the year. Take a look at his wins, the first 15 events versus the last 15. The laps led, the DNFs, the average finish. He just got better and better as the season went on.
Well, we keep talking about how much experience it takes.
You're going to be coming to the green this time. No passing on the left till we get past start finish.
Ty Norris, the spotter, reminding Little Lee of all the rules. Pace car is off, so.
Green.
Carl Simmons waving the green flag on lap number 10 after the caution was out for 6 laps.
Jeff Burton drives in that yellow car on the inside. That's Johnny Benson, the blue car on the outside, the 26, as they try to get through the corner side by side.
There they are, suddenly almost 3 wide down the backstretch. Burton comes to the inside. There's Robert Presley in the 59 car right behind Johnny Benson as they go underneath the Blaze Alexander car number 20.
4 of the Winston Cup drivers in this field are Jack Roush drivers. 2 of them are driving Fords. 2 of them are driving Chevrolets. They've got drivers everywhere.
Almost some contact here a moment ago.
And see Mark Martin, that's him in the black Winn-Dixie car on the inside of Davey Green, the 36 car. Now they'll take off after Jimmy Spencer, another one of those Cup drivers that Kyle Petty was talking about. Got all of them in a row there, don't they, Kyle?
Yeah, here's what happened a moment ago. Coming out of 4, there was some contact. Take a look.
And see Spencer. Oh, my goodness. He got McLaughlin in the side of Mike McLaughlin, and Mike did a great job to save that car.
Boy, battle for second spot heating up. Kevin LePage, the veteran in the Channel Lock Chevy, his final ride. It'll be Kerry Earnhardt's ride in 1999 for Doug Taylor. That is the youngster. Casey Atwood in 63 in front of him, the Lysol Chevrolet. Well, announced earlier today, Casey Atwood
quite chilly in the Carolinas this morning. I had to just run in and make sure my dog wasn't barking too much. She was barking a little, but it was mostly the neighborhood dogs. It's a little early.
Mike McLaughlin says, look, I think Spencer might be a little faster than I am right now. The wisest thing I could do would be just move over and let Jimmy Spencer go, and that's what he did. I think right now that Kevin LePage in the Channel Lock car is actually a little faster than Casey Atwood, but trying to get by is so difficult.
And Kyle, that 40 car is below the white line entering the corner.
We saw some of the racing yesterday during the Slim Jim All-Pro Series, and some of those guys by the end of the day were running with all 4 tires below that white line. Because the cars were a little bit tight, you run down on the flat and de-wedge your car. LePage he can run right on the white line. He's moved up the Winston Cup, and that's where he takes that Roush forward about 90% of the time.
He had both the left side tires beneath the white line. Speaking of Roush drivers, here's Mark Martin making a move on Mike McLaughlin for position. That would be for the 5th spot.
Get down the corner. McLaughlin moves over. Lets Mark go ahead. Now he's got another Winston Cup driver, David Green, pressuring him. Right behind Stanley 2 Pontiac, the yellow car.
There are 9 Winston Cup regulars in the field today. Joe Bessie trying to hold off a guy who will run Winston Cup next year, Tony Stewart.
It's a battle for about the 33rd spot. You see that youngster right behind him is Buckshot Jones. He's going Winston Cup driving as he goes by Adam Petty.
They're all around you.
There's that Adam Petty, that 22 car.
I did computer maintenance and sorted out all my photos and everything, and lost all my links to my borders and this, that, and the other. I searched for them a little this morning, got just the basic needs that I needed. So we're bare bones this morning, that's for sure. Had the flu for about 10 days. I still have a scratchy voice, but not getting the fevers like I was. So. Man, I take a hard time. It's hard for me to look things once I get them. I'll be in the camera in just a minute. Just finishing up, taking my medicines. Normal old people routine.
Atwood in second, LePage third, Spencer fourth, fifth is Mark Martin, sixth McLaughlin, seventh is Green, eighth. As you watch this battle for position, the car number 40 trying to make a move. That's for second spot.
He's got a bit of a run, and he's going to go on. So Casey Atwood will move back to the 3rd spot. And that's not a real good place to be because you got Spencer and Martin right behind you.
Talk about inexperience versus experience. Casey Atwood, just 18 years of age. Just his 13th ever Busch Series start. Ran a couple of years on the short tracks at Nashville Speedway. He's got Jimmy Spencer and Mark Martin in his rearview mirror. About to have him in his windshield here, but as they get ready to make a move and go by, Kyle.
Yesterday afternoon, the 2 best cars in practice were the 12 and the 60. The 60 was the best car for a long period of time, but nobody was as fast as the 12 car in the last practice. So these are 2 guys. If Casey's going to learn something, he needs to fall in behind these 2 and watch what these 2 guys do, and you can learn a lot about these guys.
You see Dale Earnhardt Jr. running in 8th spot, trying to close in on David Green.
Check in the pits with Bill Weber. Bill?
Well, Kyle, you're exactly right about Casey Atwood. In fact, that was his game plan, because when he raced earlier this year, one of the cars he got behind was Mark Martin, and he said it helped him 3/10 of a second a lap. So today, obviously, he'd like to win the race, but he'd also like to learn a lot from a guy like Mark Martin. Meanwhile, Earnhardt Jr. on the move, picking up another stop.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. already crowned a champion, picking them off one by one. And if you just joined us, this is not the car he wanted to race here.
A little bit cleaner area, but make sure to check all the gauges.
They destroyed his primary car in qualifying on Friday. This is a short track car. He won with at Richmond. And here's the guy they're chasing, the Phillips 66 driver, Elliott Sadler, a 2-time winner in 1998. Wins at Bristol and Rockingham as we are early on here in the Jiffy Lube Miami 300. Just 18 laps are complete. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Back at Homestead, Florida, Ray Dunlap, Bill Weber, Kyle Petty, Benny Parsons, yours truly, Jerry Punch. Calling the action, Busch Series style. Kevin LePage is our leader, and about a half a lap ago, here's when he took the lead.
On the backstretch, he gets on the inside of Elliott Sadler, takes that preferred position away. Not much Elliott Sadler can do except back off and watch LePage go to the front.
Now we got Mark Martin charging. Got a couple of guys chomping at the bit. Elliott Sadler, at least used to seeing these guys as they talking about Jimmy Spencer and Mark Martin back in 3rd and 4th.
Because next year Elliott Sadler will drive for the Wood brothers. And whoa, we got some trouble. Jimmy Johnson, Curb Records car. Baxter in the fence. Caution flag is out.
Check that out. Some rookie. Some no-name rookie there. They got like a ton of championships later.
43 car of Jimmy Johnson, the young man of the ASA Rookie of the Year. Former USAC driver from the West Coast.
And we see, I didn't think maybe there's much damage. Pretty good damage, huh, Kyle?
Yeah, pretty good damage here, especially we talked earlier about how flat this racetrack is. You need that spoiler to get you in these corners, and if it's down on that left side, it's not going to be helping.
For those that don't know, this is Busch Grand National. It's Xfinity nowadays, but it was Sportsman in the beginning, and then it was Busch Grand National. And I had Busch Grand National North, Busch Grand National West, and then they'd have some, you know, combo races with South and North. Started with the New Hampshire and Dover and that area, Northville. We always came down in the 70s to run those shows. We ran Busch North a little bit in New England.
Let's see if we can see what happened.
For those that don't know, I grew up in Massachusetts, and it was all modified racing up in New England.
You almost saved that thing, Kyle.
We went to 4 races
once these radios
a
get
week.
a little bit out of shape, sometimes it's hard to get them back. Mike,
There'd be an open show on a
Wednesday
Wednesday at various places, could be anywhere in the area. But routinely, we went to Stafford on Friday, Westboro on Saturday, and Thompson on Sunday. And now there's other tracks in the area. Monadnock ran Fridays, Claremont ran Saturdays.
Unfortunately, just a touch, Kyle, at the
up in New
right
Hampshire,
time,
Star Speedway, and Hudson.
Number of guys coming on the pit road
So
here
there was a large racing
Dunlap.
community up in New England when I grew up, and still.
3 races here at Homestead. You've had
Loved
some
that
pretty
guy
bad
there,
luck. Is
Dick.
it a case of the track or just a
Very,
bad
very
luck case?
fortunate to have met him.
Had great luck at it and do well at it, and evidently this isn't one of them. You know, it's a flat track, and you know, I should get around the well, and I do get around the well, but we just don't seem to be able to hit it here. It's a lot of bad luck. But I tell you, the practice stuff this night on that Chevrolet was running really good, and I felt we could get a top 10 out of it today. We started to race a little bit loose because the track is going to get tight. The car is going to get tight as you go. So we had to buy about 2-3 laps for the car to come in. And what happened there, Hermie got a good shot at me down the back straightaway. Got into 3, and I think we were both trying to take our share out of the middle, and we got together. And, of course, I came out the loser. But, you know, I hate it for Snyder National, you know, Dennis Shoemaker, the whole team. They did a lot of work. They had a great car. You know, I think we could have got a heck of a finish out of it. But I'm just a little bruised up, mentally and physically. But we'll go home and be back next year.
And it's a brand new deal for Dick Trickle. As you mentioned, Doc, next year he will be driving for Jimmy Spencer.
His last ride for Dennis Shoemaker, the 57-year-old veteran. 1 win this year for Dick Trickle, that coming at Darlington on ESPN. What a great crowd on hand as they are
I don't think anyone saw the outcome of Mr. Trickle's life. Never saw it coming. I don't think.
We're having it today here at Homestead.
We were shocked.
In a moment.
One of those shocking moments.
Welcome back to Homestead, Florida. These gorgeous panoramic shots from high above this 1.5-mile facility, courtesy of the fine folks at Pennzoil and our Pennzoil copter cam.
Homestead Speedway, they must have bought that land up pretty cheap or whatever. There was a devastating hurricane that went through there, like one of the worst in history. I actually happened to have a neighbor that lived through all that. Recently, when I was in Florida, they moved up to Flagler from Homestead. They lost everything down there at that time.
I'm not so sure he didn't pull out a little bit early there, too.
I guess benefited racing. It's so flat.
I hope he didn't pull out early because he was great.
Florida's flat anyway. I feel like a mountain goat now. I'm in North Carolina.
Takes over the 4th spot.
And if I didn't have the flu, man, all these last 2 weeks, man, we had Tri-County, we had Hickory, we had North Wilkesboro, and I just could not bring myself to go out and about. You know how bad it is to actually have the money to go to a race, but have a sickness and you know you can't go anywhere and be all snotted up, you know. But as you see, I'm still a little congested. I'll get on this camera in just a moment.
20 minutes into that practice session, and he had his clothes on sitting over there on the back of his truck, and he said, "My car is perfect." Obviously, Earnhardt Jr.'s car is perfect too because he's come from 15th up to 3rd. But Jimmy was really excited about his car.
And this 3 car that Earnhardt Jr. is driving is a backup car because during practice on Friday morning.
Let me say something about Earnhardt Jr.
Still there.
All he had to do was run one lap and clinch the championship.
Clear. All clear.
You can hear him talking to him, but it's just like he said. He said, we're going to run that one lap, and then we're going to go win this race. And obviously, that's what he come to do. He come to win this race, whether it's in a backup car, whether it's a second car or third car. He come to win the race and be the only guy in victory lane celebrating, not him as the champion and somebody else as the winner.
Man, Elliott Sadler was leading the race just a moment ago, and now he's moved back about 8th or 9th spot. He really getting them slow off the second corner. Looks like he picked up a horrendous push or something a moment ago.
His car slipping up across the racetrack. Now, what about Todd Bodine? We saw his car go back behind the wall earlier. Ray Dunlap, I think you caught up with him.
Yeah, I did, Doc, and I know it's a brake problem, but not exactly sure. So, Todd, tell us what the problem is with the Slim Jim Chevy.
Well, in St. Louis, we lost the brakes right at the end of the race. The master cylinder gave up. A seal flew out. So we just replaced both master cylinders. Brand new master cylinder. The retaining clip that holds the piston inside the master cylinder broke, and the piston came out the back of the master cylinder, and we lost the brakes.
So are you going to be able to go back out there, or do you call it a day?
Nah, the points race is really close right now. The Slim Jim Chevrolet, we're in a battle for 20th, so no matter what, we're putting a master cylinder on her, go out, make some laps, and then see what happens by the end of the day.
Well, good luck. Get back out there, and now let's go to Bill Weber with a story on the 66 car.
Elliott Sadler slipping back through the field. His car is very, very tight. They've already told him they will make an air pressure adjustment. They're also going to take a little bite out of the car. So Sadler's car tight, slipping back through the field.
Final ride for Elliott Sadler, for Gary Bechtel. Sandy Jones, the crew chief there. 2 times he's gone to victory lane this year. Wins at Bristol and Rockingham. There's Matt Kenseth. Car number 17 working his way up through the pack. There's the Lyco Chevrolet. His first ever provisional starting spot. Started 37th today. Now being shown in 21st position.
You know, I think one reason he took a provisional was the first day that he didn't have the qualifying run he wanted, but he felt like the race was more important to him than qualifying, and he spent all yesterday morning working on his race stuff instead of messing with the qualifying part of it. And sometimes when you're racing for the championship and you're racing for stuff like that, or to stay up in points and stuff, you want to be more concerned with racing than you do qualifying.
Kyle, I want to mention, speaking of the championship and Matt Kenseth and Robbie Reiser, his car owner, when Dale Earnhardt Jr. hit the wall on Friday in practice and destroyed his primary car, they're the ones that came and offered him their backup car if he needed it. Now, here's a guy you're battling for a championship, and Kenseth in the car number 17, he and Robbie Reiser went over to Dale Jr. and said, if you need our backup car, we've got one here for you.
And, you know, you can't say enough. That's the way the sport is. That's the way it is in the trucks. That's the way it is with the Busch cars. That's the way it is with the Winston Cup guys. No matter how much they compete against each other, they want to beat you with the best possible stuff that they can beat you with. Don't get me wrong. They want to beat you, but they want you to have good stuff. They don't want you saying, well, I got beat because I had to run my second-hand stuff.
Yeah, they want you to be there to see it.
Exactly. They want you to be just close enough to see them beat you.
That's right.
That 94 car, that's Jeff Fuller. You got to give a call to Jeff Fuller. This is his race car.
And there we see the 91 car, brand new Rich Bickle. I guess this is he's driving for the team that's going to run the Winston Cup car for Ricky Craven next year. There we see a couple of the Jack Roush drivers side by side. Jeff Burton, the 9, Johnny Benson, the 26.
Jeff Burton, one of those 13 drivers, those unlucky 13. He destroyed his primary car on the very first lap on the racetrack on Friday. Went into turn 2, so something broke on the car and smacked the wall. The thing caught on fire. He's okay. This is a backup car for him.
And Johnny Benson is kind of going back home. You see the Staff America on the side of his car. They won the championship, the NASCAR Busch Grand National Championship 4 or 5 years ago for Bill Bumgarner.
Joe Nemechek, remember, had to drop all the way to the back of the pack in this Bell South Chevy. He won this race a year ago. He's a defending winner.
As a matter of fact, I think this is the car that he won the race with last year. He brought a car that he tested here, and he brought a brand new car down. It was a little bit better, but he decided that he would bring the new car down. But when he priced it, he said, well, I've got a good one. I got a car that I won here with last year. I'll put that car into service.
The 26 car that Benson is driving is a base motorsports entry. That's the same team he won the championship with back in 1995. And here's the gap between where they are and the leader, Kevin LePage, the Channel Lock Chevy. Now that's a front four. Now there's about a 6 or 7 second gap back to the 5th place car, Casey Atwood.
Kyle, I'm kind of impressed with Casey Atwood, 18 years old.
I'll jump in
on the phone, but still, he's
camera
only
here now.
falling back 3.5 seconds from these Winston Cup drivers. I'm pretty impressed with the talent this young man has.
You got to be impressed with him, just what he's done. He started at Nashville in one car. He's been through 2 or 3 different teams this
I'm
year.
Here.
Each car he runs
barely.
in, he's able to take that car,
watery eyes, sniffly nose, but
and run competitive with it. And, you know, right now,
after 2 weeks, enough is enough, right? Hey, the base motorsports car, the 33, Randy LaJoy, is in the 74, Tim Fiedler with a 33. This is the end of the year in 1998, and both teams, I guess Randy wasn't like, he'd come off of 2 championships, and it's obvious something's up, right? They got the 33, they got the 74, and like I say, they pretty good in points, you know, up there, but behind the scenes, the race drivers, they really, you know, in the crew, we don't know the financials. Like people, even after I worked with Jeff Bodine, said he had a lawsuit against QVC. That was like the first time I heard of it, because I didn't even know. You don't know that stuff. Like all the finances and the business side, that's all the owners. The crew members really know what's going on when it comes to, you know, the finances. But I do know from pretty good sources that checks started bouncing. And I don't know what happened exactly financially. But I don't believe the team will open up next year because Fiedler, well, Randy's already going to Cup, okay? And Fiedler, even though he's, I think, 8th in points in this, or 7th, he's going to pass Phil Parsons, I believe, and maybe Elliott Sadler. I believe he finishes 7th or 8th in points this year. But I don't know what happened with Bill's, you know, and we lost Bill this year, you know, no disrespect, but something went wrong with the finances at base. And all I know is the checks weren't cashing. So I know Dad will go to the 36 with Fiedler the next year, but I'm not for sure how long he will stay there because there's already a crew chief there, Clyde McLeod. And Clyde and Marie, I remember hanging out with Mom and Dad like friends. But I also heard that 2 crew chiefs in one building is not a cool situation when you have different theories. Like I know also Dad's chassis theory only works when basically he's, you know, got the whole package. Because I know how his works. He runs a really stiff setup. You can't just grab numbers and do a little of this and a little bit of, you know, okay, we'll have the right springs, but we're going to monkey around with the shocks or, you know, this, that, and the other thing. But anyway, I don't know much about 1999. So that's why we're going to watch 1999 together, starting at Daytona. If I feel up to it, I'll start Daytona and Speed Weeks. today. And I kind of want to start with the Cup stuff, because believe it or not, they interview through the garages and all the practices and speed weeks, and you get that, you know, like the behind the scene kind of who's going where and who's got what crew chief, and you can find out a lot more. So I won't just jump into the Goodies 300 in 1998 at Daytona, my next stream, or the, you know, start it at the end of this stream. I haven't actually looked up the 1999 schedule. I know it starts at Daytona. I looked up the Busch, and it just says Goodies 300. But like I said, all those speed weeks leading up to the Goodies 300, there's 2 weeks of racing going on, and there's a lot of commentary and a lot of information that I get as a sports historian to fill in the blanks, you know.
Right there, he was the fastest car here by 2 or 3 tenths on old tires.
Winn-Dixie, that's the one thing I miss about being in Flagler, is they had the most gorgeous little Winn-Dixie store right there on 100. If you ever go to Flagler on the way to Daytona, swing off on 100. It's a nice little area. Give the locals some of your business. Fun fact, in that parking lot of Winn-Dixie, the World Outlaws, there's a couple teams that frequent that parking lot to change out their gearboxes and axles and everything, clean it all up. One of them is from Johnstown, Pennsylvania, and there's another one. But that's for sure. And just because they used to stop at Winn-Dixie and do all their pit work in the parking lot, I started rooting for that guy. So, you know, he's got some funky name. I'll know it when I see it. I don't know much about that. I really don't. I've been to Volusia a few times. We helped Hot Rod do that. Hot Rod Gustafson, if you want. That's a tongue twister, but yeah. Hunter Gustafson, they call him Hot Rod. And we worked with him when he was a 17-year-old kid. Dad helped them out on their UMP mods, which is really cool. 17-year-old driving that badass UMP mod.
And a reminder, Jeff Burton, one of those guys who also
and my
lost a
woofing
car.
dog. I might have to go check on her. Be right back. It's still dark out here, so she could be barking at anything. Hopefully not a skunk. I'll be right back.
And LePage slips a little. That may be the opening Mark Martin needed.
Got a great run off 2 down the backstretch. He's got position. He'll take that spot. There's nothing Kevin LePage can do.
On lap 51, Mark Martin takes the lead, and now Earnhardt Jr. says, I'll get a shot at Kevin LePage. Let's see if I can set him up like you did, Mark, entering turn 1. And indeed he does. Kevin LePage not being able to keep that car down on the bottom of the racetrack. He has lost 2 spots in about 3/4 of a lap. We are a 1/4 of the way through this one here at Miami. 200 laps, 300 miles, 52 laps complete. Mark Martin is our new leader. Speed World coverage, covering the Busch Grand National Series finale. And Little E getting a little racy now as he takes the lead officially down by the start-finish line on lap 56.
To the delight of about 30,000 of these 45,000 that are in attendance today.
Well, we saw Jeff Gordon win a championship and race to victory in the season finale in Winston Cup, and now Little E trying to do the same thing in Busch, but one guy not having a whole lot of luck right now, Kyle.
It's funny when your dog laughs at you and runs away. She's not
or something,
fire.
but
We have enough
something's definitely a miss.
All right, let's check in the Nemechek pit with Brent
Please
Dunlap.
tell her, whisper.
Well, Kyle was exactly right. They
Here's
have lost the cylinder on the Bell South Chevy. And what a disappointing day for Joe Nemechek. What an emotional
Everybody's
win it was a
sleeping.
year
You gotta
ago when he
whisper.
won here at
But every
Homestead.
dog in the neighborhood's
But it
saying
looks like
hello
they're
to
not
each
gonna
other
win
right
today,
now.
down 1 cylinder.
Which is
Bill Weber.
fine.
Well, lap
absolutely
They're
right
dogs.
about
Let
the
them be
emotion with
dogs.
the Nemechek family.
There's only 100 people that live in this town, so it's not like we're going to have them Gestapo after us over dog barking. They all got dogs. It's kind of a unique little community. Very unique. My cat came in though. It's freezing ass cold out there. Jesus, that was wicked. I still have not watched John's wreck. I can't. He was a dear friend of the family. So good to my kid. Let him work on the race car. I just can't. I can't watch it. I have not watched trucks of that season because I don't want to even come across it. I went to the memorial service, the whole 9 yards. We lost too many people trying to make NASCAR better. Okay? So we deserve a lot of respect, and I have so much to say about that situation. Hi, Kat. You are hungry?
They're about 2.5 seconds behind.
She is relentless. Her bow was down there. Get it. Hold on.
Had a great run going at Atlanta in the Still 300 a week ago, and suddenly the engine came unglued. He was hoping to maybe make up for what's been a pretty abysmal year with a great flourish at the end, but it was not to be. Currently being shown in 14th position. That's Mike McLaughlin's Gould's Pumps bumper cabs. You see Kenny Schrader, Oakwood Homes, Chevy, Andy Petrione car making a move by Johnny Benson for position. That's for 15th and 16th right there.
This little, see? She's relentless. She is relentless, and if she wasn't so stinking beautiful, if you weren't so stinking pretty.
See Mike McLaughlin in the car number 34.
She is horrible.
Popular driver. He's got a date when this
anyway,
race is over. He and Katie Gregory are going to get married at the end of November and honeymoon in Hawaii. So that's a pretty good agenda to have on your calendar.
I believe that, as you see, our picture is breaking up. There we see McLaughlin and Randy LaJoy. I believe our pole sitter, Casey Atwood, might have brushed the wall a moment ago, back off turn 2. He slowed down for some reason. I'm not sure exactly, but it was off the corner that he did that.
She gouged me. I deserved it. I pulled her away from her food bowl to show you.
Now these guys are really playing with that throttle in the middle of the corner, just not able to get in the corner and wait back in the accelerator.
She is pretty though. She's a real good mouser, and she don't spray nothing, and she's got good bathroom habits.
And you know, they're going in there, they fight.
You couldn't ask for a better kitty, but she is full of herself.
Flat racetrack, there's no bank to hold you. So the throttle ends up becoming what you drive the car with, more so than the steering wheel a lot of times. So the guys that can wade back into it and get back into it a little bit quicker are the guys like Burton here who are going to the front and who are making moves late in a run.
Boy, Jeff Burton in the car number 9 from 23rd starting spot. He just took over the 8th position.
But like I was saying, there was just way too many drivers through the 90s that we lost, and up until even Earnhardt and a few beyond. It's just this particular era, we had so much speed. But I think the cars were so drivable that was a safety, a good safety. When the cars are that drivable. But if they had Hans devices and safer barriers and these cars, I think they were a lot safer than what we got now. But I don't know. I guess results will tell in the long run.
Let's check one
Just
again in the Joe Nemechek pits with Ray Dunlap, right?
Frightening to watch them tumble down the super speedways and stuff in the next gen cars. It's just,
The good news is there was not a problem with the engine.
But some, you know, like I say, for our sport, we've given everything. We've given up normal family life. We gave up normal school stuff. We, you know, how many race drivers never went to their high school graduation? A lot of them. How many never went to the prom? A lot of them. How many got married on the off weekend? All of them. You know what I'm saying? we sacrificed everything racing come first. And I wish NASCAR would look at it that the competitors come first, but they don't.
To keep your motors running during the winter months, the first 3 Sundays in
And
December
it ain't
and
gonna change.
January, NASCAR Southwest
It's a
Tour
microcosm of what
and
the
Western
world
West
is.
will be the feature series. Things get rocking and rolling December 6th at 3 Eastern from Tucson Raceway Park. Winter Heat on the Deuce.
Look forward each year to going back to Tucson and doing that winter heat.
Fine shots by our fine folks at Pennzoil Copter Camp. No. And our leader is car number 3, Dale Earnhardt Jr. I fess up, Benny. The reason you like going back to Tucson is they have a great restaurant that you just absolutely just gorge yourself out there, but it is pretty good.
Yeah, it's not a bad place to eat, but
the racing's pretty good too.
The racing is doggone great out there. And we see Earnhardt Jr. go by Robert Presser that time. He caught Presser at the right place going in the corner. Mark caught him in the middle of the corner. Look how much advantage he gained, about 5 or 6 car lengths by just where he caught the lap car.
Yeah, even though this is a big racetrack, it drives like a short track. If you catch somebody in the wrong place on the racetrack, it kills your whole lap time. You got to catch them on the straightaways. Passing on the straightaways like this is the way to pass people.
Adam Petty back in 33rd position, about to go a lap down as the leaders flash by. Here's the 12 car in 3rd position. He won at Las Vegas earlier in the year, talking about Jimmy Spencer, but he sold that car. That's the car actually that Shane Hall is driving today. Spencer started back in 7th, moved up 4 positions. As I said, he will run a limited schedule in 1999. Let's go down to Ray Dunlap.
Well, Glenn Allen is in the Luxair Monte Carlo. We expected most of these drivers to be able to go 80 laps before they came into pit, but this may be somewhat of a strategy move. Now, they pulled a half a rubber out of the right front. They're going to make an adjustment on the rear of the car, 4 tires and gas, and I don't believe it'll be long before we see Jimmy Spencer on his way in. His crew is getting ready.
Well, Kyle, this would be strategy, because if you can make it 80 laps, that's 2 pit stops, and if you can short pit, you got a shot to be out front when everyone else comes in.
Yeah, definitely so. And some of these guys that they're lapping right now, they're at the tail, like Robert Presley and some of these guys, Adam and some of that crowd, they pitted early. So they're going to be able to run another 20 or 30 laps, even when these guys, so they'll get back in the lead lap. But you just saw Glenn Allen make a spring change as far as pulling rubbers out. That kills you on a green flag stop. I mean, it absolutely kills you on a green flag stop. You want to do everything you can. So when you see people start doing things like that on green flag stops,
I'm going to really jump off the camera again for a minute. As you can tell, I'm extremely congested. I have a hard time blowing my nose on.
Jack is under the car.
On the camera.
There's Jimmy Means cleaning the windshield, longtime Winston Cup competitor.
This is my immune system that really sucks. I take all kinds of ginger teas and this and that, but I got the flu. I've had it. Gosh, it was 2 weeks Sunday yesterday, so what the heck? 15 days now, still every now and then spiking the sweats and chills. And my son had it for 3 days. He's over it. My landlord, I gave it to her. She's over it. And here I am still.
You might as well forget it.
It's just my stupid immune system.
Pit these cars about as well as anyone.
Yeah. 2 or 3 seconds on the racetrack, or 2 or 3 seconds on pit road.
But I'm going to get offline and unclog myself. I'll be online. I mean, I'm just going to get off camera. And I appreciate y'all hanging out and dealing with it. I'm in the chat. If you have any questions, certainly
when you think back this year, that's been Jeff.
First of all, I've never been to Homestead.
Very few times has he really been able to stick
and
it up.
I've never been to St. Louis. There was an era. See, I was working in Cup then, and if they didn't go there in 1995 to 97, I didn't get there, so I didn't go to Texas. I know that was 97, but I came on to the QVC team a little later in the season.
And just a reminder, Kansas started 37th and is now in 13th.
We're in 18th right now, which is really good because I think the guy that's ahead of us in points, we were 8th, will finish 7th. It looks like because Parsons is in 25th and we were only 5 points behind him.
The Doug Taylor Motorsports machine.
So,
after qualifying 4th and leading early, they are
anyway,
slowing on the apron.
I'll be
He will head to pit
back
road.
in a little bit. I'm in the chat. Just type
They're right in that pit lane. That's a good question, Benny, because some of these guys are coming
I'll try to get the Discord and all
that.
that.
Some of these guys have used everything they got.
Discord sucks a lot of resources off my PC.
You know, it may
and as you can tell, I mean, it's already it's a little bit sketch when it's old footage from '98 and stuff. It pixelates a lot. But anyway, enough of my yakking. I'll be right back. See you in a few minutes online on the camera. But I'm here, and I really appreciate all my followers on YouTube and all my followers on Twitch. I will upload this to YouTube for posterity's sake and for my research. I'm writing Dad's biography. He was a crew chief in the development times of many racing series, whether it be Nascar or IMSA. So, yeah. Hey, after I get done, okay, Dad did NASCAR from anyway, from 82 throughout, but this is 98. He'll do NASCAR 99 and a little 2000, and then he'll go on his own. He'll retire, and then he'll help out now and then as some more IMSA teams, some teams at New Smyrna or Volusia, and so anyway, we're going to cover some IMSA 84 to 88 after I get done with the NASCAR bit this week, or this season, the 99 season. So, yeah, there's more to come. Let me go get my breath.
All these guys pitting, you sure do become nervous, especially at a race track like Miami Homestead, because you run out down the front stretch just like Kevin LePage. It's an eternity getting back to pit road. It's a long, long way around this racetrack, but you got to keep in mind too, the two guys running up front are the champions, and the champion is running up front right now, and one of the best drivers on fuel mileage there is, Mark Martin, on conservative stuff. And we've heard him run. He's not getting on the gas until it's straight. These guys know what their fuel mileage is. They're not guessing.
There's Gil Martin and the crew now pitting the Dave Blaney car, 1995 World of Outlaw champion. 2 6th-place finishes this year coming at St. Louis and Dover. Here comes the car number 4 of Purvis. There is Matt Kenseth trying to get on the brakes at 45 miles an hour right behind him. Almost lost control of the car. There's LaJoy, the 74 car. It is lap 80. This is where they were all scheduled to come in. Kenseth's car in to the attention of Risers Raiders, and the 4 car headed toward you, Bill Weber.
And Jeff Purvis pits, and Ray Dunlap found out this morning this will be the last race for Jeff Purvis in this car. Randy LaJoy is also on pit road. Last race in that car for LaJoy. Both these guys will be moving on, and now they prepare also for Dale Earnhardt Jr. to come down pit road. The 66 may be out of fuel. These pit stops fairly routine so far. Left side's going on to Purvis's car, and on the 74 of LaJoy, waiting for the tires to be fastened on. He's away, and now waiting for LaJoy to take off, and the 3 bunch is on the wall. The 60 now also coming down pit road. That would be Mark Martin, and he has a long way to come. The 3 and the 60 are all the way past the start-finish line on a very long pit road here at Homestead. Now they call it pulling a Gordon. That's winning the race where you finally get to claim the championship. That's exactly the goal of the 3 bunch. They have handed out the cigars in the 3 pit, but they have not lit them yet. And Mark Martin slides into his pit. He's about 4 pit stalls in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Junior's car's been a little tight, making an air pressure adjustment to try and improve that. Right side tires are already on. They come around to the left side, working on the right side of the Winn-Dixie Ford. Again, Mark Martin will have surgery after this race to repair that back problem that has followed him throughout most of the year. Earnhardt Jr. has his 4 tires. He's on his way, still working on the 60, waiting on the lug nuts on the right side, still waiting. Now they're having trouble, and finally Mark Martin is away. Earnhardt Jr. picks up some valuable track position. The 12 off of pit road, as is the 9 of Jeff Burton. Here's Ray Dunlap.
Well, Bill, down on this end, the 12 car of Jimmy Spencer came in. He's got a good race car. This car finished 3rd at Richmond. They made a track bar adjustment. They're going to try to make the car just a little bit better. He was about 5 seconds behind the leaders. One other car that had a bad pit stop, though, was the 17 of Matt Kenseth. After they made the tire change, Kenseth could not get the car refired, and they lost lost a lot of time on pit road.
All right, the first scheduled round of pit stops being completed. Great coverage down there, Ray and Bill. And how about that? Yeah, there's some Little E fans. Dale Earnhardt Jr. He is the champion, and he has been a leader for much of the day. Back in a moment. And we welcome you back to Homestead, Florida for our coverage of the NASCAR Busch Series season finale. The 00 car, Roy Buckshot Jones. His final run as a Busch Series regular, being shown as our leader. One of a number of guys headed to the big leagues. NASCAR's Winston Cup Series for 1999. Earnhardt Jr. will run that card and rate that famous family number for Ralph and Dale when they began in limited schedule. Tony Stewart, Buckshot Jones, Elliott Sadler. Sadler going with the Wood brothers. Buckshot with his own team. Tony Stewart, of course, with Joe Gibbs Racing.
And Buckshot Jones, this Alka-Seltzer car, stopped on lap 26.
One car.
As Jason Keller goes by, Jason Keller would be the first car a lap down. Now he's been able to get by Buckshot, get himself back in the lead lap because Jason has pitted.
By the way, this 00 next year will be driven by Larry Pearson with Cheez-It sponsorship. We saw a loose tire roll across pit road a moment ago when we were in break on the Mike McLaughlin's car. So big guy in the crew now being invoked a stop-and-go penalty.
And Earnhardt, something's wrong. Looks like the engine's going south on the car. We see the smoke down there in turn 1.
Oh, that's
a plume of smoke for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
ironic.
Out of the AC Delco Chevrolet. And wow. He picked up the championship when they rolled past the green flag.
You know what's cool is he won the championship in a number 3.
Tony Urey Sr. on the radio saying he thinks it's in the rear end, but a big puff of smoke and it just quit pulling as he came.
Tough break. Sure had a fast race car this evening. That
wins the championship, but busted his ass.
Well,
poor thing.
Ironically, he began the year.
That guy's done so much for the sport. What a hero. Really, seriously. He pulled himself out of whatever funk. And he has done more for the sport than most people.
Like a painted broke or something.
Talking about the pinion gear and the rear end may have broken. They're looking for oil on the back of the car. Didn't see any oil.
I want you to notice that from the time the thing broke until he stopped in his pits, he's evaluated it and tried to tell them what it is and talked about fixing it to get back out there. Even though he's won the championship, he's not give up on this day.
No quit in that guy. Let's check in with Bill.
Yeah, he's a lot more than a driver. He's a very good thinker. These guys underneath the car, Steve Mule, Tony Urey Sr. down there looking underneath the rear end. The NASCAR official wants him to put a jack under there before they get underneath. That's a safety measure. Now the hood will go up. Earnhardt sits patiently in the car. I can assure you he is not thinking for one moment about the championship. He's concerned about getting this car fixed and possibly getting it back out on the track. He's a true racer. He's not a champion until the event's over. You know as much about this as we do. You've heard him talking. They continue to look underneath the car and underneath the hood.
Side of the block. Right side up.
All right, let's see if we can see what may have happened. Looking from Mark Martin's view from the in-car camera, from the roof cam of the Winn-Dixie, way ahead.
Yeah, we see all the smoke up there, and it was a tremendous amount of smoke. It's hard to imagine a pinion gear causing all that smoke if it were to break.
Yeah, you see he got down on the apron and got way out of the groove, but it's like it instantly blew smoke, and then it kind of quit when he cut it off, and I think that's why originally he thought it was an oil line.
That it broke a rod or something and broke the block. Go be interviewed, champion.
Well, only 2 DNFs prior to the day at Daytona and Talladega.
Another thing, too, to help diagnose, I think the engine area, we relied a lot on a heat gun, because you could tell, like, a temperature reading of which cylinder was cold.
That race car, he is an imitator of the Intimidator.
Colder, you know.
Trying to get unbuckled, getting all the straps, get the helmet off. His famous father.
Tony, you copy me?
There's a champion saluting the crowd. This crowd here at Homestead loving it. They're on their feet cheering on the roof of the race car.
I have never seen anything like that before, Kyle. Have you?
Hey, it doesn't make any difference. There may be a race going on, but I'm telling you, everybody sitting on the front stretch is watching that 3-car right now.
Let's go down to Bill.
Well, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has come victoriously back to his pit, and now he's going to walk with his crew along pit road, and we're going to bring him back here for just a second and get on the other side of the wall where it's a lot safer. There's Ron Hornaday, who won a truck championship just last weekend, and now with a Coke and a smile. Congratulations, champ.
Yeah, looked like we was going to get number 8 today, but whole motor blew up. We're still happy, you know, we're champions, and we worked hard for this, and real proud of my team, man. They worked real hard. Hutter Engines, he didn't, you know, we blew it up today, but he built us some great motors this year, and that's why we won this championship.
Those fans were watching you, not watching the race. You gave them a show there on pit road, didn't you?
Yeah, we ain't gonna go out like that. We're gonna go out with a smile and a Coke.
You know you have a lot of fans over there. That's quite a tribute to you, the way they were watching you here today.
Well, me and Mark were having a good race and passing each other back and forth. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Congratulations. We'll talk to you later. Way to go.
All right, Dale Earnhardt Jr., the first third-generation driver in NASCAR history to be crowned as a series champion. Little E becomes the big C.
How great is that?
1998 Busch Series champion, although
his
he has
first
an early end
championship. I know when Dad won the championship, there's no feeling like it. I think that's probably, like, it depends on when you ask Dad, but he said his most memorable moment is either winning the championship or the Hall of Fame, New England Auto Racing Hall of Fame. And just depends on, you know, where or whatever. And they pale in comparison to things like Riverside, having Al Unser Sr. drive for him. I think they broke something in the gear in or a crankshaft or something. They broke something running 8th, and Al Unser Sr. got in a plane, and the next day he went and won Indy 500. So those are memorable moments Dad speaks of. Of course, I think they won the Miami Grand Prix in GTO. Maybe, like, I haven't done all the IMSA research, and I've talked to him about it, but I don't want to get the facts incorrect. They won, I think, Elkhart Lake. I know they won Limerock because I was there when they won that. And 12 Hours of Sebring. Dad's first road race was in the 1970s, I believe 73 or 4, with Ronnie Bouchard and number 35 Ronnie Kenny's car, which was the original car that we won 4 in a row championships at Seekonk. The last 2 years was that new car. It was the one that finished 3rd at Stafford. We cut the fenders off and made a Camaro a mod on an open show. I think he finished 3rd to people like Bugsy Stevens, and I don't want to guess on the other one.
Mark Martin really moving away. Those fresh tires make a huge difference on
Yeah,
flat race.
I'd have to look up the stats.
AutoZone on-track interval, and we're checking Tony Stewart and Mark Martin, and you see that Mark is running 37.5
winning a championship there for Little League. Back then he was Little League.
He should be around
Now he's Dale
37.4,
Jr.
37.5 each and every lap. And you can see he's easily a half-second faster than Tony Stewart.
He's done so much for the sport. He still does. Behind the scenes, that Cars Tour, man, his whole heart and soul is in that. His heart and soul was in bringing North Wilkesboro back.
These guys are all going to school on this racetrack for what's going to happen in their series next year.
Yeah, we all are. I came down here with this crowd and, you know, and watched them run and tried to take notes on whether the second day was faster qualifying than the first day. These guys are taking better notes than me because they're out there on the racetrack. But I want to know whether the racetrack was faster the second day, whether it's slowed down, just little things.
They have gone green almost the
we're
whole
not going to know, and
time.
these Busch guys will know, and you'll see a lot of stuff go on next year.
When a race goes green long like this, you see only a few on the lead lap. Eventually. Points as of now.
Getting ready for a pit stop.
Well, he stopped on lap 26, so, you know, if
Feedaway
ran 80
is
laps, and
still
if he can run 80 laps, he should go
985.
at least another lap. That would be 80 laps. And then we'd have to start thinking about watching Tony Stewart make a pit
So
stop.
that team will finish 6th or 7th. I mean 7th or 8th in points. I believe maybe 8th. So in BGN, Dad has a
If he can run to say
championship,
110, 112,
a
he can
5th,
probably make it on one more stop.
Oh, yeah, how
so they're
about
going to try
that?
to
A
stretch this as
6th.
much as they possibly can.
and I think this is going to be, like I said, a
I think that right now they're planning on trying to make it
8th, 7th or 8th. He has an 8th place finish in Cup in 1982 in the championship. He got to be in the top 10, you know, up in the head tables. Waldorf Astoria, which is cool. These are old school stuff y'all probably don't ever know about. But the champion used to be, the banquet used to be held at the Waldorf Astoria in New York City. Now, I don't even think that hotel exists. It's probably something else now. But it was like the prestige of such a historic place.
16.5-second lead on Mark Martin.
Things are different now.
Aaron Stewart getting ready to pass Barry Bodine, making his Busch Grand National debut, driving for Jim and Holly Clark. They own the truck team, and they're moving to Busch Series racing in 1999.
Back in the old school days, like the really big places that, like Carnegie Hall, or, you know, the joke if you could play at Carnegie Hall or be in Times Square or Waldorf Astoria. In Massachusetts, it was the Chateau de Ville in Framingham. That's where we had our prom. I was lucky. Chateau de Ville. But I will tell you, my senior prom, my dad dropped me off, went out to eat, did this, that, and the other, and 2 hours later, he was on the curb. He picked me up and brought me home from my prom and my date. He was an electrician's son from Fitchburg, a different town, but he was a cool kid.
I don't understand changing pitches of two guys or things like that. I wish I understood more about baseball.
I felt bad.
Things like that.
It was probably the strangest prom that kid ever went to. But he went in the bathroom, had a few tugs off, I think,
and that's where these crew chiefs,
raspberry schnapps or something in the boys' room. I was like, you sucker. But, oh.
Familiar face, 18-year-old Adam Petty.
Gosh almighty. Gosh almighty. We really, really missed out seeing that kid grow up. God. That one hurts. That one hurts.
Chevrolet Monte Carlo down for service.
Familiar pit board right there.
Seen that one a few years.
Yeah, he's used my father's. They had to go get something.
Kyle was so freaking proud.
Let's go down to Ray
man.
Dunlap.
Well, guys, they're making a chassis adjustment.
And you know, it's like, you know, these are the only people you see on the weekends. You work, like I worked a full-time job, okay? Totally unrelated to racing. It was in automotive and bedding foam. I worked for a foam, you know, like squishy foam that you sit on. or your bed or whatever manufacturer. And I was the Southeast Regional Executive Assistant for the 3 CEOs and of the Southeast. So anyway, long story short, I worked in manufacturing, marketing, and quality. So I got quite an extensive background in manufacturing. On the weeks, but then on the weekends, you know, I'd get home from work at 7 o'clock at night, go to bed, you know, eat, go to bed, wake up at 2 a.m. to make the race day flight at 4 a.m. in Charlotte, or Statesville, or Concord, wherever they're going out, or meet the van, fly to the track, take a bus from the airport to the track, and then the race would end. I get done scoring the car. But in between, if you want to know, like, that my schedule, I get there, you know, early with the guys. 7 a.m. We'd wait for the gates to open. And you're always doing the happy dance, you know, because you're waiting in line for the gates to open so you can go in and use the bathroom. just a racing thing. If you worked in racing, you know what I mean. And then you would go to the trailer. The truck driver at the time was my ex-husband. He would actually cook the breakfast. He'd have, like, he'd get out the egg, sausage, bacon, a whole 9 yards on the grill or whatever, steak or whatever, depending on whether we win or lose, you know, you get bacon or steak. And then I would walk around, just see who's pitted where or whatever, or talk to other scorers or whatever. But mainly I knew so many people in the pit, I'd just walk around and just watch. I mean, them work on the cars, to be honest. I like watching them work on the cars. And then they would start some of the practice stuff, and sometimes early I'd go sit on the pit wall and in my stopwatch or whatever and just time who was fast. So I'd have an idea who was fast. Because they didn't have electronic, you know, race monitor or nothing. And our great shot from our handheld camera in the pits is. And then I would, by 11 o'clock, go to the MRO, Motor Racing Outreach, church service, which was pretty laid back. It was like mostly drivers and their families, and the crews couldn't do it because they were busy, you know, but different ones would speak, and they'd have music, and they'd have like a short service, maybe half hour, 45 minutes, and after that I'd basically get my paperwork and get ready to go up in the booth around noon. 12:30, 1 o'clock, race time, you know, after MRO was over, I'd grab my paperwork and go up in the scoring time. And then after the race, I'd go and bring my paperwork back to either Lake or Jeff. I'd hand it either to the Lake, Jeff, or Timberwolf. Those are the only three I handed the paperwork to. And then I would grab my crap, because we pretty much, at race end, you got to go to the van or the bus to get a ride to the airport and get home. You get home about 7 o'clock at night. And that would be Sunday night. And then 7 a.m. be at my real job in real life. And I did that for like 2 years, which was cool. But it'll burn you out. It'll burn you out big time. I just did it because, number one, I got to be there. Number two, I liked it. And number three, you know, I got to witness history and get a little bit of ice cream money. I called it ice cream money, you know. Up out of the groove. Little extra jingle. Like I said, that's Kevin's older brother Wayne. Thank you, Benny. Wayne is 22 years old. And there are the guys that are changing up.
Right now, Tony Stewart obviously did not pit because he had stopped and he changed the tires. He got
running back and forth. You gotta go out?
The leader.
You want to go outside again?
Mark is the car in second place, and wow, Spencer dives down to the inside, passes about 3 of them, and takes over the third spot.
What, the treats instead? No, that's okay. Okay.
There's closer look at the Zippo Chevrolet.
I told you when my cat, like, she's relentless. She's like the boss. So no matter what I'm doing, I heard her running back. Oh,
44 car,
she's like,
Tony
look at
Stewart.
me. Look at me, Mommy.
Stewart bobbing and weaving back and forth behind Joe Nemechek.
Like I said, she's a great cat, but
to get a lap back. That's what he's doing, racing the
she's
leader
like
right
Veruca.
now. Because we saw him make a pit stop. Two plug wires had come off, but Tony Stewart wants to get by because he knows Mark Martin is back there and coming.
Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. I want it.
All right, we're concerned a little bit about some tire wear. Let's check in the Jimmy Spencer pit with Ray Dunlap, right?
Well, Doc, Jimmy's car is one that's almost identical to the one that he won with at Las Vegas. But look at the tire wear right here. This tire went 76 laps on the first pit stop, and we saw a little bit of a wear through the cords. This is the right front tire, and this is the inside of the tire. So these guys are saying with 80 laps to go, they're hoping for the best.
Ackerman. See how important Ackerman is right there?
Okay, guys, well,
Camber,
nobody is more
Ackerman,
disappointed
your
about
tire
Kevin
patch.
LePage running out of gas earlier in this race than Mike Hutton, who is his catch can man. Mike got married yesterday in Greensboro, North Carolina, did not want to leave the team hanging, so he brought his brand new wife, Trish, here to the racetrack today so he could gas and use the catch can on the car so he wouldn't leave his team hanging. They got married yesterday. They're at the race today. LePage is working his way back through the field, and the reason he got back on the lead lap was because just before that caution, his Roush Racing teammate from Winston Cup, Mark Martin, let him stay in front of him. That got LePage back in the lead lap, and he's once again a threat to win here. And congratulations to the newlyweds.
Hey, Bill, he can't go 80-some laps on gasoline. He ran out of gas. That's why he lost those laps a bit ago, so he still has a problem. It's just, if this thing goes green flag the rest of the way, tell Mike and Trish it's not going to be a happy honeymoon because he's got to stop again.
Well, Kevin LePage was our early leader. He qualified fourth, but right to the front of the field. And on lap 73, he ran out of gas and had to coast all the way down out of turn 2, down the back straightaway to on the pit road without the engine running. That's what Bill's referring to. So if you just joined us, that's what happened to the car number 40.
It's Andy Santerre trying to keep up with Kevin LePage. Now back to the lead. And here's Spencer on the inside of Mark Martin. And gets him coming off turn 4, takes over the second spot.
Jimmy Spencer only his 8th star here in 1998 in Busch Series competition. Remember, he was injured during the middle of the year after that impact up at the Brickyard and had to sit out a handful of Winston Cup events and also sort of shuffled his Busch Series schedule, but now completely healed and back to his old form and having a great ride in that Zippo Chevrolet.
You know, they showed that tire off Spencer's car a minute ago.
Casey Atwood's the last one on the lead lap.
Tighter and tighter as you go about these cars going into the corner so fast and wanting to free the car up. Running a lot of camber in the right front will let you turn in the middle and get a better shot up off. That tire did exactly what it was supposed to do. It held up for 80, 85 laps, whatever, until Spencer could get in and get it off, and that's what it's supposed to do. And he absolutely got his money's worth out of that good year.
Look here, Jason Keller, as Mark Martin in the Winn-Dixie car looks back at Jason Keller, the 4th place car. And once again, a car that's been running all year without full sponsorship.
I think that Phil Parsons was the one that's in front of Feedaway in points.
Entire bunch.
I think he had to get at least 10 points, which would be at least 3 positions.
Hasn't jumped on board with Jason Keller. This is a great racing team, and they may have qualified.
Feedaway's only 2 positions ahead of her.
They always find their way to the front in the top 10 or top 5. They have had some great runs this year, and today's another example of it.
But Parsons, I'm sorry, Parsons is 19th. So I want to see them run down the points, because this is the last race of the season.
You're wondering where Joe Nemechek is. He has gotten his lap back. He's about 10 car lengths in front of this.
When Dad came on to the team about mid-season, right after Hickory, they were 14th or 15th in points, so he did gain them quite a bit of positions in the point league. A points race. And I don't know if this is
Stewart had to back off.
Other than
you could see earlier that Stewart was right
winning
on
the
white line.
championship
Spencer got
in
there, he kind
Busch,
of bobbled just a
Dad's
little bit and worked his way up the racetrack.
had
Turned left, drove
all
past.
top 10 finishes and points where he's been at the team more than half a year. Now, he's been here and there, helping out here and there, but when he was actually hired as crew chief or in charge of the chassis, he's finished in the top 10 in points every season that I'm aware of. Now, in modifieds, he's won championships and track championships. Like the modified, I would consider Dad's modified championship would probably be Ernie Gahan 1966 because he built that car for him.
The Rebestis Rookie of the Year makes a hard left-hand turn in his Monroe Muffler Brakes Chevrolet. Looks like he'll call it.
Now that's the New England modified, Northeast modifieds or whatever. Actually, it was the entire modified seat.
Number 12.
I'm thinking Hendricks might have been the Southern modifieds. That might have been the New England modifieds. That might be how it was. Have to re-look. I think it was regional. Regional points.
Jason Keller having a great run back in third position, trying to attract sponsorship for 1999. Someone should jump on board.
Then there's been other series, like, you know, now they have the Monaco series, the Tri-Track Monaco series, and the modifieds in New England. Back in our day, they had the New England Yankee All-Star Tour, and it was 8 races or whatever, and they won that championship with Canada. I just had a flying cat again, sorry.
You know, a lot of times you have teams.
She must hear me talking and just start spazzing out.
Because they don't run up front, they don't run competitive.
But anyway, I'm gonna go let her out.
Like
Let me jump off screen for a minute.
At the same time, so you don't represent
I'll be back. I'm in the chat, but I just... Oh yeah, my doggy barking now. Everybody's all wound up and getting woke up. Sun's coming up and they're all feeling all frisky. So let me BRB. And I'm in the chat in just a few minutes.
This team, I mean, with the owners, the experience they got with Pollux, D'Souza, and Campbell, Harold Holly, the crew chief, they've got experience all the way around. Someone will get the bargain of the series if they jump on board with the 57 car for next year.
Definitely so.
Battling Mark Martin right now for second position here as laps are winding down under the sun-drenched Florida skies. Well, here's David Green making a move beneath the 00 of Roy Buckshot Jones.
I think Buckshot
got a slow car in the bottom.
I think Buckshot passed David Green down the backstretch and got in turn 3 so hard he drifted up the racetrack and David Green tried to pass him back.
They're all around you. Just work on that rhythm. Don't overdrive that thing. Good and smooth. That thing will get better and better as those cars get worse and worse. Good and smooth. Don't overdrive it.
I'm just wondering right now, we see Mark Martin letting Jimmy Spencer, I don't know if he's letting Jimmy Spencer drive away to about a 2-second lead, but we were told about the tire problem, about the tire wearing out, and they've got to run 80 laps. I think Mark Martin is just trying to save his tire, trying to make sure that he has a tire that will run 80 laps.
Yeah, Mark's probably saving everything at this point in time. He's probably saving tires, trying to stay out of the gas just a little bit longer and save a little bit of fuel. Mark, like we said earlier, Mark knows his car is going to be good 80 laps into a run because it has been the day it was yesterday. Jimmy's car is one of those guys that jumps out there. He's a rabbit. He'll go out there, and Jimmy's hoping he gets far enough ahead at this point in time that at the end it takes Mark a longer time to get caught up.
And take a look at the points positions. Randy LaJoie could gain 2 spots if the race were to end right now. The big loser, Elliott Sadler, and would lose 4 positions. That contact with the wall about 15 laps ago with his Chevrolet has moved him back to 9th position. He came in today 5th overall in the point standings.
I would guess that Jason Keller has said to himself right now, well, Jason, I'm following Mark Martin. And the pace he set it, he's doing this for some reason. Instead of trying to pass Mark Martin, why don't I follow Mark Martin and see where we end up about 70 laps from now?
Good point, BP. Getting some experience from an experienced racer. All right, now here is Jimmy Spencer moving in on the car number 87, who's on the tail end of the lead lap. That is Joe Nemechek, the defending winner of the Jiffy Lube Miami 300. Lap laps are winding down. 138 of 200 are completed as Spencer, Martin, Keller, and Buckshot the top 4. Welcome back to Homestead, Florida. Benny Parsons, Kyle Petty. I'm Jerry Punch. We've got Bill Weber and Ray Dunlap covering the action on pit road of the Busch Grand National Series curtain call for 1998. Final race for the $11 million tour. And what a race we've got. Jason Keller in the 57 car.
There's our leader, the 12 car, Jimmy Spencer. Their second place, Mark Martin. Jason Keller, the 57, is third. And Buckshot Jones right now is the 4th place car.
Second, there's the 00 car coming into your picture. Final Busch Series start for Buckshot. Former Busch champion Larry Pearson will drive that car next year with Cheez-It as the sponsor. There's a 36 and the 9. David Green, Jeff Burton. That is for position, 5th and 6th.
Jeff Burton didn't start very well. Once again, started 23rd, but he's worked his way up to 6th place and right now trying to take away that spot from David Green.
Here's Matt Kenseth. They will have DeWalt tools on their car for 1999, replacing Lycos as the primary sponsor.
And the second car behind Matt Kenseth is the 8th place car. There he is. This next car is Mike McLaughlin, the Goose Pumps Chevrolet. He lost a lap when he made his pit stop and was penalized.
I'm in the chat, guys. Wow, we're up to 12.
Now we see Dave Blaney in the 93.
Parsons 18. Purvis is 16.
As you said, Benny McLaughlin back in
Fuller in his own car.
position.
Ask him about that. Been a best.
Brandon the Joy is the 9th place car, the Phoenix Chevrolet.
And he's moving over to drive the car number 4 for
I
James
haven't actually gotten a chance to talk to Fuller
Purvis will be
since I
leading that
moved
ride,
2
as well
months
as
ago.
Lance People and
I've texted.
Joy and Finch. There's the car number 44.
I need to ask him
and the car
about
number
this car.
40. There's the 44 Stewart in
I know he
10th
had a
position.
grandbaby and all kinds of cool
And
things
the
in his
car number
life
40
going on.
back.
But when I got the flu and all
Well, our
that,
rookie of the year, Andy Santerre, had the
I was
call
supposed to
today,
go to
but
that
Bill Weber's
reunion.
caught up with him.
Well, as NASCAR's 50th anniversary season continues, congratulations,
What?
Andy. You're the 1998 NASCAR Busch Series Rookie of the Year.
Oh, thanks a lot, Bill. This is something I've really dreamed of my whole life, and I'm really excited for myself, my team, and my sponsors. Monroe Muffler Brake and Service, Tempest Resorts, Dynamax Performance Exhaust. Everybody's pretty happy. We had a rough day here at Homestead. We started in the back, and we're hoping we can get up to the front, and we get up as high as 4th at one point there with the pit stops and all, and we ended up losing the engine, but we're not really too down about it. We come here and started the race, and had to do what we had to do to win that Ray Bestis Rookie of the Year, and want to thank Ray Bestis for putting that on. That's a kind of a race in itself for us rookies, and it's been a heck of a battle. We had Matt Hutter and Mike Cope, and ended up with Kevin Grubb, Dave Blaney, and Wayne Grubb. They're all coming on strong, so we had a real good class of rookies, and I'm proud to say that I'm glad I can add my name to that list of the past rookies like Jeff Gordon and Ricky Craven, and hopefully this is just a start for this innovative motorsports team.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Let's get an update on the 44 from Ray.
he has an interesting accent. That's very, very northern New England, like New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine accent there.
It's
very unique. It's got a little ring of Canada in it.
Are making it too hot for him to drive.
Wow. And he dives behind the wall into the garage area. And Kyle, that's a miserable existence when you're being fried in that seat. Man, you got nowhere to go. You're strapped in. You can't slide up off the seat and get some air. I mean, you're just stuck there.
Yeah, you're stuck there. And you got to remember, too, these things have inner panels in them. If the inner panels come loose, you get the exhaust fumes. These are 9-to-1 motors. These 9-to-1 motors don't burn the fuel efficiently. And what happens is a lot of times you'll get raw fuel that just lays in the headers and lays in the tailpipes. And it gets hotter and hotter and hotter. And, these guys that drive Winston Cup cars jump out of these Busch cars all the time and say, I can't believe how hot that car is. I can't believe my feet are burnt or my rear end's burnt. And when you burn your lower back or your rear end and burn your feet, man, it makes it uncomfortable. And it's probably the best thing. They're not racing points. They're not doing anything. He's moving to Winston Cup next year. It gives him a head start on it.
Tough break for Tony Stewart, who had worked for that one caution flag. He might have had the strategy of the day on fuel mileage. Joe Gibbs' team get great fuel mileage, but now they have to call it each day. He's back in the garage area. And Benny, the 40 car, LePage, continuing to move.
He sure is. He's at the 13th spot. There we see Kenny Schrader, the Oakwoods mobile home car. He's in the
Doing so
10th
good.
spot. Glenn Allen, the Luxair car, is 11th. Tim Feedle with a 33. The Kleenex car is in 12th, and then LePage trying to run this bunch down. And right behind him is Johnny Benson.
That 33 car, next year that'll be driven by Jason Jarrett. It'll be the Bayer Alka-Seltzer machine.
Come on, buddy, go get him.
Tim Feedle hasn't announced his plans yet for 1999. I'm sure he's had plenty of offers as competitive as he is in this series.
Now we see the 40 car in jeopardy of losing the spot as Benson looks on the inside, goes by Kevin LePage. So right
I believe Tim is spotting for someone in real life now in racing. One of the top 3 truck, Busch or Cup or what? Truck Xfinity or Cup. I think him and Dad made a good team, kind of like, you know, Joe and Dad did. I would have liked to have seen them do more. Fuller as well. They only got to run a partial season, had 1 win. Would have liked to have seen them do more. Well, they will attempt to in 2000, and that'll be where Dad has enough and quits. It's a big old deal. We don't know the details totally, but I know partially.
A day for history here.
They purchased Cale Yabar's team, this group, and it was looking so good, and something went sideways, and I believe it was to do with a motor.
About a second and 3/4, but right now Spencer is starting.
When I get to that timeline, I'll explain it.
Last time by had a 2 and a 0.14 second lead on Mark. This time we'll check it out, a 2.23. So he's gaining about 1/10 of a second a lap on Mark Martin.
Jason Keller just hanging right there within the shadows of that Winn-Dixie Ford bumper.
As a matter of fact, the fastest car in the top six, the last lap, was Jeff Burton back in 5th spot. He ran almost 1 mile per hour faster than Spencer.
To the left side of your screen, there's the top 10. Schrader back in 10th spot. Matt Kenseth all the way from 37th to 7th. There's the battle. It stabilized momentarily, about a 3 car lengths, making 4 car lengths back between the 60.
You know, this race has gone green almost the entire second half. Dad would feed away. They started in a provisional position, and to gain that much track position under green is pretty impressive. My dad was so good at that pit stop time.
Martin continues to lose ground to Jimmy Spencer. And Jeff right now is only about a 1.25 behind Mark. Now we see, oh, buckshot. Not lost that baby. He did a great job.
Bring it back now. You know you can't get up too high. Good and smooth.
He's checking to see if he had to see him going back and
forth. Around the corner now.
Wasn't he checking to see if he had a tire flat?
Yeah, he was either checking to see whether he had a tire going down or just to run all the junk off his tires. Once your tires are hot, once you get out of that groove up there, you pick up a lot of trash. He was probably just trying to scuff off the trash a little bit before he got to the next corner so it didn't jump out from under him going in 3.
Great point. I saw him whipping the car back and forth, didn't understand exactly what he was trying to do, but you're right. He was just trying to scuff those tires. And that was really quick thinking on his part to think that quickly and do that.
That rhythm, get that line back. Good.
All right, here's a battle for 11th, 12th, and 13th. 15th is Kenny Schrader, the Oakwood Home Chevrolet, driving the Andy Petrion car. Behind him, Tim Fedewa. Good run for Fedewa all the way to 12th position. And Johnny Benson.
Keep the tires and light the fires.
Baumgartner in the 26 car.
We showed you the Schrader was in 10th just a moment ago. Now he's 11th. That's because Glenn Allen just kind of drove away from
Now, that's something I did not know, that Baumgartner had 3 cars in the race. I think that was a mistake. Could it have been?
Let's get an update on him from Bill Weber.
Well, that car has just gotten very
That's
tight
odd because Bill... Well, actually, it's not. If you think about it, he might have rented a race car to Johnny.
They cannot make it on
like I said, I know there was financial issues going around because, like I said, checks were bouncing and stuff. So a little bit, yeah, I love some old school racing too. Good morning. Hi. Thank you for following. I usually try to do this every morning early, anywhere between 4 and 6 in the morning East Coast time. But I've had the flu the last 2 weeks, so I've like really been slack on being able to. I did one last Friday and I was just feeling so horrible. And now I'm just congested. I feel well. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it was wicked. I still have a funky voice, but look at that.
Back with more in just a moment.
Kid probably drives now. Jimmy Spencer's kid or nephew won. I'd have to ask my son. My son knew Jimmy's son. My son went to school in the Mooresville area, his high school. So that's where I grew them up. This happened earlier in the race. All he had to do was complete one lap and he won the points, but they led a lot of it and he blew a motor rod through the block, they said. That's why he said it felt like rear end, because it was probably the lower, lower block, the crankshaft and all that. Still turning, so he felt like it was a rear end.
Ron Hornaday here to watch him, new Truck Series champion, his dad, Dale Sr.
Sure poofed a lot of oil
down pit road at 45 miles an hour.
But he got it out of the lanes.
Well, remember earlier in the race he did run out of
now
gas.
Dad's working for the 33 feet away, and I was I'm writing his biography. That's first of all, and I've been working on it for 2 years. I'm almost to the end of what he did in NASCAR, which would be 2000, and this is last race in 98. But like I said, at the end of 98, he was with the Kleenex team, and Birdie and LaJoy were with the FINA team, and they were both Base Motorsports. And like I said, that financials, something happened. My son does iRacing. He is on Field Up Motorsports. He's been doing it about 5 years, and he works a lot with the GT3 development team for them, as far as driving and setups and stuff. And in fact, I think they're having, maybe tomorrow night, they're having some recruitment races. If you look on Homestead, if you do I don't know if they're doing just GT races, though. I don't know. They're doing NASCAR too. They're just doing recruitment races.
There's the speed of the line. Burton is the fastest car, 144.393 miles per hour.
He is Christopher Stange. He's about 3.5K-ish in oval, paved oval.
Second quickest time that time. There we see the track gear forward of Jeff Burton. This is Jeff Burton's back.
Do you stream?
Remember you said earlier, folks, he just completely trashed his primary car on Friday morning.
And this is a short track car, so this is
come on, camera, because I don't like talking if I'm not on camera. Well, I like talking, but let me see.
At that racetrack, and then he won at Michigan.
There I am.
On the 2-mile super speedway.
All I did was basically grow up in motorsports, and my dad built race cars my whole life. I was lucky enough to work in Cup for a couple of years as a scorer. They don't do scorers anymore by hand, they get transponders. Or if they do, there's minimal, like they got a small group. Travels. But like I said, I did it 2 years.
time once again.
Almost full time. Second half of the 98. I mean, second half of 96 and second half of 97.
And we told you at the top of the day that only
and like I said, my dad just got out of it in 2000, but he does some local IMSA stuff. He's 82. He will build shocks. He's got a shock dyno. If you stream, I'll follow you too. I can follow you anyway.
They pay for the top 20.
What is your favorite type of racing to iRace?
$50,000 point fund. We made an announcement earlier this week that in 1999, the NASCAR Busch Series point fund goes to $1.5 million. Wow.
Spencer goes by that kid, Adam Petty. Kyle, he's done a pretty good job today. He's learning, and that's what he set out to do, I guess.
He's done a really good job. Our goal this year, when we run the ARCA races and when he run the two good 3 Busch races, was to get him approved by NASCAR to be able to run the full season or run Busch races next year, because that's their approval process now. So
29 laps to go. Let me see what they got for time.
Bill, I hope this is not a problem with Jason Keller, but Bill Weber, it looks like it.
It's not a problem yet, Sherry, but it's about to be. They don't believe they'll reach the end of the race on fuel. I'm not sure they got it all in when they stopped last time. So Jason Keller has, you hear about racers having bad luck, and it's a cliche, but Jason has had no luck this season, having a good run so far here today at Homestead, but they are going to have to stop for fuel down the stretch.
I've been on Twitch a long time, but I haven't streamed like off and on. I stream, and I've streamed other things besides just watching races, but I find if I stream watching races, it refreshes my memory, plus I don't fall asleep, because I like to fall asleep listening to races.
He's currently running in 20
it helps keep me awake. And anyway, the 12, 10 feet away, the 12th position, the 33 feet away. They, I think, are going to finish 8th or 7th in points, so I'm waiting for them to update the points here. I could look it up. I have it written down, but it's weird. I have to look at all this stuff, and then I can just like write it all down so fast. Right now I've got 6 chapters finished. I put it on Substack because that's easy. It's so easy to publish writing. And then I got my dad's driver list, which I update when I remember stuff. And then I've got 5 chapters written, but in the editing box, and then I got more written, more and more written, like in just a file on my PC. But it's a lot. It's a lot to write.
And Wayne Grubb is really slow down.
But I really enjoy being a racing historian. For a certain, like it's not all racing, but within a certain niche, the modified history. Mostly New England, but I pretty familiar, studied Smokey Unique and all the beach racing stuff, and my dad was racing when all that was going on, and knew Smokey and all of that stuff. He had been to my dad's first road course race was Daytona. Daytona Road in the modifieds in 1973.
Trying to get a win and a record today.
I think it was 73. If it wasn't 73, it was 74. I think it was 1973. My dad's last interview he did down there in Daytona last month with the Racing Legends of Racing radio show with Buzz McKim. He had said something about running that. With the 35, the car that won several championships at SeaCar. That particular car won 3 championships, and they won the championship in a previous car.
Jeff's got a good run on him right there, and is taking a peek to the inside, but all of a sudden you got to jump back in line and try to get back in line and get the car to settle down so you can get a good line getting in the next corner.
But also, like I say, streaming these, remembering things, and trying to document history. Because if, God forbid, I walk outside and have a heart attack tomorrow, at least somebody will know some of the stories. Somehow. So when I get done here, when I get done with this, I'll publish it and then upload it to YouTube. I'll export it over to YouTube. And if it doesn't have copyrights and all that problem that I have to correct, I'll publish it pretty much right away. But if it has problems I gotta fool around with, clip parts out or whatever because of music or whatever, I do. But mostly all of the races I do are copyrighted, which aren't a problem.
They are a perfect match. They have a lot of fun together. Right now they're matching each other with
for me to have them. It's no hit on my channel or nothing. But it is not paid. It's not monetized because all of this they basically say belongs to NASCAR.
Behind the 60 car here in the corner, and all of a sudden he stops getting that air on the front of his car, which that air pushes his car down.
To me, I'm nowhere near monetizing on any of my channels because number one, it's for history. And I don't promote it out. If you want to share, fine. But, people find me just kind of generically and organically, and I like it that way, I guess. Because like I said, if I got a few pennies for ad revenue or something on Twitch, I think every 5 months I can cash out or something. But it pays for the internet, you know what I'm saying? It's still a losing proposition. It's not a money-making proposition. But that's not my goal. My goal is not to become a get-rich-quick scheme streamer. I'm trying to document racing history to the best of my knowledge, and a lot of it's my opinion. But most of it's factual stuff that I've witnessed myself. If it's hearsay, I'll say it's hearsay. Like kind of the financial situation I heard through the grapevine. There was financial issues. I don't. So that's just basically hearsay. I don't know if base will stay open the next year. I'm not sure because I know my dad and Tim went to the 36. The yellow car that's in this race. I forget who's driving it. Several people have.
Jason Keller took his car to the garage area a moment ago. Well, he just came back out of the garage area and has gone back on the racetrack. So evidently they felt like they had fixed the problem that he had.
The one David Green's in, but I believe David Green's going to Cup as well. So Fiedler is 11. Parsons is 14.
Green is trying to make that move.
Yeah, that car is who Fiedler will drive for in 99. Dad will stay there partial season. Like I said, they already had a crew chief, Clyde and Clyde. I remember Clyde and Anne-Marie visiting Mom and Dad at the house and stuff. But all good things come to an end.
Florida. I'm Jerry Punch along with Kyle Petty and Benny Parsons in the booth. Ray Dunlap and Bill Weber covering the action all up and down pit road as we bring down the curtain on the 17th year for the NASCAR Busch Grand National Series here at Homestead, Florida.
I was asked in the chat, I stream under the iRacing platform for, I know it's really weird, people say I should go under sports or just talking or something, but my main group that I hang out with are all iRacers, so that's another thing, is I stream under iRacing because almost every one of my contacts are iRacers, or in real life racers that I race, so
there's a look at the guy they're chasing.
That's what I prefer.
Car number 12, Jimmy Spencer pulling in on Elton.
And I think watching in real life races can actually help iRacers with lift points,
put 2 laps down to the leader.
the groove.
We'll check the interval between our leader Spencer and the second place car of Mark Martin as they come by.
the reason I say that is I don't remember what track it was, but my son was struggling through his not rookie status, but maybe first 2 years there learning. And there was this one track, I don't remember which one, but he just wasn't getting it, you know. He said, I just ain't getting where the groove is. And I said, just watch the in real life race for a while and see, you know, something will click. Which is, it really is true.
Well, 10 laps to go.
That if you watch an in real life race, if you're struggling at a specific track with a specific car, just watch one of what the champs did, or what the big guys did, you know. And
they're racing like they
I only applied that to when I used to run sled dogs. We had a dry land mushing cart, and we had a little team, and we used to run about all over these hills around here. And
you got Jeff Burton run third. They came to
win
the race.
They're
not racing points. They're not racing anything. They could care less. It's the last race of the season. So they coast down pit road when the checkered flag's being waved. They don't care.
I learned more when I would actually online ask the people that ran the Iditarod. I mean, I know that sounds weird, but they're just regular people. And I reached out to several Iditarod mushers on tips and hints on gang lines and everything. Nutrition, the whole nine. So Dad always said if you want to know how to do something, ask the people that do it. And that's what I did. And they were all so friendly. What a great thing the Iditarod people. It runs every year, the first week in March. Those dogs are amazing. And, you know, I voice command trained a team of 7. I've ran up to 8 at a time. Oh my God. I was on a 4-wheeler, okay, with a motor, and I would ride in like 3rd gear and keep the gang line bouncing, not tight. They weren't pulling me. They were just running. I was just teaching them to command. But my son would get on the motorless cart. He couldn't slow that thing. We put a brake on that thing, right, that you would step on, that had a tire actually attached to the pressure point. We had to put spikes through the tires just to slow them down. My son said it was amazing. So it's just crazy things that we've done.
Are going to have to start racing for second place.
I'm not your average old broad.
Mark Martin started back in 8th position, currently 2nd. 2-time winner in 1998, including the last outing in Busch Series at Atlanta in the Steel 300. And Jeff Burton just glued to the rear deck of Mark Martin.
Flips and giggles. I'll bring up my phone. It'll probably jump up on your screen because everything's wonky, dog. There you go.
A little over 5 laps to go. I wonder, can they all make it on gasoline? Is someone going to run out of fuel just to...
I moved everything around.
It doesn't look too easy right now. He looks pretty tense.
Let's see if I can find...
They gained another 10th per second on Spencer that time.
5 to go in the season finale. NASCAR Busch Series Racing.
Yeah, I couldn't find... I was a beekeeper, too.
Second place car, Mark Martin, the Win
I gotta show you this. This is, oh, I can't open it like that. I know, you don't like that.
Jimmy Spencer, the Zippo Chevrolet, is in front.
Matt Kenseth back in 4th, and the 5th place car, the 36 car of David Green. That's the top 5.
I was a beekeeper. Those are my honeybees. They loved me.
Chevrolet and 2 Fords.
Check it out. And Mark, maybe you've been saving these
I told you I'm
tires for
not
this
your
lap. What do you
average
think,
old
Hal?
broad.
He's pulling out on him right here.
I'm going to find
He's
you
trying to make a move right there with 3 or 4 laps to go. You know, maybe Mark's just been sitting there, like you say, saving his tires, saving his stuff. Like we said about 15 laps ago, it's crunch time for Mark and for the 9 car. They're either going to do it or they're not.
Spencer down below the white line that straddles the white line in turn 3.
Oh, here comes Burton. He's making a move on Martin. Oh, he can't quite line to it. He has to fall back in line.
Spencer's loving that, looking in the mirror, seeing him too wide.
He got about a 2-car length jump when they pulled out side by side. Now here comes Martin back.
Okay, I found the file. Told you I would sort my pictures, and that's how everything else got
They got the
screwed
slower
up.
cars in front of them. It could be a flare before it's over with. Have to see Mike Garvey slow. Looks like he's run out of fuel going to pit road. Oh, and Martin gets to the corner a little too hard. Goes up the hill, and here comes Burton. Oh, man.
Now Jeff Burton. Will they have enough time for Burton to have a run on him? 2 to go. They come by. Carl
2 to go.
2 fingers. They flash by, but the interval now, Kyle, has grown to about 4 car lengths.
Traffic's going to dictate this whole race at this point in time. Martin just, the last couple laps, he drove off in the corner, jumped on the accelerator hard, and it pushed up off. Jeff saw him do it, got a good run on him, and now it's going to be whether Jeff can get position on the 12 car at any point in time whenever traffic messes him up.
Spencer using Bobby Hillen's car as a pick on the inside. He goes to the bottom of the racetrack right on that white line. Here comes Jeff Burton, 3 car lengths. Make it 2 car lengths out of turn 4 as they get the white flag. Make it a car length. Final lap of the Busch Grand National season for 1998. It's a half a car length. Jeff Burton looks to the inside of Spencer.
Oh my.
Boy, Spencer backed off early that time. He did not want to get in the corner too deep. Martin's trying to go on the outside.
Jimmy Spencer's going to make this car seem like it's a double wide trailer being pulled down the highway. It's going to be incredibly wide going into turn 3 here.
41-year-old Jimmy Spencer.
Yeah, there you go. There's me mushing with my pups.
Here goes Jeff Burton.
I'm driving, my son's running beside him. This is coming back after a mile run, or like a mile and a half run. Short runs, just for fun.
Who was it?
There was a whole plan there.
It's Jeff Burton, it looks like.
Jeff Burton, get it?
May have got a nose by about 3 inches. What a final lap. And what a way. As Mark Martin comes up alongside his team.
They'll have to slow that down.
For Jeff Burton. And here is Ed Spencer watching his son pulling. He sees Burton make the move. They come across out of turn 4. Let's see, is it going to be my son? Who's going to be? Oh, dadgummit.
Dadgummit.
Man.
I can't.
That kind of says
the agony of defeat right there, man.
Exactly. And here's a look once again at the final few feet. What a way to pull down the curtain on the Busch season for NASCAR.
Sheesh.
Look at Jeff Burton.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Look how
it's
like nothing else.
Yep. A couple of feet.
Let's go down the radar.
Tommy Morgan is the crew chief for this team. You guys brought a great race car here, put it in the fence, and pull out a backup that's almost as good. How do you guys do it?
Well, it's a good team we got here for Brown's Racing Track here for Ford. It's an awesome car today. I'd like to dedicate this race to 2 special people. My mom
His
died a
wife
year
didn't
ago
have
today.
time to get
And
nervous
so
that time.
It's a hard thing to lose a lot of loved ones around this time.
And that's what makes it great when you get to go to victory lane, and they have done it.
Tommy Morgan, I remember
Very
seeing him
emotional.
around.
Everyone in the garage area all week long thinking about Dick Moroso, who left us last week on Sunday morning. And, of course, his young son, Rob Moroso, who was the Busch Series champion back in 1989, the youngest Busch Series champion ever. It is a huge family in NASCAR.
My dad was very involved in that with
who started back in 23rd
Birdie.
position in a backup car. There is Kim, his wife, coming in to give him some congratulations. He lost his primary race car on Friday morning on the very first lap of practice. He smacked the wall in turn 2. The car erupted in flames. They went to the backup car, a car he said was his favorite, the one he used to win with at Richmond, and he comes from the back of the pack. We have seen this chapter in this book before for Jeff Gordon, and now he climbs out in victory lane. Oh.
Yeah, when I changed out all of my...
Sits on top of his backup race car that you brought.
moved my pictures and sorted them so I could find them quicker. I
neither is Mark and
have
Jimmy.
moved my banner, all my everything that I had around my screen
you know, every time we came in the pit, something happened.
So I need to research where they're located. I looked real quick and couldn't find them the first time, but now I see I have my 2 files named the same thing, so I don't know what I did. I don't know. I'll fix it all for next time, though, guys. I'm gonna look up early Daytona for our next stream for 99.
He got time to go, and he got loose getting in the corner, and then Spencer was really backing up, and the only thing we could do is get down on the apron and hope he checked up and then have some momentum, and that's what happened.
A lot of people
also, I'm going to go back and watch Flow.
The marriage of Jeff Burton and Mark Martin working together. It
Flow
worked
racing.
over there, and it worked over here.
Watch the cars start to finish. I only was able to
Martin is the best teammate
here and there
anybody could
pick
ever
it up
have.
because I had things I had to
I try
do.
my best to be the best teammate he could have. And together, our teams work good together. Jack gives us everything it takes to win races. And we work good together every day on and off the racetrack. I'm real proud of the track gear team today, as well as the guys that came from the X-Side team to help. And it's a good way to come to a new racetrack.
Congratulations
That's a cool
on a great win
paint.
and a big season for
We
you,
should
Jeff.
use that one more.
Jeff Burton.
It is teamwork that wins races and teamwork that wins championships. This guy or his teammate Mark Martin, or both of them, may be in the head table at New York in very near years. And here's a champion. Speaking of Busch Series champions, there is the Dale Earnhardt Jr. crew, Tony Eury Sr. and Jr. and Little E. There is the father, 7-time Winston Cup champion, Dale Earnhardt Sr. Boy, could he be proud or what? What a moment for the family, the Earnhardt family. Emotionally today, we began the day talking about history being made here at Homestead in the Busch Series season
I'm
finale.
most impressed they're not
What a year it has
falling.
been for
Look
this
at
young
them
man.
standing there and
What a
not
bright
even
future
like,
it is for NASCAR.
I'd be falling out.
Back at Homestead,
I guess
Florida,
they hanging
the crowd
on a
on
little.
their feet, cheering and screaming and waving. Shirts and hats as they have seen and you have seen history being made today. The first ever third-generation driver to become a NASCAR Series champion. Take a look at our results of the fourth running of the Jiffy Lube 300. 15 cars finishing on the lead lap. Jeff Burton takes the victory. Spencer Martin Kenseth, who finishes fourth, narrowed the points, but not quite
Randy
quickly
P9,
enough.
we
And
finished
David Green
P10.
rounding out the top 5.
Did we get
As we check out 16 through 30 this
7th in
afternoon, as
points?
Earnhardt still waves to the crowd. Bill Parsons had a pretty good day. Started 34th, finished in 13th.
Jeff Fuller, brand new race car, finishing 15th. There are the guys a lap down. Buckshot, his final Busch start. He finishes a lap down in 16th spot.
And Bobby Hillen heads the cars that are 2 laps down back in 25th, and Joe Bessie back in 30th.
And back in 42nd position, Dale Earnhardt Jr. He began the year upside down on his lid at Daytona, finishing 37th, and he ends the year finishing 42nd. So he had a terrible start and a terrible finish, but boy, what a medal he had here at NASCAR Busch Series Racing. Our final point standings. Matt Kenseth narrowed it
P7,
all the way
there we
down
go.
to 48 points.
Oh,
by
Elliott,
finishing
yeah,
fourth
Elliott
today.
Sadler, he
McLaughlin
broke
in third.
her.
LaJoy comes from 6th to 4th. Elton Sawyer slides
just
back
10
a spot.
points
Bill
away,
Parsons
3
up to
more
6th.
spots
Beadle
on
off a
Phil
spot
would've
to
done it.
7th. Elliott Sadler all the way back to 8th from 4th. Then comes Buckshot and Hermie Sadler rounding out the top 10.
P7, like
When
I
we
said, my
come
dad's
back,
always got
we will
top
salute
10s and
our race
champions.
winner and have a
And he had that one,
celebration
championship
here at
there.
Homestead Motorsports
in Busch.
Complex. Jeff Burton's a winner. We'll come back and talk about a title and history being made in just a moment. Back at Homestead Motorsports Complex, we'd like to thank the fine folks at Pennzoil. What a job they have done throughout the 1998 year to give us these breathtaking
I'm gonna start
panoramic
streaming
shots of so
Daytona
many
Speed
racetracks in the
Weeks
surrounding area. Thank
Day
you from the
1
fine folks at
after
Pennzoil
this.
and our Pennzoil Copter Camp.
And that
There's
way,
a look at this beautiful complex in Homestead,
I don't
Florida.
think it's very long. It's
where we
42
have
minutes.
just had the
And that'll
NASCAR
lead
Busch
me
Grand National
into
Series
what's
season
going
finale.
on
And by the way, Ray Hill, the
in
Busch Grand National
99.
Director, retiring after
That'll
today.
be going with
Thanks
Tim
so
Fiedel
much to
over
Ray.
to 36.
It's been a difficult week. His mother passed
In some
away early
capacity,
on.
probably
And
chassis
now the
capacity.
champion's bus has
Not
stopped,
crew
and Little E climbs on the stage. Take a look at that T-shirt, Kyle. Pretty spiffy.
Already printed up. Got Dale's car in the background and Dale Jr. in the foreground. It's a great looking T-shirt, man. It's like the NBA. They already got their stuff printed up before the championships ever played. That's the way it works.
History being made here at Homestead.
And the new NASCAR Busch logo on the left side. that they introduced that Friday night here at the Homestead Miami Speedway.
Busch, a multi-year renewal.
Wow, that's a wicked nice
NASCAR.
trophy.
They're going to be the sponsor through 2002.
That isn't so fantastic for winning the Busch Championship.
A new 32-event schedule next year, including trips to
I think
Phoenix
Joe got
International
one with an
Raceway
eagle
and
on
Memphis
top or
Raceway
something.
coming up in November and October, respectively. A $1.5 million point fund for 1999.
Dale Earnhardt, ladies and gentlemen.
There's Tony Eury Jr., a couple of youngsters with pretty famous fathers, Tony Sr. and Dale Sr. And now the celebration begins. Busch beer for it, not champagne. It's a Busch beer shower. He can take one of those. He's 24 years old. He's a champion. Let's go down to join the celebration with Bill Weber.
Well, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has gotten the trophy from Bob Franciscelli, the senior brand manager for Busch Beer, and now they're going to fill the cup with Busch Beer, and that's what you've been waiting for. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's been a great year. I mean, it still ain't sunk in yet. We've had an excellent year. I want to thank my dad for the opportunity. Thank Tony Jr. and Tony Eury and the rest of the AC Delco crew for building some excellent race cars and being prepared for every race and everything that come along, good and bad. We had some times where we're struggling. We had some good times, and that's why I love this sport. And we're going to do it again next year. We're going to race hard. We got a better idea how to do it, so they better watch out.
More good times, though, than bad.
Yeah, there is. There was some good times, and too many to recall at this moment, but Daytona was a neat experience, going upside down there. So that was my introduction into NASCAR Busch National Series. So we turned it around with a couple wins, and then won a few more, and things just kept happening, and we just kept staying consistent. Matt Kenseth kept the heat on us and made us work for it hard, and that's what it's all about. It came down to a pretty tight battle there at the end, and we had trouble today at Homestead, but we're still going to work hard next year and do it again.
When did you start thinking about the championship and the points, Dale?
First race of the year when we flipped upside down. We come out of there about 36th in the point standings, so that's when we was concentrating on how to get back to the front.
And obviously, throughout the season, you had some tremendous runs.
Yeah, we did. We drink for me.
Oh my gosh.
I gotta go to a
Wow. Now, was that your dad or is that the car owner?
That's the car owner right there.
Is that your son or is that your driver?
That's my son. He's an awesome little driver, too, but pretty excited about this. I'm telling you, Tony and all the guys did a great job, and then here comes winning the race, and he's just awesome.
Obviously, an emotional day for you, disappointed in the way this ended, but an amazing accomplishment for a guy that only had a handful of races, Dale, before this season started.
Well, that's true, and he learned quick, and he did a good job learning, and he just took his time, was patient, and Tony and them worked really good with him, and had a good race car for him to learn in.
Okay, congratulations to you.
Well, we're really happy.
And congratulations to you. And I'm getting out of here.
All right, the celebration continues. Busch Beer, 1998 NASCAR Series champion, Dale Earnhardt Jr., a hug. They are father and son. There is pride, there is respect, and there is incredible talent in that picture right there. A 7-time Winston Cup champion and the newest Busch Series champion side by side. We'll come back with more from Homestead in just a moment.
We had some good moments. This is my dad's trophy from 1990.
NASCAR's 50th anniversary
1992.
shopping special. And I've got to believe a lot of people are going to be shopping for talent out of the Busch Series in the near future. So many young superstars have come on board here in 1998. And just short of a special day for Jimmy Spencer, who's standing by in the garage.
A year ago, I saw this guy run with Mark Martin at Charlotte, one of the best Busch races I've ever seen, and you just about did it again today.
Hey, Ray, I missed their excitement, We come up a little short, that was a heck of a race. The lap cars, man, they really messed me up, but I tip my hat to Roush Racing. I'm a little old single-car team, only run 10 races with my old buddy Mike Shore and Zippo. And to think that we can compete with Roush like we do, I just can't see enough from Billy Kerwood, every one of my crew members, Zippo, all-pro bumper to bumper. We had a great year. You know, we've won 2 races this year, should have won 3. But you know what, Ray? I won a race like that in Daytona. I know how that guy feels that got second to me that day. So it's tough, but I'll tell you something, we put on a great race.
Now, this car is almost exactly like the one you won with in Vegas. I'd tell you what, I think I'd tell Billy to build about 8 more of them.
We got 2 more built. We're starting the second team next year, and we're going to have 10 more cars for them. We got an awesome race team, and we got a brand new car being built right now for Las Vegas that we think is a little bit better than this car. We're excited about it. Ron Hutter and his engine department, Kevin Blanks, they use his engines also. We've won with his this year, and had a great year, you know. Can't say enough for my team. Zippo's coming back next year. All Pro Bumper to Bumper's coming back. And, you know, all in all, we had a great year. As far as Team Winston, I'm excited about that in 1999. And I raced against 2 of the best today, come up a little bit short.
Well, enjoy a little bit of time off. And, guys, when I walked over here, he said, how much did I lose by?
Well, let's see if we can show you, because it wasn't by much. Here's a last lap out of turn 4, and Benny, Jeff Burton only led about 30 feet of this race all day long, but it was the final 30 feet.
You know, I hadn't even thought
He's
about that, but
right
this was the only lap that he led, lap 200, by that much.
Now, he'll get credit for leading a lap, but he actually led about 20 yards. Let's check in once again with Bill.
Boy, am I glad you're sitting down, because that was a lot of work up there. And I know, Matt, that you're excited about your season, but you really thought you had a chance at that kind of a celebration.
Well, you know, it's kind of sad to get that close to winning the championship and then lose it, but I'm really proud of the Lycos guys. Ran really good, had a good year. He just had a better year. You know, he won the thing, ended up winning the thing on bonus points, which are based on performance, and I like it. So we both made about the same amount of mistakes, and we both had, pretty much the same number of top 5s and DNFs and all that stuff. He's just won more races and led more laps. So I'm really happy for Dale. You know, congratulations that whole AC Delco bunch, and maybe we can run with them next year. We just need to, we're really close. We just need to step it up 1 notch, and we can run with them guys, and hopefully I'll be a little bit better driver, and we'll get our cars a little bit faster and make a run at it next year.
I was going to change one thing. You had a great year. He had a better one. Congratulations on your season.
Oh, thanks a lot, Bill.
Matt Kenseth finished 48 points behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. back up top.
Well, indeed. How about a super sophomore season for Matt Kenseth? 3 wins, Rockingham, Colorado, and Dover. As this crowd stands and watches the celebration, we'll come back with a very special salute to the 1998 Busch Series champion in just a moment. Under the sunny South Florida skies in Homestead, Florida, the 1998
I'm going to change the title to
as the fans are filing out, thrilled at what they saw
Speed
as a
Weeks
great dash to the finish.
1999.
Let's check dash one more time, back into the garage area, and talk to another driver.
Well, thanks, Jerry. It was back in June when David Green came back aboard the Stanley Tools Pontiac. You posted 6 top 5s, and you did another one today. How much does this build your confidence going back into Winston Cup next year?
Well, tremendously, Ray, and boost the team's confidence, too. You know, we tried some new cars in that span that we weren't doing so good, and we came back here with what we knew would work, but what a great day. Qualified good, stay in the top 5. We made a little adjustment, and didn't work, and we lost a lot of time, but got to say one thing, you know, Scott Welliver, my owner of the 36 Stanley car here, Pontiac, he lost his mother a couple of days ago in a car accident and couldn't come to the race. And, you know, our hearts and prayers are with you, Scott and Nancy. And, you know, it's just pretty tough emotionally. Dave, these people have been great to me.
That's the team Fedor will be going to, and Dad as well.
The guys responded today with great pit stops, and we had a good run. But, you know, I'm looking forward to next year in the Kodiak Chevrolet with Larry Hedrick and Tim Brewer. And, what a great way
yeah,
to
he
end,
was moving up.
A great but not so great season.
Okay, so Tim Brewer goes to Kodiak, so QVC is done. Bodines is done. Matei is
You're going to
done.
see him a whole bunch in Winston Cup coming up, and he's a pretty tough fella.
Well, yeah, but, you know, I talked to him this morning.
My ex said he went to Todd Bodine after Matei was done.
And I said, you know, do one thing I did not do. In 94, winning the championship.
Later to
I didn't
Roush.
enjoy it. I worried about 95 right off the get-go.
With
And he said, I
LePage, I
promise you,
think.
I'm going to enjoy this. But he's a great kid, and, you know, their program got better and better over the years. And but he's a great driver, and so's Matt. What a great battle. I just wish I could have been a part
Biff,
of it.
I think
when
he
I thought
was
I was
truck
going to run
driver
Busch
for.
next year, I thought, you know, I'm in some pretty tough company here. It's going to be tough to win a championship. But those guys are great, and we look forward to Dale Jr. getting in Winston Cup. He's in good hands, that's for sure.
Well, have a good year and enjoy your time off. Now, the 36 car is still wide open, and there was some rumors that Randy LaJoie would be in there, but he's not going to be, but he is with Bill Weber.
And 9th on the track, 4th in points, 2-time series champion, moving on elsewhere next year. It's been a pretty good ride for you.
Last few years have been real good. Try to get back to that podium here next year. But all in all, it was a good day. Finished 9th. We kind of chased the car in and out all day. First few runs were tight, and then we loosened up a little bit too much. Had to work a little too hard there at the end. But the biggest thing, we got these guys back in 4th place in points. That's helped their bonus out. And not bad, you know, 2 firsts and a 4th the last 3 years in points. A lot of guys to take it. But go next year, Mark Reno, James Finch. Looking for a major sponsor. Got some associates. And I want to get back to winning a lot of races and get back to that championship for them.
For 2 years, you set the standard, Randy. This year, Earnhardt came in and raised it a little.
Yeah, Earnhardt and, you know, Kenseth, those race teams set the standard a bunch. And, you know, if we just keep up with these Cup guys when they come in to race with us, you know, they're not getting any slacker, that's for sure. So, you know, everybody's got to get their programs better, and that's one of the reasons I'm going on, to see if we could get the program better and compete with the Cup boys when they come in, and we can compete with those guys. We can beat the Busch guys.
Well, thanks for serving as a fine champion for 2 years, and best of luck in '99.
Thank you very much.
That's Randy LaJoie back upstairs.
Indeed, a true champion. And what happened to Dale Earnhardt Jr. this year should give a lot of
He'll
young
end
drivers
up,
running short tracks
actually,
around
the
country a lot
building
of
that
hope
Base
for their
Motorsports
future.
is in, I do
really
believe it's the
amazing
same building
how
he
Kenseth
built
came in.
the
When we started the
Joy of
season back in
Seating
February of 1998, I don't
that
think
makes
we
all
would've
your
said
race
that
car
Earnhardt
seats
Jr. and Kenseth
in
would be
real
1,
life.
2 in the points, but that's where they ended up, and really have opened some eyes. And you're right, Jerry, it does give a lot of heart to young folks.
A remarkable year in the NASCAR Busch Grand National Series. Stop number 31 at Miami-Dade Homestead Park goes to Jeff Burton. He picks up his 3rd win in 1998. Congratulations to the track gear car and that team for Jeff Burton. From the season opener in Daytona some 9 months ago to today's flashy finale at Homestead, this Busch Grand National season will go down as one to remember. From all of us at ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, congratulations to Dale Earnhardt Jr., our 1998 Busch Series champion. We'll see you next in Daytona. So long, everyone.
Seven a.m. Wednesday morning, and the sun rose once again over Daytona International Speedway. But today was different. The day arrived to
sorry
prepare
about
for
that.
the dawn of the
I hit
1999 ARCA
hit an ad. I turned to snooze the ad, and it went before I could get it.
The Chevys and the Pontiacs as the search for speed has hit high gear.
This is quiet.
New faces and car driver combinations are here with one goal in mind. Victory Lane Sunday at the First Plus Financial 200 at the World Center of Racing.
Should be okay. A little quieter than the last broadcast. I popped it up just a smidge.
ESPN Speed World welcomes you live to Daytona International Speedway as the ARCA Series opens up the stock car portion of Speed Week's 99.
This is the fun part. You get to hear all the
Financial 200 is coming up
all
on
the news.
Sunday afternoon, and today the first practice session is on tap. Well, there is a lot of activity, and there are many stories back in the ARCA garage area. Let's check in on several of them. First of all, let's go to
Okay,
Dr.
I'm going to
Jerry
take a
Busch.
bathroom break. It's been 2 hours.
In
I will
1992,
be right
Jeffersonville, Indiana's
back.
Frank Kimmel came to Daytona as a rookie
I can still
and a
see the
dreamer.
chat.
In 1999,
Except
he
not from the
returned
back.
as a veteran and a champion.
Better do
98 was a
BRB.
dream season for this happy Hoosier, but 9 wins and 3 poles were just the beginning. In 1999, it has become a family affair. Here for the running of the 36 First Plus Financial 200, the 1998 ARCA Bondo Marhide Series champion is Frank Kimmel. But he lost his crew chief. That's the bad news. But he gained a brother, Bill Kimmel. His older brother has come on board to help steer the youngster to a second consecutive ARCA championship.
It's hard to measure young talent, but it helps if you can trace a driver's bloodline. Bobby Hamilton and Mike Swain hope to race in Sunday's ARCA 200. Bobby Hamilton and Mike Swain Jr. In a sport where you always want to be the leader, these two young men are anxious to follow their racing fathers.
This attractive young lady already holds a couple of coveted spots in the NASCAR record books. In 1988, she became the first woman to win a pole and a race in a NASCAR Touring Series. That's the Goodies Day. In 1999, this 34-year-old mother of 2 returns to stock car racing with the hopes of putting her name in the ARCA record book as only the second woman to ever win the pole at Daytona. Now, in preseason testing, Shauna Robinson bettered 38 others by pushing her Chevrolet to a speed of over 189 miles per hour, some 3 miles per hour faster than last year's pole. If she duplicates that feat this week, then it's time to once again stop the presses and rewrite the record.
This overflowing ARCA garage is full of unknown faces and unanswered questions. In the next 5 days, you'll meet the dreamers and hear their dreams. We'll share stories of success and sorrow, of fun and frustration. And if you pay close attention, you'll understand there's a very thin line in racing between those that leave here heartbroken and those that leave here happy.
The day we have been waiting for since the checkered flag dropped at Atlanta and the awards were handed out at New York is here. It's time for Daytona. And we'll be here for the next 13 days with the most comprehensive coverage you'll get anywhere, right up to the induction ceremonies of the winning car Monday after the Daytona 500. I'm Bob Jenkins along with Benny Parsons and Ray Dunlap. And, you know, we talked about the veterans like Frank Kimmel, the rookies like Bobby Hamilton Jr., Mike Swain Jr., but it seems to me that anybody that comes here has to be intimidated.
You get used to it after a spell. Frank Kimmel probably feels pretty good about Daytona right now. After 7 years, you get comfortable with the racetrack. You understand the Big D, the Daytona International Speedway. You understand that you're going to run over 190 miles per hour, that you're going to go in the corner wide open, never backing off the throttle. But for Bobby Hamilton Jr., Mike Swain Jr., those guys, their first trip here, it is the most intimidating place on earth. When you drive in this place and look, it's impossible that a racetrack is this big, but folks, it is, and it's very, very intimidating.
Well, I'll tell you another reason why I think they've got to be scared, Benny, is because both of those drivers have cars that are capable of winning this race. Just a few short years ago, we'd come here to this race, and maybe 5, possibly 6 cars could go to victory lane. This year, I think there's anywhere from 15 to 17 drivers that could legitimately win this race. And remember, Andy Hillenberg and Joe Ruttman are the only 2 drivers entered that have ever won here, so Sunday could be a really big day for one young man.
Well, as luck would have it, a rain shower has moved over the racetrack and wet it. Now, it's not real bad wet, but it has interrupted the on-track activity, at least for the moment. But it's only the beginning of what promises to be an exciting 13 days of coverage tomorrow. These ARCA Bondo Marhide cars will qualify at 2:30 here on the Deuce. Friday, you'll get your first look at the 1999 edition of the NASCAR Winston Cup Series along with IROC practice. That's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Sunday, we'll televise live the Bud Shootout Qualifier at 11 over on ESPN and the First Plus Financial 200 for the ARCA cars at 1:30 on Sunday afternoon. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com. Well, although there is no activity right now on the racetrack, we got a lot of stories working for you back in the garage area. That when we return. ESPN Speed World coverage of ARCA practice here at Daytona International Speedway is being brought to you by Just for Men. The leader in men's hair coloring blends away gray in 5 minutes. As you can see, the track is a little bit wet here at Daytona because of a light rain shower that has dampened things just a little bit, but certainly not the enthusiasm of a lot of people down in the garage area. Let's get more on the Shauna Robinson story from the doctor.
And take a look at the beautiful colors. The Bob Evans Chevrolet Monte Carlo. She was due to make that announcement tonight on RPM, but you can tell John Kernan all about this deal and how it came together. And Shauna, first of all, congratulations and welcome back to stock car racing.
Thank you so much. Those are the best words I've heard in a long time, and I'm so excited just to be here and to be at this race.
Now, you took some time off. A lot of people wondering around what happened to Shauna Robinson. You began your career in the truck series. Incredibly, you, as a little young lady from Iowa, began driving Peterbilts and the huge semis.
Yeah, that's I got started that way, Jerry, because it was the only series at the time I could run that ran dirt, asphalt, super speedways, and short tracks. So there was no other experience I could get that way, and in something that weighed 8,000 pounds. And then in '88 made the transition to stock cars and just grew up as a racer.
We talked about the NASCAR record book, the dash pole and win there. You sat on a pole in a Busch car in Atlanta a few years ago, and now an opportunity here in ARCA thanks to a guy by the name of James Finch.
I'll tell you what, this is the first time for me that I have been asked to drive a race car, and I have not had to bring financial backing to do that. And, you know, that's where you struggle at. That's why I've not had a ride in so long. And James Finch, who is one of the very best car owners in whatever it is he drives, ARCA, Busch, Winston Cup, whatever it is he brings the car to the racetrack, you know it's a good race car. And then to have Bob Evans Restaurants come in and be on the car, it's just, for me,
James Finch still races. His son Jake drives.
Obviously for the reasons of children, but because I know now that I am as hungry, if not more hungry, for this than I've ever been. And then I'm also coming back at it with kind of a new attitude of that this is such a good opportunity for me, and I haven't forgotten what I've done to get here and how much that just this one race means to me.
The story is very familiar, Shauna, of a young lady who gets married and takes time out from her career to pursue a family. You have 2 children. You mentioned that. And what do they think? I know they're very young, but what do they think? Do they realize that, are they old enough to understand that you're going to drive a race car?
Oh, yeah. My little boy, he's only 2.5, but he understands that Mommy drives a race car. And I think for me, the desire is there so much, and especially for them, and to show them that they can do whatever they want to do. I mean, they may be a little young now to understand, but for them to watch me get in the car and to drive it in the what I'm doing, I don't really look at it as a risk factor. And, oh, I have, children, and what if something happened to me? Because it's all I've ever known. This is my job. This is how I go to work. And I want them to know the way I grew up was don't ever let anything go by if you've got a desire to do it or you have a dream, go after it, whatever it is. Nobody should tell you you can't do it. And I want to teach them those same things, is that whether it be sports or driving or whatever it would be, that they can go after it.
A mom that can run 190 miles an hour. Now, boy, that's got to be, you got to go to school and stick it just, and my mom just ran 190. That could be a country song. Daddy builds motors, Mama drives race cars. So let's bring your husband in here, Jeff Clark. Let's bring Jeff over here a second. Come over here a second, partner. Let's get James Finch a car owner. We'll talk to James in just a moment. Jeff, I got to ask you first. We're talking about the kids and their wife that drives a race car. What are your thoughts about her climbing back in the car?
Well, thank God for grandfathers, because that's who takes care of them when we're at the racetrack. But it's the deal where you've got a dream, you've got to chase it. And I could never, ever hold her back from chasing her dreams. She allows me to do the same thing with Robert Yates Racing. And fortunately, there's people like James Finch that give us opportunity, and Bob Evans. So we can't pass that opportunity up right now.
Now, Jeff Clark is an engine builder for Robert Yates. He's been working like 20 hours a day. We'll talk about him more when they sell that horsepower. I've heard that you guys have put in that motor, you and Doug and the guys the last few days. Let's give it to James Finch, the car owner. James, you are the only car owner to win 3 times at Daytona in the ARCA Series. And now you picked Shauna Robinson to drive your rocket. How did that come about?
Well, I think Shauna can win the race. If you racing at Daytona in Talladega, the car's a big part of it. And I think we've got a real good car, and I think she'd be able to handle the situation and the job.
Well, James, I think you've got a lot of people pulling for Shauna Robinson and that Bob Evans car come Sunday. Good luck this week.
I got the prettiest driver, right?
No doubt about that whatsoever. James Finch, Shauna Robinson, Jeff Clark, her husband, and, of course, the Bob Evans Chevy. Watch for it as we cover practice and qualifying for the remainder of the week. Now, how about the young gun? Let's go to Bill Weber.
Well, the first good news is that the sun is poked out here, so hopefully that'll help dry the track. Now I want to show you some of the behind-the-scenes excitement that goes on here in racing. And this is Bobby Hamilton and Bobby Hamilton Jr., and they're not resting. They're trying to get their car through inspection, and there's a long line, and it's a slow process. But I'm going to come down here, and I get to sit down, too, at this point. How are you?
I'm doing good.
You excited?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm excited about getting into the Bud Shootout this weekend because it'll be my first one, but looking forward to this year a lot.
Okay. You excited about this?
No, I'm having to be the crew chief. I'm not very excited about it right now.
But it pays good, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, it pays real good. It's the only job in the world that, as far as I'm concerned, that you have to pay big money to be the crew chief for 3 days.
How's it been going?
It's been going good. Like you said about the rain earlier, we hadn't made but 3 or 4 laps, but I think he's third or fourth quickest right now, and had a very good test with this car down here. So, going to run a couple of these to give him some experience on the super speedways. You know, I feel like it'll help him maybe in the Busch car a little bit.
And you have big plans for 1999, don't you, Bob?
Yeah, we do. We going up with Sadler Racing, Check and Earl, and they got me a good team. We're gonna run a full-time Busch Series deal. We're gonna run some of these, like you said, get some experience under me and go from there.
So your father is your crew chief. There are a lot of guys that couldn't handle that, you know.
I just don't like listening to him and stuff.
You had to do that growing up, and now you got to do it at the track, huh?
He'll get on to me during the race, and I just reach over and turn the radio off or something. Do you hear me? Yeah.
This is a good opportunity for you here, though, to run this ARCA car at this track and get experience.
It is, because, I mean, they're heavy cars, the Winston Cup cars. This car right here ran the 500 one year, and it's just anytime you get experience like that in a heavy car and you go to a Busch car where the motors ain't as strong, it's just a whole lot easier driving kind of thing.
You had a good year last year, didn't you? One you really enjoyed.
It was fun. You got a lot of experience, plus it was fun. That's one thing about running with ARCA guys. They treat you like family and everything, and anytime you look forward to going to work like we do, that's something you need to stay at.
Okay, so what's your goal this Sunday in this race?
Just to qualify this thing and just get plenty of drafting experience. Where we end up, and just stay out of trouble and try to get a good finish.
And the real season for you will begin the day after that.
Yeah, I really ain't thought about that one, because you're running with the best in the world, you know, even though they're Busch Series, and you got a lot of, like, Earnhardt Jr., Matt Kent, all them guys, and it's unreal to think where I'm at now. I'm going to be running against them guys, but I wouldn't want to do nothing else, so hell, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. Well, try and keep your dad in line, okay?
Yeah, you try that.
That's Bobby Hamilton Jr. and Sr., and they're looking forward to some excitement down here, father and son in Speed Weeks. Back up top.
And, Benny, that's a perfect example of what you talked about when we came on the air.
That was a
young man
great
who has
interview
to have a
right
tremendous
there.
amount of butterflies, but has so much hope that this
When
could
they
lead
lost-
to a full-time racing career and a successful racing career.
Lost the dad, man, Bobby Hamilton.
Some of these
That
ARCA races
sucks.
have had some terrible crashes.
Sucks,
and a
sucks,
lot of the
sucks.
riders, a lot of folks say, why does ARCA go to Daytona? Why do they go to Talladega? Why do they take these young people to these big racetracks where they can get hurt? Folks, you just saw exactly why ARCA comes to Daytona, because there's no way that Shauna Robinson, Bobby Hamilton Jr., Mike Swaim Jr., any of these kids can go run a Winston Cup race or a Busch race. There's no way that NASCAR will allow them to get on this type of racetrack. ARCA is the only division that they can run in and get that valuable experience.
Shauna has been away from the game just a little bit. Is she going to have trouble adapting to getting back up to speed on the high banks?
I don't think so, Bob. I think she's ready to go. They've got a great race car, and as I talked about, the quality of the cars that are in this field this weekend make the big difference, and Shauna's a professional, and she'll be ready to go whenever we get these cars on the racetrack, and hopefully that's soon.
And Bill indicated just a little bit earlier that the sun is beginning to peek out, and the track is not real wet. However, it is wet enough to not plow any cars out there. Who's the only driver to win 3
I started
straight
out the
poles at
stream
Daytona?
with
he's
Homestead
standing
1998
Yep,
to finish
I'm
out the
right.
season.
It's
Dad
BP
was
in
with Tim Fedewa.
1968,
They ended up
1969,
finishing
and 1970.
7th
A
in
break and then
points, I
back
think
with
they
more
said.
from Daytona.
Now we're on to 1998. He will be with Fedewa
You're
again
looking at
in
the
the
super
36,
stretch, what used
but
to
not
be the
as a crew
backstretch
chief.
here at
He will
Daytona
be there
International
probably as
Speedways.
a
You can see
chassis
there is no
shop,
activity because of a wet
that type of,
racetrack, but
you know,
hopefully
setup
we'll have
guy.
activity soon. The next
I
edition
believe
of
Clyde
Sports Century
McLeod
honoring the top 50 athletes
is the crew chief
Friday
at that team.
at 10:30
We'll
Eastern
see how it
Time.
goes.
We'll count down the top 50 athletes of
Right
the
now,
past century.
we're
and
just
this
running
week, you'll
Speed
find
Weeks.
out who is
It's
number
day
48.
one,
That's at 10:30
mainly
on
focused
Friday.
on
For more,
ARCA.
log on to
Day 2 be
ESPN.com,
the
part
same.
of the Go Network, go.com.
And then
Dr. Jerry
when
Punch is
the
standing by
Goodies
with the
300
defending ARCA champion.
happens to pop into the schedule, we'll play it then. But this is so important for me to get the history of who went where and who driving for who, and to get the whole big picture so I can write about this
very fortunate
year,
to be in this kind
this
of equipment
chapter of
and to go out
Dad's
and to win a championship
career.
finally. Very rewarding.
We told people at the top of the show you lost your crew chief. You and Jeff Lemons were great friends, but Jeff got an opportunity he couldn't pass up.
Yeah, he really did. You know, to work under somebody of Jack Bowser's caliber and become a part owner of that team, just a great opportunity for Jeff, and I wish him all the best. But, you know, that opened the door up for my brother to come on board with us, and, you know, Bill's been a great track champion there in the Louisville area for many years, so, you know, he'll bring a lot to this team, and we're really looking forward to having him here.
We showed your older brother, Bill Kimmel, and now he's talking to some of the crew. 4 consecutive track titles at Louisville Motor Speedway as a stock car racer, and you finally convinced him to climb out of the car and come on as a crew chief, and I know just him being here has helped you a lot.
It really has. It's a confidence thing, you know, having him here on board. You know, he knows what the car should feel like, and I think he'll be able to, when I come in and tell him what's going on, he'll understand it, and I'm really looking forward to having him here. It's going to be a great year.
We talked about the fact that you've always run the Chevrolets here for Larry Clement, and you had some misfortune that allowed you that caused you to have to bring a different car back this year.
It really did. We, you know, we lost the car, got it wrecked a little bit at Atlanta, and that was the car we were going to bring here. So, you know, that opened the door up to, we got acquainted with Robbie Loomis at Petty Enterprises, just a great individual, and, you know, he gave us a good deal on this race car, and it's a Pontiac, so hopefully we'll come here and do well with it.
A Pontiac from Petty Enterprises that John Andretti had driven in the past. I got to ask you, last year we mentioned 9 wins, 3 poles. How do you better that? How do you get better? I mean, that's the question Jeff Gordon gets asked every year, but how do you do better than that in this series?
Well, I tell you, maybe 10 or 12 wins and 4 or 5 poles. I don't know. And that was a great season for us, but we're here to go out and try to win races again and to win this championship, and that's our #1 goal. And, you know, if we can do it by winning races, that's the easiest way to do it. So hopefully we'll go out and run very strong and be competitive every race. And if we're competitive and consistent, you know, we'll have a good shot. So that's what we got to try to do.
Hey, best of luck to you. Maybe get a win here at Daytona.
That would be great. Yeah, I really appreciate it.
That's a champion. He came here 8 years ago as a rookie and a dreamer. There are some rookies and some big dreamers in this garage, and Bill Weber is standing near a couple of them.
Well, Jerry, we talked about Shauna coming back from sort of retirement. Well, I've got another driver here at Daytona that has come out of retirement. Mark Thompson. I thought you retired. What are you doing all ready to get in that race car?
Well, I'm still retired as far as racing goes, but I can still test.
Ah, you're a car owner, right?
I'm a car owner.
And you tested down here in Daytona and in the off-season, right?
I tested down here in December.
How'd it go?
It went well.
Okay, well, if you got a car and you're testing it, what are you doing?
You try to set it up for a guy who has perhaps a little bit less experience on this particular track than I do.
Uh-huh. And you found a guy that you like, don't you?
I found a guy I like.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about him.
Well, he's bigger than me.
This is Shane Yoder. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
You got to follow in some pretty big shoes here, don't you?
Yeah, they're going to be pretty hard to fill, but you know, I think I got the best of both worlds. I've got a car owner that's a good car owner, he's got good equipment, and then he's a great race car driver. I think it's going to be real beneficial to us.
Okay, now you're 32 years old and you have 1 asphalt race behind you.
Just one. It was at Michigan, and I was driving for Ken Moore in Toledo, and Mark's guys were down there helping us screw the car, and I think that's why we ran so good and got me hooked up with Mark to do some races.
But you're confident and excited about this opportunity, even coming to Daytona for your 2nd asphalt race.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better bunch of guys to work on the car, and Mark is so easy to work with, and, you know, I don't know that much about what we're doing. I'm just trying to get settled in, and they're making it real comfortable for me, and I'm extremely excited.
How are you able to help him relax in this situation, Mark?
I don't know that I'm able to help him all that much relax, but at least maybe I can get in the car occasionally and tell him whether or not it's set up the way you need it in the race down here. There's a lot of difference between qualifying and in the race.
ARCA now. Winston Cup in the future, Mr. Car Owner?
Mr. Car Owner, yes, we are planning to do a few Winston Cup races this year.
Yeah? You going to tell us when you're going to start that?
Probably Talladega.
Okay. And who's going to be in the wheel then?
We're not ready to talk about that yet.
Okay. We're going to take it one at a time, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you. You're feeling good and back healthy and everything?
Back healthy, back flying. and back at Daytona. I mean, it must be February.
Yeah, it is. And I know you're fired up.
You know, this is a chance of a lifetime. Ever since I was a little boy, I always wanted to get a chance to drive at Daytona, and I came and tested with Mark, and the test went really good. And I said they make it so easy. There's nothing easy about racing at Daytona, especially when you race at Eldora and dirt tracks, but he makes it easy, and his guys make it easy because the car's good, and it's underneath me all the time, and then you can creep up on what you need to do. And it's going to be a big opportunity for me, and I'm real excited.
Best of luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Okay, we talked about dreamers. Well, here are a couple right here. Mark Thompson's dream to be a Winston Cup car owner, and Shane's dream to race here at Daytona on Sunday.
Things have started out well for Shane Yoder. There were some practice laps turned in before the rains came, and he turned into fastest speed, a 186.355. Shauna Robinson was second, followed by Bill Baird. Bobby Hamilton Jr. was fourth quickest at 182.975. But right now, the track is still just a little bit damp as we await, hopefully, the resumption of practice for the ARCA Bondo Marhite Series. Welcome back to ESPN Speed World at Daytona. We'll tune into the new Sunday at 9:30 Eastern Time for the NHRA AutoZone Winter Nationals from Pomona, California, as the NHRA dragsters kick off their year. We'll see if Team Prudhomme can repeat their Top Fuel and Funny Car sweep from last year. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com. Once again, Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, in keeping with our theme of dreams, we're going to show you the Chevrolet Monte Carlo that last year rocketed off a lap at 186.197 miles per hour to lead the field out. As the First Plus Financial 200 went to the green flag, led by a rookie driver, 49-year-old Bill Baird drove this car a year ago and went on to capture the Rookie of the Year honors here in ARCA. And Bill, last year, a lot of great memories here at Daytona.
Yeah, you know, we did come there as a rookie and wound up, you know, sitting on the pole and, you know, beat certain guys like Frank Kimball and people like that, so it was a pretty neat deal.
Those guys are behind the camera messing with you here, trying to pick on you a little bit. They're gouging you with umbrellas. But I got to ask you, you learned a lot in your rookie year, a couple of poles, 4 times you finished second, but couldn't quite make it to victory lane.
Yeah, we, you know, it's made rookie mistakes, you know, and
well, that's cool. I started Daytona Speed Weeks day 1, so it's mostly ARCA. Do you stream also? What is your favorite iRacing
You know, you've come here
genre? What car and track or whatever
but didn't lead a lap last
is
year.
your favorite?
I hate to remind you, but you didn't lead a lap either. Have you learned anything about trying to run up front here?
Yeah, you got to be faster than the car in second place.
What about the opportunity this year?
You
got your crew chief back, same crew, but a little bit different look on the car as far as sponsorship's concerned.
Yeah, we did a deal about a month ago with Valvoline and Eagle One, and Eagle One's introducing their new product out now, which is a cleaning product for exterior cars. And I've been with Valvoline as an associate sponsor for about
all-time favorite is modified New England tour mods.
And this is a one-time deal for Daytona, and you know it could turn into.
But I like all racing, all kinds, drag racing. IMSA.
Great company, and they're based in Kentucky, and I'm based in Kentucky.
Right now, the series I follow the most is cars. I love the car store.
Tested well in December, and
yeah, right.
Give them a pole and a win here.
The pride of Sturgis, Kentucky. Good luck to you on Sunday, Bill Baird.
Dad
Thank you very much.
worked
I gotta mention,
in modifieds from the 60s to the 70s. Actually, he owned his first one in 1957, if you can believe that. He was 14 years old and bought his first modified. But then he got with this guy that studied F1 cars out in
at the beginning of 1999.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I know the whole story. I watched him race at Stafford. Stafford was one of my home tracks. Dad was with the Busch mostly.
Andy Hillenberg, who's won here a couple of times.
Yeah, man. We came south in '82 with Ronnie Bouchard and all of that. Well, my dad did. I ended up staying up north until '92, and we mainly raced.
I'm hoping we got a shot
we
at the
raced
pole.
Monadnock
I'll be able to tell you more at the end of the day whether we do or not.
In the 90s, 80s, 90s.
Right now, I mean, See, that's the great part about the first race of the year is everybody has
What's
high hopes. I mean,
worse about Stafford? Are they
think that they can win the pole and win the race. So that's the cool thing about coming to Daytona, and we're in the same boat.
They
I mean,
seem,
we think we can win
if
the
they
pole
can
and win the
treat
race,
the
but,
competitors
in a couple
fairly.
hours after everybody gets to run, then there'll only be maybe 5 or 6 of those guys. So
Oh, sure.
Hopefully we're one of those.
That's what I was going to say. Some of those guys are fooling themselves, but you have a realistic opportunity, and you've proven you can do it here in the past.
I think so. I mean, we've got a good track
Stafford
record here
Motor
at Daytona.
Speedway,
It's my favorite racetrack. I love coming to Daytona. Had a lot of success
I was there
here, and,
back then. Dad worked with
this
Bugsy
car is the
Stevens,
same one we
Ron
ran
Bouchard,
at
Kim
Talladega
Bouchard.
last year, and I felt like we had a good top 5 finish going and
this
got
guy
in an
Dick
accident.
Trainer
We still ended
for a
up
while.
ninth, so it's a
Ray
good race car.
Hendricks.
You've got this race here, but you've
George
got another
Summers.
exciting racing opportunity that's developed for
He worked a little with
the
Ryan down
International
here
Racing
now in the
Champions.
South, though. When Ryan, when Bob Judkins, 2X there was still, when Bob was still alive and still running the 2X. They came down to Daytona now. I'm not in Daytona anymore. I'm back in the Mooresville area. The race,
and
Race
that's
City
always
area.
a big plus. I mean, the more track time a driver can get, the better
Yeah,
off you are.
Tallahassee. That's
It's
the,
really
the
great.
Panhandle.
Those people over
Well,
there
they
are super.
retired. They
Dave,
were all,
Barbara,
my
and
entire
the True
family's
Value
down in
people, all
Daytona.
those people over there are just
And
absolutely
my dad
fantastic.
still
And anytime
works
you can align yourself in a
at a job
professional
he's had for
organization
30
like
years
that,
after he left
it
racing.
really
He's
makes your job a lot more fun.
engineers.
And those cars have a brand new paint scheme, and they look
Oh,
sharp
yeah,
as well as
Florida
running
Seminoles.
They look racier. Great.
How
He,
about the Cup side?
that's
You're gonna
Central
give that a
Florida.
shot, too.
Yeah, we're Stan Hoover put
My,
together a car for that too. I don't really
Dad
know what
works
kind
for a
of shape
company
we're
that
gonna be.
invented whack-a-mole.
Last year, I didn't
I know
feel like
it
we had a
sounds
very
weird
good car,
for
and we were able to
NASCAR
race
crew
our
chief,
way
but
into the
he
race. We had a good engine
has
last year,
like
and
his
I
shock
didn't feel
dyno
real
and
good about the
everything in his
car. This
shop
year,
and everything.
I don't know where we're
And
at. Engine or
Ryan's
car-wise yet. We'll find out tomorrow
grandfather,
during Winston Cup
Bob,
practice, but,
Dad worked with him and
realistically,
competed
it's hard to
against
come
him
down
and all of
compete
that.
against the Winston Cup teams where you can qualify in the top 20 and basically
Yeah,
assure yourself of
yeah.
a spot getting in by time. So
Anytime
coming
you
in,
want to talk
coming in like we
modifieds,
are,
I
I'm
love
pretty
the
sure that we're gonna
whole
have to
deal.
race hard
That's
next
my
Thursday.
You got your
forte.
work cut out
Like,
for you.
that's
Best
my
of luck
history.
throughout Speed Week. It's always good to see you, Andy.
I watched
appreciate it.
them
It's good to be
being
here.
built
That's
since
Andy Hillenberg. He's won the
1961.
ARCA race twice here in the past. And
I
if you
try
look
to
back at
stream
last
every
year's
morning.
results, of course, it was
No,
a great
I've had
day
the
for
flu
Kenny
for the
Irwin.
last
He
2
went on
weeks,
to
and it
victory in
just
that
was
race.
like,
Hillenberg with a third
I just
place finish.
couldn't.
So a
And I'm
lot of
still
talented names at the
congested,
front of
so
that
I'm
field
not
from last
off
year,
the
and
screen
certainly
a
a lot
little
of
bit
talent in
more.
the garage, hoping to get to victory lane on
Yeah,
Sunday afternoon
I,
here at Daytona.
I try to stream every morning because I'm still doing research and still trying to, put all the whole timeline of Dad's career because he was like a suitcase Jake. And there's just like so much that would go into his biography. I mean, he's helping me write it if I have questions. He's 82 years old. He's still around. But I moved back to North Carolina because it's just more efficient for me to be here in North Carolina near the racing and do that research as well. But, yeah, I just stream watching old races. But if you're iRacing, I'll check you out. I followed you, so you'll pop up.
60 degrees with the left side of the spoiler attached to the rear deck
I'm
lid.
a little older
And
than
then
that.
we're
My
working on the
son's
right side,
older than
making
you
sure that they get
even,
it
but
on, and it will be 60
he
degrees.
races. He races oval.
And so the trucks have now gone onto the racetrack to help get the moisture up out of it. A little bit of sunshine still trying to peek through, but not any activity on the racetrack at the moment.
Hey, I'm back. But yeah, like I said, I stream most mornings. And
Daytona International Speedway is all painted up for the Speed
Digger's
Week.
Dungeon
Began, of course, last
in
weekend
North
with
Carolina.
the Rolex 24 Hours that we televised here on ESPN, and now
I
the
haven't
stock
heard
car
of
portion
that.
underway. The
Digger's
Arcabondo
Dungeon.
Marhine
Is it
cars
something
were out
to do
earlier,
with
but
the
then
Hidden Night
rain
Gem
came,
Mines?
And they are trying to get the track dry.
Oh, Grave Digger. Okay. Well, I do know Hickory's having something monster truckish soon. I think
Bob, you are
next week,
exactly
this
right.
week.
The gold on this car signifies a special anniversary. Gold means 50 years, and
we're
this
kind of
week
halfway
marks the
between
50th anniversary of the guy
North
who owns this
Wilkesboro
race
and
car.
Hickory.
In NASCAR, you have the Petty family. They've been around since the very beginning. In ARCA, you've got the Bowser family. And Jack Bowser, at the
That'd be
age
kind
of
of neat.
68,
Like,
celebrates 50
I would have
years
gone
of
to either
competition. First of all,
Tri-County
Jack, happy anniversary.
or North Wilkes last
It's
weekend.
been a long, long time in racing. You
But
had some very,
I
very
got
special moments.
this flu,
The
and it
car is
just,
absolutely gorgeous.
I was
love the
wanting to
gold
go to the
color. Whose idea
Tri-County
was that to
modified
make it an
race,
anniversary
and I
edition?
just all the way, like, driving just to the grocery, like the corner store. I was like, oh, I'm too sick to drive that far.
I had nothing to do with it.
So I never got out
year
there,
you've got
but
a
I do
partner in
plan
this
on
race
it.
car. You basically have owned these cars for most of your career.
Next
we mentioned
year.
3 driving
Yeah,
championships,
me
3
too,
more as a
man.
car owner
I'll
for a
tell
total
you.
of 6 as a
I
car
scored
owner.
Lake
But the
Speed
guy
the
who was
last
crew chief for
race they
the
had at
champion
North
a
Wilkes
year
Road
ago,
in
Jeff Lemons now
96
comes on as a
and
co-car
in
owner.
96.
Right, Jerry.
And when Stapleton 42 did his walkthrough before they renovated it, you could see the chair I had pushed in. I was third from the end in the second row, and I'm like, darn. Yeah, Glen is nice. I've only been to Limerock. I haven't been to the Glen. I don't think.
Right now, who was the champion crew chief a year
Oh,
ago.
the 6 hours. Now, Dad did IMSA, so
he wouldn't have left Frank Kimmel,
you
and now
know,
he becomes
he was
a
a crew chief for
50% car owner in
IMSA
his
for
car, driven by Bob Strait. You got one
84
race last
to
year, and now with Lemons on board,
89.
the 50th anniversary colors.
It was kind of in the transition when
what about 1999? What's your outlook?
Valvoline car with Ronnie Bouchard.
We're pretty optimistic.
And
you know, we think we're going to do better. You know,
oh,
Jerry,
this is way before your time. Gosh, my son was only 2,
you know,
so
with the competition and everything,
you weren't barely born.
I just felt my dad
but
always said, you're on a
yeah,
ship, you get
it was
off,
a
so I
transition
didn't get
when the
off ship,
NASCAR cars started running
add
a
more
little more.
buoyancy to it.
It was,
I got to ask you, you've been around
and
50 years. Do you
the IMSA
remember
team actually had a road
back,
team
do
too,
you remember when
and
Billy
Mike Beam
Parsons
was
had
crew
hair?
chief for a while.
Yeah, I do, Jerry. It was,
Dad
he was
was
quite young when I met Benny.
You have been here a long time, Jack.
With Ronnie in
Good luck
82,
to you
81,
on
82, and
1999,
83.
and once again, congratulations on
81
being a
just
major,
as a
major part
volunteer
of the
when
ARCA success story.
Race Hill Farms went south because Dad was
Jack
still living
Bowser,
in
a legend
Massachusetts.
and a gentleman, a 6-time car
Birdie
owner
went
champion.
south with
Welcome
them.
someone who
Bob
has
Johnson
50
went
years of
south with
experience
them.
to someone last
And
year
when Bob
who
Johnson
ran just
quit, my
5
dad
races.
took
Let's
over.
go to Bill Weber.
But he ended up in
They hired
victory
my
lane.
dad or
Last time I
whatever. My
saw
dad
Mike
went
Swain
for
Jr.
one
was
race.
celebrating at the Atlanta Motor Speedway
The
after a
firecracker
victory, and that was an
400, and they
emotional
finished
moment
third.
for you and a
My
great
dad's first
accomplishment
cup
at
race
Atlanta.
with
It
them.
really was. It was good
With
for our whole
Ronnie.
team, and really a momentum booster coming here
I think
today.
LeBronny
This was
won.
the last
I
race
know,
of the season
Allison
that
won.
give us something to build on over the winter. And guys worked really hard. We put this car together in about 3 weeks.
Kale.
We got the car back from Gene Dehart
Dale
about
Senior and Jamie.
January 10th. And
Now, I
everybody just,
definitely
pitched in and
watched
worked real
Kale
hard. Worked from 8 in the morning to 10 or 11 o'clock at night for about 3 straight
Dale
weeks.
Senior.
So,
And
really
my
like
dad
Frank
did
Pontiac
some
and Bill Davis
work for
Racing,
Dale
and especially
Senior.
Bill and Gail.
That was all
they're one of
very.
the reasons we're here, and
We
probably
went
the only
through some
reason
tough
we've been able
times
to make
through
it.
that.
They've really been
My
helping
dad
us out a whole lot.
was supposed to be crew
Like to
chief
thank,
when Kelly
Sonic,
Yarbrough's team was
fast food,
rebought
drive-through
by
there,
this
on
other
board
guy.
with us for Daytona, so
And that all
welcome
went
Sonic aboard.
sliding
Always glad to
sideways.
have
I
more
think
food.
one of the financiers
Let me ask you
died.
this, though. You've been a real
I
busy
don't know.
guy as far as racing.
I have
is
to
concerned
find
in
out.
recent
Like,
years,
my
but
dad
this
doesn't
year,
remember that
kinda
part.
scaling it back
I
a
said,
little
I
bit.
swear, there was
We
a
are
plane
little
crash
bit,
money. Your
it's kind of the deal where you
financiers.
have to take a step back
Or
to
the
move
pilot
forward. And we sold both our Dash Series
was-
cars and
or
just
some-
over the
I don't
winter.
know, something,
And we built another ARCA car, so
But-
now we have 2 cars, and we're going to
Yeah,
hopefully
that
run
that
the
all
9
went
speedway
sideways.
races
My
in
dad
the
was
ARCA
supposed to
series.
be the crew
But
chief
you
in
do have an
2000
overall plan.
for
You'd
that
like to make a
with
move into
Jeff
the
Fuller
Busch
as the driver.
Oh,
Car
definitely. We've been trying to do
98
that
they
for
do
about a year now,
attempt
and talking
to
to
qualify
car owners and talking
Daytona
to sponsors, and it's so hard to get that first
in
opportunity,
2000.
get your first breakthrough.
And
once
I
you can
think-
get that and prove yourself a little bit, the rest of it's a little easier. But that first step is
Or
always
maybe
seems the
not.
most hard.
Maybe
And
Charlotte
this-
was the
you've already
first
taken
race.
that first step, but this could be the biggest step for you
Whatever
right
it
here.
was, it
It
was
is,
something to
that
do
win in
with the
Atlanta was
motor.
a
My dad
big,
was
big
objectional
step. And,
to changing the
Ben's
motor,
on
but
board
they
with
did it
us then,
anyway.
They were a good sponsor to work with.
And
Met
I
some
don't
really good
think
people, and
it went well.
we had a good year last year in the ARCA Series.
Something
finished in the
about
top 10
that.
every race,
But
and
I
had
gotta
a couple top
detail
5s, got
that
that win.
before
So
I know.
it was a good momentum boost and shows, the car owners and
For
potential
sure, and
sponsors that
etch it in
we can get the
stone.
job done.
Okay, well, the sun's out. We're going to make it go back to work,
okay?
Yeah, I can't wait. We've been sitting in the garage area for too long now.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you, Bill.
I'm really excited about watching this guy race in this series. I think it will be an excellent opportunity for him to showcase his racing skills. We'll see what happens as the season goes along. Back up top.
We look for good things from Mike Swaim Jr. You know, Jack Bowsher, his name
Mike
is really
Swaim
magic to me. When I
Jr.,
was
is he
growing
the
up
guy
in
that
eastern
they
Indiana,
is
they used
called
to televise
Fatback,
some
or was
races
that
from the Dayton, Ohio Speedway about
his
every
father?
Sunday afternoon, and his was one of the
As a
first
crew
names
chief,
that I
like
can
many
remember being associated with auto
years
racing.
earlier.
So Jack Bowsher really means something special to me, and I know he does to you
I
too,
got
Benny.
it. That's weird. But yeah, that's something too that just popped in my
would still be in
mind.
Detroit
Like
working
when
on
I
practice
watch these, I
started racing
remember
the ARCA
some of
series
that
in
history.
1965 and struggled.
I remember
because Jack
guy,
Bowser was
a
there,
crew
and I
guy,
think he won
crew chief.
something like 20 or 25
Mike
races that year in the
Swaim,
ARCA
I could've
division.
sworn it was
Just
called
unbelievable
Fatback.
how well it prepared his
But that
car
kid-
was and how
this
much
is
he
90.
won.
But then in 1960, he moved on to the USAC circuit.
And it was in a recent interview talking about history, so the guy could be big now. Who knows?
ESPN's coverage of
that good cook in Mooresville, North Carolina will do it to you.
7 o'clock Eastern time tonight with RPM.
Trust me, I was a skinny little run-up in Massachusetts.
Robinson, the anatomy of a wreck, and Stanton Barrett, who has some great plans for 1999, plus the appearance of Benny Parsons. That's at 7 o'clock tonight on ESPN2. RPM
Jimmy was kind of
tonight.
after I had left the sport. I left working for
Another guy who
NASCAR
did very well in ARCA testing. Here's the
focusing on it because I ended up marrying a fireman, and I went to a couple races. We went to Nazareth in '98.
Not only was second in testing at almost 189 miles an hour,
then I lived
he was second in the standings last year.
and gardened and
coming back
beekeeped
here is like coming home. In fact, it
did
is
all
coming
these
home
other
for you.
things.
Yeah, this is home for us. Yeah, grew up 5 miles from the
And
racetrack,
then I
went
was
to school 2
drawn
miles
back.
from the racetrack. So,
Really, the
back
Cars
to
Tour
Daytona
got me
and just
fired
wanna
up
get a win
again
here.
for
This I
local
think
track
this is the year
racing
that we've got the best chance to do it. We've got a great car. Ernie Elliott's doing the engines. We've got a great engine, and Janet King back on as a sponsor. So I really feel like this is the best shot I've ever had to win a race.
Let's update your physical condition first of all. We saw that grinding accident where you cut a tire at Talladega, and you had to have Howard Rose sub for you at Atlanta. How are you as far as the physical condition?
I'm fine. I mean, physically, mentally, everything's fine. My arm's healed real well. I could have probably drove the race at Atlanta if it wasn't for the concussion. It took me about 2.5 months to get over that, but everything's doing great. I mean, the doctors did a great job putting the plate in my arm. I have had absolutely no problems with that.
I'm going to
All
jump
the
off
bruises
screen
and bangs
again
are
for a
all
minute.
gone, so all it is a memory right now.
Now, we talked about how
Sun's
Frank
coming
Kimmel
up.
gained a brother by getting his brother Bill to come on as crew chief. You lost a brother. Your brother Tony had to go in a different direction.
Yeah, we hired Tony to do the trucks for Brian Cunningham, and Brian's going to run a different series, and we were going to cut back on the trucks, and Tony needed to be back in Winston Cup. When you're away from Winston Cup anytime at all, you lose touch with a lot of things, and he couldn't pass up an opportunity to go with Ray Evernham and Jeff Gordon and the Hendrick operation. So it's just a great opportunity for him, and it may pay dividends for me later on.
Hey, Mark, good luck to you coming home. Maybe getting a win here. The sun is shining. Maybe the sun will shine on you here on Sunday.
I sure hope so. We need it. Thank you.
All right, that's Mark Gibson, who certainly put in his dues. But how about a guy who paid a lot to get here? Bill, how about that story?
Well, it's certainly an excellent story, Jerry, and it's one we're going to visit throughout the next week or so as the ARCA guys get ready to race here on Sunday afternoon. But it was 3 years ago when we introduced race fans to Shane Doles, who came down here with a big dream of making the 200 on Sunday. And through a lot of hard work, overcoming a lot of bad luck, he got in. You had more bad luck in the race. You've really worked hard to get back here, haven't you?
Yeah, it's been a long, hard road, I guarantee you. We've had some good runs. We almost got a major sponsor there a couple of years ago. Had some really good things going. About the time we got sponsorship worked out, the company gets bought out. So we have to start all over again, and we basically had to sit last year out, and it's been a tough deal. We finally got us another car put together, and we come back looking good.
You do have a car, and you've got a sponsor, and you've got a plan here.
Right. Riverside Ford has always helped us a little bit. Our local Ford dealer come on real strong this year. They're wanting to do the Atlanta races for us, so we're really looking forward to going and doing it again.
Tell us, Shane, you tested well. You think you've got a realistic shot of qualifying well here and running well here?
Yeah, definitely. We came down, there was 34 cars here. We was 8th fastest the first 2 days. You know, and it's just a test. You don't never know what everybody else is doing, so we just have to wait and see. But I think we got a real good shot at it. We went home and made a few changes, and we're fitting to find out here in a few minutes if they helped or hurt us.
Well, we certainly want to follow your story again this year, but this time we're looking for a little happier ending, okay?
I heard that. I hope it gets a lot better.
All right, good to see you. Best of luck to you.
Thank y'all.
That's Shane Doles. Don't forget, he came here 3 years ago. We documented his struggle throughout the week. And on the pace lap for the race, you might remember, the right side window fell out of the car. So he actually had to come onto pit road. The race started with him sitting on pit road, the team trying to get the window back in. It has really been a struggle, but he's put a lot of his own time, his money, and a lot of effort has gone into getting him back here. And he's excited about the opportunity. We'll see how he fares, guys.
Boy, if he didn't have, he would have no luck if he had, well, whatever. He had a lot of bad luck a couple of years ago.
You know, it's unbelievable how Bill Weber's memory works. He remembers all that stuff about the window. I remember that pecan pie from that restaurant up in Georgia where he's from. It's
sure
amazing.
You know, the one other series that we have referred to earlier in the show is the International Race of Champions, and there are the new cars that will be run in that series this year. They have a different look to them. They are the IROC racers this year, previously associated with Pontiac, but this year they're just called the IROC cars. And the names of the drivers that will be in them will be painted in large white letters on the sides of the cars to make it a little bit easier for the fans to identify.
I think the official name is the IROC True Value Series this year. As we can see, True Value has a huge sponsorship position on these cars. They are still the same Pontiacs that they used last year. There's the Pontiac Firebird, a small block V8, in other words, the 350 Chevrolet. 500 horsepower at 6,800
That is such an easy engine to work on.
Cars, you're trying to make them as equal as
a
possible.
4-barrel carburetor.
And hurt the engine,
you could
so
put
1,600
aftermarket cams in them. I mean,
pounds,
they
all the cars
were
will use
cool
the Goodyear
AF.
Racing Eagles.
And of course, the 12
I had
of
the
best
Chevy
drivers
V8
in the whole
in my
wide world have been selected to
Rally
participate
Sport, but it
in
was
the True Value IROC
305
Series in 1999. We'll examine a car just a little bit closer
that was
when
snappy.
we return
That was
with
snappy
more
little car.
from Daytona International Speedway.
And here's Speed Week Day 2.
Away toward the run for the pole. The work has gone on, but practice has been shortened by rain. Today, however, 25 drivers will be relieved to know they're locked in the field for Sunday's First Plus Financial ARCA 200. ESPN Speed World welcomes you live to Daytona International Speedway for our continuing coverage of Speed Weeks 99. Today, the ARCA Bondo Marhide Series. We're getting set for first round qualifying for Sunday's First Plus Financial ARCA 200. You can see that race live on ESPN at 1:30 Sunday afternoon, preceded by, at 11 o'clock in the morning, the Bud Shootout Qualifier. Well, there's always a lot of surprises when ARCA comes to town, and this year is no exception. Here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
The early hours of ARCA practice has produced new faces in new places. Among the fastest, this short track bullet from the Buckeye State, Shane Yoder, hoping to qualify for his second ever event on asphalt. Second generation driver Bobby Hamilton Jr. turned his first race at Daytona ever just weeks ago. And 34-year-old mother of two, Shauna Robinson, hopes to become the second woman to win an ARCA pole in series history. What do they all have in common? Well, they are all rookies with fast cars, high hopes, but limited experience. But that's what makes ARCA qualifying so exciting. We've got rookies with a legitimate shot at the front row. And we haven't even begun to talk about the veterans. With more on their story, here's Bill Weber.
New faces always mean new excitement, but experience and the wisdom of a veteran racer at this high-speed track cannot be overlooked. You cannot measure the benefit of having been there before. 2 laps at Daytona is not the most difficult task in driving, but it can be the most nerve-wracking. The fact you've done it before gives you the confidence to be able to do it again. Now, qualifying here is critical, not only because it determines where you are in the starting field, but if you're in the starting field, especially when you consider the fact there are more than 60 ARCA drivers hoping their dream comes true here on Sunday. Now to our ESPN anchor location, and Bob Jenkins, Benny Parsons, and Ray Dunlap.
Thank you very much, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. We always talk about how important it is to qualify up front, but it's especially important for this race, Benny.
Well, we're always talking about it because you want to be in front of that trouble in case something were to happen. And I'm told that the ARCA drivers for the First Plus Financial 200, 27 of those guys are rookies. So you know when you have a rookie out there, it's just a time bomb waiting to go off. So you want to qualify up front just as far as possible to be in front of the trouble.
So, Ray, who has the advantage, the rookies or the experienced drivers?
Well, I think it's got to go to the veterans, Bob. There are a couple of young guys and women that have very, very fast race cars. But I go with the veterans. We're talking about guys like Mark Gibson, Andy Hillenberg, maybe Bob Shack. All 3 of those guys certainly have a shot at the pole today.
Well, here we go. First car is on the track. 2 laps of qualifying here this afternoon. He's on his warm-up lap, and we will select the top 25 starters. The 26 through 36 positions will be selected in round 2, and then the provisionals with 41 cars possible. On the racetrack is the number 85 car driven by Doug Graham, one of those inexperienced and rookie drivers that we've been talking about.
I'm told he has a great deal of experience at Pocono where he runs a racing school or a driving school, but here at Daytona, he's a rookie.
Here he comes down to take the green flag and begin his 2 laps of qualifying. He is a graduate of the Fast Track High Performance Driving School at Charlotte and is a driving instructor at the Stock Car Racing Experience in Pocono, Pennsylvania at Pocono International Raceway.
But, Benny, there probably isn't 2 racetracks on the entire ARCA Bondo-Marhide schedule that are any more different than Daytona and Pocono, right?
They're the same in one respect. They're both 2.5-mile racetracks, but that's where the similarity ends because, yes, Pocono's a triangular-shaped racetrack with 3 different bankings. Here you have all 31-degree banking in the corner. And we see that Graham is right in the middle of the racetrack. And if you watch Winston Cup qualifying, you see these guys go through the corner and we see them bottoming out. These cars don't do that because the ARC officials mandate that they run springs strong enough that the car will not go down and drag the racetrack.
Doug was 34th in the practice this morning, a 180.317. Let's see what his first lap of qualifying is here today, considerably slower than that.
Yeah, 50.317, 178.866. And in practice, those guys sometimes get fooled because other cars on the racetrack will stir the air up and they'll let your car run a little bit faster than they can now on the racetrack with no other cars out there. That's why so many guys, you'll see a car that you'll read in the paper that they practice the fastest car at 190 miles per hour, 188 miles per hour. The next day they come back and run 187. That's because they were getting some help from a car in front of them in that practice session.
More than likely, the second lap is going to be faster on most of these guys because they are running the restrictor plates, and it takes a lap to get up to full speed. His second lap is complete, and it is a little bit quicker than lap number 1 for Doug Graham.
50.108, 179.612 will be his lap of record, but still not quite up that 180 he ran this morning.
I think Doug brought in a lot of confidence this race because he has a car that used to be driven by Bobby Gerhardt. Now, Bobby Gerhardt always runs well at Daytona, and in our practice, we saw Bobby Gerhardt in the top 10, so he knows he has a car that can put him in the field.
Next on the racetrack is a young man that we followed through the years here at Daytona, especially Shane Doles. Next to qualify, here's Jerry Punch.
And Bob, Shane is the epitome of the compelling stories we see here in ARCA competition. He's trying to qualify for his 16th ever ARCA event, but he's never really had a great shot. So he took it on himself to give himself one final opportunity at an ARCA racing career. We told the story yesterday, but if you weren't listening, he mortgaged his home, a home that was paid for to come here. He got 50 to 60 friends to give him $100 apiece. He got an engine that Mike Wallace reused to finish second last year from Cranifus Haas. He got a set of heads borrowed from Robert Yates. He has begged, borrowed, mortgaged his home, and emptied his savings account for this one shot at Daytona. And the crew,
so many people
standing
do
behind the
that.
wall with their fingers crossed, are hoping
You would be
it works out
surprised
for the
how many
lifeboat
people
Shane
do
Doles.
that just to get a chance.
Running an awfully good line through the corner. We see he's a
Kinda
lot
not
lower through the corner
cool.
than Doug Graham.
With as much
And
money
again,
as
just this
NASCAR
racetrack,
makes,
like any
and that's
racetrack,
my
the closer you can get to the bottom
drum
of the
I
racetrack,
beat
the
all the
shorter
time.
distance you have to run around the track.
But we do it because we love it, and they know it.
Yeah, he ran a 185.227 in practice this morning. So we'll see how that compares to lap number 1, which he is just about to complete.
Pretty good race car that Shane's in right here in number 97. It used to have number 33 on it. Harris Devane drove this race car for a couple of years. It originally came from Bill Elliott Motorsports, so we know it's a pretty good race car.
And we see that Shane Doles has gone into the first spot at 49.138, 183.158 miles per hour. Now he needs to pick it up. He needs to get down to about 48.50, 48.60 to really think that he has a chance winning the race here on Sunday afternoon.
In practice earlier today was Mark Gibson at 187.856. Shane Doles' best qualifying performance in his ARCA career came at Talladega in 1996. He started in 6th position. He heads for the checkered flag and becomes our second qualifier for Sunday's First Plus Financial ARCA 200.
Well, let's just pick it up, Eddie. if he could up just a little bit, but not enough. 48.976, 183.763. That might get him in the top 15. I think he will make it in today's top 25 without any problem.
Well, coming up later this afternoon on ESPN2, it is RPM Tonight, and John Kernan will have the continuing coverage of Speed Weeks tonight, featuring Mark Martin, Dale Jarrett, and Tony Stewart. The NASCAR Winston Cup cars are on the track for the first time tomorrow afternoon. You'll see that live here on ESPN. Back with more in just a moment. ESPN Speed World continuing coverage of Speed Weeks 99 at Daytona is being brought to you by Super 8 Motels, over 1,700 throughout North America. Brian Kahns has just qualified the 06 car, and his best lap of the two was his second at 51.019 seconds, a 176.405. Here's Bill Weber.
Well, Shane, 48.976, 183.7. You're not overly thrilled with that, I don't think.
No, not overly. I don't know. We kind of had to step on the motor a little bit yesterday with the rain and all. We went out there and practiced and had to basically dry the track off, and I ain't sure we didn't hurt something. Kind of got to doing some funny things this morning, and we thought we had found the problem, but evidently not.
You think that'll get you in the top 25 here today?
I'm not sure. It just has to see what the weather and all does. If it cools back off, then we'll probably be in trouble.
Okay. Best of luck to you.
Thank you, buddy.
He was very optimistic yesterday, hoping for a spot in the top 10. Right now, he will take a spot in the top 25. That would lock him into Sunday's starting field.
And guys, I think the weather is going to be a factor this afternoon for two reasons. Number one, as Shane talked about, the sun is out on the racetrack, and late in qualifying, there are some very, very good cars that get to go. And the other thing is there was a great deal of humidity early this morning when they practiced. It was up around 90% humidity, and now with the sun out like this, the humidity is going down, 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 and that's going to make the race cars go faster.
Matter of fact, practice was delayed today because of heavy fog over the racetrack after last night's heavy rains. Dr. Jerry Punch is with Dan Pardis, who is running for Rookie of the Year in Winston Cup.
Exactly, Bob. The last time we saw Danny Pardis, the 35-year-old, was fastest second-round qualifier here last October for the Pepsi 400, and thus will start 11th in the Bud Shootout qualifying race on Sunday morning.
Preston's dad.
This race here, the ARCA
Preston
event,
Pardis.
is this for lap time, more experience on the track?
Yeah, absolutely, Jerry. You know, the more laps you can get here at Daytona and any racetrack, these cars are so similar that it helps me out, you know, and I learn a little bit every time I go out there, especially the drafting in these ARCA cars. It's definitely going to benefit me in the Winston Cup stuff and help me on Sunday in the shootout.
Your lap times this morning in practice awfully good. You're in the top 10. Do you have a shot at the front row?
You know, I'd like to think so, Jerry, but I don't believe so. We're off just probably 2 or 3 tenths. We really don't know where it's at right now. We really didn't have enough time on this Jim and Judy Motorsports Midwest Transit Coldwell Banker Major League Realty entry. We just need a little bit more time to work with it, but we feel we got us a good top 10 start here today. If we can start here in the top 10, we can win this race here at Daytona. I've started here 22nd before and finished 8th or 9th, and you know, you just got to be there at the end here at Daytona and use your head and work the draft, and that's what we're going to do.
All right, Danny Pardis finished 3rd at Talladega last year in ARCA competition, has a shot at the top 10, if not better, here in qualifying today.
He comes down, takes the white flag.
Did he get those sponsors in? How in the world did he memorize those and do those 4?
He rattled them right off, didn't he?
Sure did.
Man.
That's the second lap for Kurt Piercy.
Yep.
His qualifying is over, and we see his second lap was the best one at 50.484. 178.274 miles per hour, and currently is in the 3rd spot.
Coming off his best season in ARCA, finishing 7th in the point standings last year. Now moving on to the racetrack is the number 41 car driven by Carl Long.
Long out of Roxborough, North Carolina, for around Durham. This is D. Dixon's car.
A couple years ago, Benny, I was doing a NASCAR Slim Jim All-Pro Series race at Bristol Motor Speedway. And Carl went to victory lane in that one. He said the biggest moment of his life until today. Now he gets to race at Daytona, or at least try to make the race, and that's pretty exciting.
Awfully nice young man.
Jerry, meanwhile, is with Bobby Hamilton Jr. as Carl begins his run.
We told you at the top of the show, this young man, a second-generation driver, one of the favorites. Even though he's a rookie, one of the favorites for the front row. Bobby, how about Daytona? Is it as awesome as your dad told you it was going to be?
Oh, yeah. Even if it wasn't fast, just being here, knowing that Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Gordon, all them guys have come to victory lane here, even been on the same pit road as I'm on now. So it's just unbelievable when you walk in here in the morning knowing that, you know, it's hard to believe I'm here with all this. I mean,
that's not a joke to step out onto Daytona's pit road. I did it in 95.
We put some real good
It goes through you. You get chills.
We just put it back up the race shocks and everything.
Full of ghosts. It's just incredibly awesome. The only thing that ever topped it was stepping out on pit road at the bricks at the Indy NASCAR race, but just it was so much more than the NASCAR race. It was like just standing there, coming out gasoline alley, man. It's a must-do for anyone if they wonder which track to go to.
It's so good to see these young men coming along and following in their father's
Other tracks have got that feeling
where every year, aren't they, BP?
It's amazing.
North Wilkesboro
and, you know,
and Hickory.
The Busch Series, the NASCAR Busch here on Monday. We've got Adam
Probably
Petty,
more so than any other track.
Years old, going to run the entire NASCAR Busch Series.
His first lap was good enough for second best so far, and he remains in that position. But lap number 2 is better. He went from 179.6 to a 49.809 and a 180.690 on lap number 2. But Shane Doles still is the man on the provisional pole as we have just begun first round qualifying for Sunday's ARCA 200. ESPN Speed World is the place to be for all kinds of auto racing coverage. Tune into the Deuce Sunday at 9:30 for the NHRA AutoZone Winter Nationals, the opener of the NHRA season from Pomona. That's on at 9:30 Eastern Time on Sunday night. Team Prudhomme swept the Top Fuel and Funny Car races last year. We'll see if they can do it once again this year. NHRA starts at 9:30 on Sunday evening here on the Deuce. We're qualifying first round for the ARCA race, and the number 81 car of Jerry Hill is about to complete lap number 2. His first lap was a 180.542, 49.850. Currently third best. Checkered flag has fallen. Lap number 2 is a little slower.
Wow, that's something very unusual. We won't see too much of that. These cars slowing down on that second lap. I would guess that something happened to Jerry Hill that made it caused him to back out the throttle. That's why he was slower on that second lap.
Bill Weber is with Carl Long, who just qualified.
And they tell me you're second quickest, but you said you were looking for a little bit more than that.
Yeah, it's we're going out a little early, and my generator broke, and it stopped heating up the oil in the rear end and up the engine thing. So
it's never easy, is it?
No, things will go wrong when it can, but we did the best of what we had, and we'll be good in the race. Get in today, and the car hopefully will draft well.
Big thrill for you, Carl, be down here and do all this.
Yeah, it's the first time being at Daytona, and guys back in Durham, C. Dixon that owns this car, he's helping out, and Dr. Richard Skillen, the other owner, we're doing all we can do and learning and getting all the experience we can, and maybe run a few other divisions this year.
You're smiling a lot.
Well, you're supposed to. You got the camera on, right?
Well, best of luck this weekend.
Thank you, Bill.
That's Carl Long. Don't forget to smile. There's Jerry Punch.
All right, 41-year-old Mark Gibson this morning in the final practice session was the fastest car overall, and how appropriate. He has come home. He is from New Smyrna Beach. He went to high school at Mainland High School, a par 5 from turn 4, that close to the racetrack. And Mark, how about it? Can you get the pole today?
We've got a good shot. You know, I don't know if I can run any faster than that, but we're real happy with that. We struggled yesterday, had some problems, and got them straightened out, and the crew did a heck of a job. We got a shot, and that's more than I've had here a lot of times, so we'll just have to give it a roll and see what happens.
Those beepity beep beep, that buzzing is the incoming feed. I can't do anything about it. I have a feeling it's in one of their mics not plugged in totally.
Can run a fast lap here with a little bit of practice. So, you know, it's a little rough with the shocks. You got to hang on a little bit, but you know,
It's fairly easy to drive. I think it's mostly just
Dan
car
Pardis on the
engine.
track just took the pole,
All right, Mark Gibson trying to put some
184.5.
numbers up, but Danny Pardis has already done it, guys.
48.77.
Yeah, he's bumped Shane Doles off the pole. Pardis first lap, 48.774.
I don't know if this is still the era where they used to use old cup cars for these ARCA teams. I don't know.
But I'll tell you,
I think so.
he's way off the pole right here because I think it's going to take a 47.90 to win the pole today, and Danny's got a long way to go to get there.
Yes, it's probably going to be even faster than that. In practice, I think some of them ran like 47.75, so we'll see what Pardis can do. This should give us some pretty good indication. You may be right. It may be closer to 48 flat. And Pardis at second lap, 48.520, 185.491, and you're probably right, Ray. He's probably still a good half second off.
I wouldn't doubt that's a top 10 car there, but it's definitely not pole material. We've got way too many fast cars coming up in this field.
That second lap was just a little bit faster than his best practice speed earlier today, and he came in 9th overall. Back down to Bill Weber.
With Jerry Hill, your first lap was faster than your second lap. Do you know why?
I have no idea. It's kind of working opposite. It should have been the second should have been the fastest, but we've got to take what we can get right now. We've only had about 3 weeks to build this car, so we feel pretty good that we've run it this good with only 3 weeks worth of work on it.
Okay, well, you got a couple more days, and best of luck here this weekend.
All right, thank you very much.
On the racetrack, as we continue qualifying, is Kirk Shelmerdine, former crew chief for Richard Childress and Dale Earnhardt, who has 25 career super speedway starts since 1993.
It's a bit of a familiar guy right there.
And won the race in Atlanta last year in this 3 car.
Terry Punch has an observation on the qualifying.
If it gets too annoying, I'll fast forward.
Bob, asking some of the crews down here in line to go qualify why we are seeing speeds now maybe a half a second slower than what we saw this morning in practice. There are varying reasons, but most of them say one thing has gotten a lot of people scared here or frightened, and that is the new ARCA inspection procedures. Bill Weber showed you rather extensively yesterday what they do to go through inspection, much like what Gary Nelson and his crew does in Winston Cup. But the big concern is the spring rule. 350-pound minimum across the back of the car. A lot of the guys have gone conservative. Now, they can practice prior to qualifying without having the springs checked, but once they go through to qualify and come back in, if the spring is too soft, your qualifying run is disallowed. And with possibly weather moving in tomorrow, they want to make sure they get a lap in today. So a little conservative on the springs and a little slower on the racetrack.
For Kirk Shelmerdine, he finished 3rd here at Daytona in 1996. First lap, 3rd quick.
49.432, 182.068 miles per hour. What Jerry Punch was talking about was, if you watch Winston Cup qualifying for the past couple of years, you've seen these cars really sag down in the rear, and they're running just incredibly soft springs like you would use in Martinsville. Not someplace like Daytona, but what they do is the soft spring lets the car go down, the back of the car go down, and it gets the rear spoiler out of the air. If they have to have a, like in the ARCA division, a 60-degree minimum angle on the spoiler, if they can get the back of the car to go down, and that spoiler may be 55 degrees, and every degree that they can lessen the angle, that's the faster the car will go.
Checker flag drops for Kirk Shelmerdine. He's completed his run, and he stays 3rd quick, but the second lap is a little bit faster than lap number 1. It's 49.159, a 183.079. Dan Pardis and Shane Doles are on the front row right now, and when we come back to Daytona International Speedway, we'll talk with the guy who's on the provisional pole, local hero Dan Pardis. That when we return. Stay with us. Bob Jenkins, Benny Parsons, Ray Dunlap, Bill Weber, and Dr. Jerry Punch back at Daytona. First round ARCA qualifying. 8 have qualified so far. The 9th qualifier, Kevin Counselor, who's on the racetrack right now, has just completed lap number 1.
And where did he fall in? Check it out. 4th so far, 49.774, 180.817 miles per hour.
Down to Bill Weber with the promised interview with Dan Pardis.
Provisional pole right now, 185.4 and some change, and you're fairly pleased with that.
Yeah, we are, Bill. You know, it's probably our quickest lap of the day. You know, this morning with so many cars on the racetrack, you know, we got 60-something entries here, and we could never get a clean run this morning. And
there was, 10, 20 race cars on the track at one time. It's just so hard to get a clean run, and we bettered any lap that we had this morning. So, we're happy with it. You always want more in this business, just like Benny and his food. He always wants more, but you can't ever be satisfied. But, I'll take it. Hopefully that'll give us a top 10, and I'm going to race them, and we'll be there at the end here. I've started as far back as 22nd, like I said, and brought her to the front. So we're going to do that. We got a good race car. The Jim and Judy Motorsports, Coldwell Banker, Major League Realty, Midwest Transit, Chevrolet Monte Carlo is going to do good for us, so we'll be happy with that.
I never thought you could do that again, but you do. Way to go.
I'm sure I forgot a few. I forgot Bill Weber and Benny Parsons and ESPN2 and all them people. They're great.
All right, good luck Sunday.
Thank you.
Car number 95, Bobby Hamilton Jr.
Your reputation precedes you, BP.
How about that, Benny? You going to let him get away with that?
Well, Counselor's second lap was 182.083, fourth fastest. Bobby Hamilton has a vested interest in what's about to happen on the racetrack because his son is about to qualify.
Yeah, and he's working for free, too, not getting any pay for being crew chief this weekend. So
no, he's getting paid because he doesn't have to put that car on the racetrack for his son.
Yeah.
All right, Bobby Sr. watching his son. First time ever to qualify at Daytona International Speedway. He flashes by for the green flag. Bobby, what do you think the young man's going to run?
Well, I don't know. We run good yesterday, and we only made one lap today, and we had a tire to go down and run a 49 flat then. So I told him I'd be pretty happy because what happens when we got 3 guys down here because all the guys are at home working on the Busch car. We got the grease hubs on it, no oil hubs or anything for qualifying. All that stuff gets cold, so it's a little different. So if we could run a 48.70 or 48.80, we'd be pretty happy with it.
What are your thoughts right now, watching your young man for the first time at Daytona? Some people say it makes him feel old, but you got to be awfully proud of what he's done in such a short amount of time.
Well, my wife and I both are proud of the way he's buttoned down in focus. A couple years ago, he wanted to race, but he had his love life and everything, so he sort of got his priorities in line now. We're pretty happy about that.
All right, you said a 47.70 he would be tickled with. Let's see what he does first time by.
A 48.70, Jerry.
And his first lap was a
49.045, so it's pretty close. 183.505. Tell Bobby all he's got to do is pick up 3/10, and he'll have that 48.75, Jerry.
All right, if he picks up 3/10, he's got what you wanted. You wanted that 48.70, so he's getting close, and the second lap should be better.
It should. It'll probably be only 2/10. That's usually what this car does, and a lot of them. So, but, we're trying to get in the top 25. Hopefully that'll get us there. Might be get a little better. Like I said, it's hard to tell if these things do when they're cold.
What did you tell him about qualifying? I mean, his first time at Daytona. What was the piece of advice that you gave him that really gave him maybe the best shot at getting the car in?
I just told him to be real smooth with it. I got an 85. I told him just be real smooth with it, not to scrub a lot of speed off, and it would be okay.
All right, what's the official time, guys, for Marca?
Even better than that.
48.832.
48.832.
184.305 puts Bobby Hamilton Jr. on the outside pole alongside Dan Pardis. Shane Dole's back to third. Kirk Shelmerdine and Kevin Counselor is now fifth.
And Bill Weber is with Kirk Shelmerdine.
And Kirk, you're currently fourth, but you're not very pleased with that overall performance.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. About the worst lap we've had since we've been here. It's a lot hotter today, and we can't seem to get our ride height thing worked out. And, that'll get us in the show, and we'll be racing pretty well, I think. I'm glad it's qualifying. Stuff's over.
Be able to race better than that? That's obviously what you're hoping for.
Yeah, the car's really pretty good. It's just I can't get it low, and I can't get it to stay in one lane through the corner.
That makes it tough, doesn't it?
Well, it's hard to go past that. We'll set it up for racing. I'll be pretty good.
Okay, we'll be watching.
Bobby Hamilton Jr. picking up a good spot.
Well, that's Kirk Shelmerdine, who's qualified fourth fastest so far. Dan Pardis is on the pole right now with Bobby Hamilton Jr. alongside. But
well, I'm just watching the ARCA qualifying.
Welcome back to Daytona, where Dale Kreider has just completed his qualifying run. He is 10th quick. Second lap was best, 50.519, 178.151. Bill is with Bobby Hamilton Jr.
48.832.
The earlier race was the Homestead Busch Grand National. This is actually the start of Speed Weeks. This is day 3, I think. No, day 2. It'd be like 2.5 hours. I'm probably not going to do the whole thing. I'll probably stop at the qualifying and then watch the race tomorrow.
I sort of
tomorrow
figured it was
morning.
going to kill me or hurt me. I really couldn't tell which way it was going, but it felt like it was coming like toward the side of it, making the car to push away from the wall. But you know, that's just part of being down here. You know.
Your dad didn't even say anything to you when
Oh,
you got
yes,
out of the
this
car.
is
I thought for sure
Daytona,
he'd say
yeah.
nice lap or something.
He hardly ever said anything at all.
I know that.
Unless I'd have flipped down the back straight
The
away.
other one was
"Oh, here we go," you know.
Homestead, Miami.
The car presently on.
All right, good luck this weekend, Bob. Jerry?
All right, 24-year-old Josh Baltus, 1997.
There was a 45-minute video of them going over the ARCA guys and who was running and what.
No one has run as close as a half a second to what you ran this morning when you ran a 47.90. Can you pull it off?
Well, you know, Jerry, a lot of it depends on the weather. You know, if the sun's going to be out or if it's cloudy, if we've taped up enough or too much. You know, just the littlest bit can make a half a second difference. So I know my guys have given it their best and prepared it the best they can, and you know, we're going to go out there and see what happens. And
Yeah,
you know,
this is Daytona actually in '99. I was there in '96.
in Atlanta and all the rest of the races this year, and you know, we're just going to give it our best, see what
just
happens.
minimize this a second. That was me there in '96. This is the part that you could see in the background that's all black and white checkers now. It'll become all those towers. That was the start of all those towers.
Guys, we're looking for that bar to be moved up a little bit just to see what they're going to have to do. And Josh said he doesn't know if he can duplicate
It's weird
that,
to see it like
right before
that
he
was
gets his shot,
96,
Gibson goes, and I think he's
97, 98, 99. So in 99,
Right now I'm watching Jim Lambert.
they've got
I tell
like
you what,
all
he is having
seats
his
and everything
problems
where
with
that
the
part was building,
When
being built when I was there.
3 and 4 just a moment ago. The wind that Bill Weber talked about a moment ago is blowing down.
It's
the
on like the
back
turn 4 to the front stretch area. There's like this separate little building.
Now watch that car.
But then it
all over the racetrack.
Man, oh
almost lost.
First lap was 12th fast at 52.220. Let's see what Jim Lamoureux from Sweet Valley, Pennsylvania can do on lap number 2, hoping to make his 14th career ARCA Bondo Meinhardt start since 1997. Second lap was faster at 51.748 to 173.920. But he's
It's
still
loading
the
up.
slowest
Did you
of the
hear it
12
when it
that we
shut
have
off
had
the
today.
engine?
And those numbers are just going to keep rolling down, guys. As Bill said at the top of the show, with 60-some cars here, Jim's going to have a lot of trouble with that speed. He's going to have to go a lot faster in round number 2.
Well, Sunday, live at 6 o'clock Eastern Time, 3 Pacific on ABC.
Can you imagine
Sports
going
is the
175 miles an hour and
Pro Bowl
still
from
being
Honolulu.
20 miles off
Don't miss the
pace?
NFL's best players,
Poor
including Green
thing.
Bay Packers defensive end Reggie White in his last Pro Bowl appearance. Plus, you'll see the Minnesota Vikings rookie sensation wide receiver Randy Moss. The Pro Bowl is on ABC Sports, Sunday at 6 o'clock Eastern. ARCA Bondo Meinhardt qualifying continues here at Daytona International Speedway. On the racetrack is the number 91 car driven by Tim Horvath, trying to become our 14th qualifier of the afternoon. In practice today, he was only 28th quick at a 181.170.
You see already he's in 5th spot. How much can he pick it up? He ran 182.582 that first lap. Second lap, yeah, a little bit faster. Moves up 1 spot to 4th at 49.088, 183.344. So Tim Horvath in 4th spot.
Good run for Tim.
That looks like the 97 Mike Wallace's car. I know a little bit of background about one of them cars. They had it rocking.
Right back on the trailer, took it home. They went to
would
Atlanta in
imagine this
November.
must be the
Couldn't
super
figure out what was
speedway car
wrong with the
that
race
the
car. And
Spam
over the
people
winter,
had.
they went through this thing
It
with a
was not
fine-tooth
very
comb. And I think
fast.
Tim is going to
And
make
I
it in
asked
the
Dad
show
what
with that
happened. I
qualifying
think
lap.
he said
Bob
Mike hit
Shack
the
will be
wall.
out to qualify
Something like
after a while. Right now, we
Could
can
be
talk to
wrong.
him with the doctor.
Indeed, Bob. We saw you a couple of years
have to
ago,
double
back
check
in
my notes.
1995, sit on the pole here at 195.3. Things are a little slower now, but you know what I've noticed most? A lot of these young guys are walking around wringing their hands and trying to take deep breaths so they don't hyperventilate. You're just strolling around here trying to decide, like, well, which movie should I go to see tonight? You're just so relaxed.
Well, you know, I've probably shown my age. You know, I raced when we had no restrictors. 200 miles an hour, that would make you nervous. You know, these cars at 185 and 186, even with the crazy shocks we're running, the only time you really know how fast you're going is if you get in trouble. Right now, as long as everybody's smart, and it'll be a good race come Sunday.
It'll be a good race, and we're going to see what the pace might be right now as Mark Gibson is on the racetrack. Remember, he was fastest overall in the final practice session.
As Ray said, this guy could raise the bar another notch. He ran 187.856 in practice this morning and was the fastest of all. Mark Gibson is on lap number 1.
And Mark Gibson is running a lap to really run fast. Watch him as he comes off turn 4. We see him on the bottom of the racetrack. Now watch as he goes right up against the outside retaining wall. Almost lost it. No wonder he went up against the outside retaining wall. But they held dip down low here and once again go right back up against the outside retaining wall. Some of the other drivers have not been doing that. They're running in the middle of the racetrack.
He did it. He's knocked Pardis off the pole. 186.978, Bill.
Bob, he had a terrible day here yesterday. Tried some technology from their Winston Cup car to see if it would work on the ARCA car. It didn't. This morning he had a terrible vibration. They changed everything. The rear gear, even the drive shaft went out, and the vibration was gone. They even tried a new set of tires to get rid of it. It worked. He had a good lap here this morning. He said it wasn't a particularly clean lap, but he thought it would be good, and he really thought he'd have a shot at the front row here in qualifying this afternoon.
We saw just how loose he was a moment ago coming off this corner. This time he comes off a little bit smoother, and maybe that will help the car run faster. But to run faster, Daytona, you have to use the entire racetrack. You got to come off up against the outside retaining wall and go down the bottom in the trouble and the corner. Second lap, a little bit faster. And Ray, almost with that number you talked about. You wanted 47.90. How about 47.933? 187.762 miles per hour.
Now, can Shauna Robinson run a 47.90 flat? If she can, she'll win the pole.
But we're going to have to wait until late this afternoon because she is 6th from the last out to qualify. The final qualifier, also a good runner, Matt Hutter. Back in a moment. Welcome back to ESPN Speed World. We're at Daytona, and we're covering ARCA qualifying, and there is the provisional pole sitter, Mark Gibson, posing for his official photograph after turning in an outstanding lap and putting himself on the pole for the moment. Bill?
Well, it was easy to smile for that picture, wasn't it? That's the first time at Daytona I think I've had anything to smile about after qualifying. We just always seem to lose qualifying here. We didn't touch the race car. Exactly the way we practiced, that's the way we went out. We didn't put any more tape. We didn't nair the tires up. You know, we just don't want to take any chances, so that's all we can run. I knew that was as fast as we could run when we ran it in practice. I was always hoping for another chance, but we'll take that. If it's not the pole, it's not the pole, but it's going to be awful close.
Especially after yesterday and the way he had to scramble this morning.
Oh, it was terrible. You know, the first thing, the battery was dead in the car, and then we got it cranked and had an oil leak. We had to fix that, and we got out and didn't give it 2 laps of practice, and the last time out, somebody blew an engine and ended practice. I never even got a lap, and then this morning, went out and had a vibration first thing, so we came in, we changed rear end, we changed drive shaft, 4 tires, and it fixed it. We don't know what fixed it, but you know, this has been the worst speed week for me from December testing to now, and maybe now it's turned around. It's always been easy for us up till now, and then we have bad luck now, so maybe this is our year.
All right, we'll see. Best of luck to you, Mark.
Thank you.
Jerry Punch.
Andy Belmont, last year's runner-up for Rookie of the Year, normally runs well in the super speedways, but they've been struggling a little bit. Andy, with the AOL Ford, what's been the problem?
Jerry, I wish I had an answer for you. We've got the car. In race dress, the car runs fine. We try to put the qualifying stuff up under it, and it just doesn't pick the car up the way everybody else's car. You know, when the car should pick up when you put the qualifying stuff in. It drives great. Everything's fine in race setup, but we put the qualifying stuff in, and it's just, for whatever reason, the car won't go. And to be frank with you, I got a broken tailbone from a crash last year at Salem, and it's obviously not healed. And trying to run this shock steel we got to run, I mean, I'm literally in tears out there in the middle of the corner. So it's been a struggle so far. We just, hopefully we can get in first round, and you know the deal. I'll get her to the front.
All right, Andy Belmont will use the experience, but Benny Parsons, as you watch Josh Baltus on the racetrack, this track and this qualifying awfully rough, and when you're injured, when it bangs that car on the racetrack and bottoms out, that's going to hurt.
It really does have to hurt because this racetrack is rough. We can see these cars go through the corners. We can see them moving around. We see the cars going through the bumps and realize just how much pain that Belmont has to be in as he hits those bumps.
We'll review for you the 13th fastest qualifying run so far. Russell Landrum, while we were in break, had a 51.187, a 175.826. Second lap, 50.802, a 177.158. Russell Landrum. And Josh Baldus has completed his first lap, and it's a good one.
Outside pole, 48.
I was pretty sure he was one of the fastest cars.
958 miles per hour.
But that first lap, Benny, is not quite as fast as Mark Gibson's first lap, so can Josh Baldus pick it up? He's got a great race car. This was originally built by the Hendrick organization, and then it went to Diamond Ridge, and then they bought this race car. And he may have slipped on that first lap, so we'll see if this one's better.
Josh Baldus hails from Mooresville, North Carolina. His grandfather is Earl Baldus, who owns Eldora Speedway in Rossburg, Ohio. And Josh himself is a graduate of Ohio State University with a bachelor's degree in real estate. Here's the checkered flag. Second lap. Did he get the pole, or is he going to be on the outside of the front row? Still outside front row.
He picked up his speed just a little bit. 48.190, 186.761.
We're qualifying here at Daytona, and we have had 16 qualifiers so far. And we'll be back with more after these messages. Back at Daytona, there's an interesting little sticker on the back of one of the cars.
See the USA from behind my Chevrolet.
That's on the number 68 car of Mark Schultz. Will be up to qualify sometime this afternoon. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, we have the number 61 car driven by Rick Gretsch from North Ridgeville, Ohio.
Last year, Rick Gretsch won a pole on one of the short track races up at Flat Rock, Michigan, just south of Detroit. But he's been having a little bit of a trouble here this weekend so far. We'll see if he can pick up a little speed in that number 61.
Getting in a race car around Daytona, Talladega is such a very difficult thing to do, especially with the restrictor plates, because the spoilers, all the sheet metal, looks like it's got loose there for a moment. How the sheet metal is mounted on the car, the rear spoilers, the front air dam, all that is so critical to the performance of the car. Well, Rick has completed his qualifying lap. Second lap is faster. He does pick up one spot, 51.150, 175.953. So if he's going to race here on Sunday, he's got to find some speed before tomorrow.
Down to Bill Weber.
And Josh Baldus has finally climbed out of his car. He's gotten his picture taken now, talking it over with the crew. How was that?
Well, we lost a little bit there. Mark got us by a little bit, from what I understand. Car felt real good. Probably felt too good, to tell you the truth. Just missed it a little bit, but I think we're going to be safely in the race, and hopefully we can get a sponsor and run the whole series, because I think we can really make some noise.
Just tell me how you felt, not how the car felt. What was going through your stomach, what was going through your head as you were turning those laps, because you don't have a lot of experience. This was an exciting moment for you.
Yeah, definitely. I just tried to remember to breathe deeply through my nose, not my mouth, so I wouldn't fog up my visor. But it's just try to stay as calm as I possibly can. This is our biggest race of the year, and this is the only time you guys qualify us or show live qualifications for us. So there's definitely pressure, but Sunday's still going to be another day, so we got to get ready for that now.
Okay, great job. We'll see you Sunday.
Thanks, Bill.
That's one young guy, and Jerry Punch is with another.
All right, 32-year-old Shane Yoder waiting to qualify for what would be his second ever asphalt race. And Shane, yesterday in the first session, today again, you duplicated awfully quick speeds. You got to beat right at a 47.90. Can you do it?
It's going to be tough. I think we've got a great car that races good, and these guys with Midway Island, Bob Strait and Don Strait and Bob Bisker. These guys, it's a good car. Mark Thompson loves it, and it's always feels like it's right underneath me. I don't think the car is going to be capable of catching the pole. It's going to be good. We can turn some good laps in it, but because it's not a raised rail car, I think we had no choice but to work on a race setup, and we've got a killer race setup. The car will run, anywhere when we're in traffic, and I think we're just going to have to give it the best shot we can for the pole, but it'll be tough. I mean, they're turning some good laps, and the sun's out, and cars are a little bit tighter.
I noticed you made one major change with the car. You guys put a diagram of a pig on the left side window, and I'm told that your new name is Shane Porky Yoder. What's that about?
Well, they said that I had to lose 10 pounds before we come back after test, and I lost 8, so I come up two pounds short. So they're calling me Porky.
And they said that if I don't finish in the top 5 tomorrow or Sunday, they're going to have because I'm a Hawaiian, they're going to have a Hawaiian luau, and I'm going to be the pig. So I got to do something, I guess.
All right, he said the car was bottoming out because he was too heavy. They want him to lose weight, BP. You've heard that. I've heard that. We've all heard that.
Every day of my life, I've heard that.
Glenn Morgan had a great run.
He sure did. 48.500, 185.567 miles per hour in third spot.
That's a good bit faster than Glenn Morgan had practiced, too. So they found some speed there in that very last practice, and that's going to give him a good starting position.
On the racetrack right now is the number 31 car of Rick Shepard.
Rick Shepard out of Mount Clemens, Michigan, where I started my racing career a long time ago.
Now, if you take a listen to this race car, you may remember a few years ago whenever the 4 Winston Cup car was on the racetrack, and it had a very distinct sound as it came off the track. Everybody was trying to figure it out. Well, that's all in the design of the headers, and the reason this car sounds a lot like it is, well, they bought an old set of headers off the Morgan McClure team, and that's helped Rick make this race car a lot faster.
Rick's been racing in ARCA since 1992, has 62 career starts. He's a 20-year veteran, though, of racing overall.
Won a lot of late model races up in Michigan and Ohio, and he knows his way to victory lane. This is a whole different game here, though, no doubt about that. And it's a very close-knit group that works on Rick Shepard's cars. A bunch of friends that come over and help him. He doesn't have full-time employees like some of these teams do, but they have a good time when they get to the racetrack.
It's almost like a who's who of the entire country that comes there. Like everybody's champion. Eventually he'll try to come there. So you hear names you never hear of probably ever again, but their claim to fame is they got to qualify on Daytona, which is pretty cool. Most people don't.
At 50.286, 170.
But they are mostly local track champions and stuff.
You know, Rick Shepard would love to pick that up to at least 180 miles per hour. 50 seconds flat. That's 1/4 of a second faster. He needs to somehow pick up his speed on this second lap.
Rick finished 11th here at Daytona back in 1994. Once again, Mark Gibson has set the mark at 187.7. Josh Baltus is second quick right now. He just completed the run at 186.7 miles an hour. Here's a checkered flag. And Rick Shepard clocks into the field. Let's see if he increased his speed. Yes, he did.
But just a little bit. He needed to pick up about 1/4 of a second. He only picked up 7/100ths of a second. 50.219, 179.215 miles per hour.
And Bill Weber is with Glenn Morgan, who had a great run.
Absolutely, a very impressive run.
Well, thank you. What did we do?
You ran a 48.500.
That's pretty good.
Better than what you were showing in practice.
We'd hope for a little better, but we'll certainly take that.
Okay, what was the difference? What'd you find? You just me and you. Come on.
The difference was we were sliding and slipping on turn 4.
Uh-huh. How'd you fix that?
No, that's what we just did.
That's what you just did. Oh.
Yeah.
So loose is better, huh?
I told him, go ahead and set it up, and I just close my eyes and hang on, and we'd see what happened.
So you did your laps with your eyes closed?
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's very impressive. That could be a whole nother show.
We'll make it one.
All right, well, make a good show for us on Sunday, okay?
Thank you very much.
He was taking that lawyer, that attorney.
Right.
Well, I don't think I'll tell you the whole story.
He's a graduate of Lamar University Law School, Glenn Morgan is, but he'd rather race. On the racetrack is Andy Belmont, the America Online car.
Jerry Bunch talked to Andy just a little bit ago, and he said that he was struggling with his qualifying package on this America Online automobile.
You know, Andy's been fielding his race cars out of Pennsylvania for years, and he gets a lot of help from people over there. But just recently he moved to Mooresville, North Carolina, and he said, you know, there's some good and bad things about that. He said, the bad things is I miss a lot of my friends from back home. I got to be down there working on the race cars. He said, the good thing, though, is when you're around the Winston Cup shops, you learn something every day, and you go talk to these guys. They're, you know, Andy does some fabrication work and that type of thing, and getting in that inside circle down there has made a big difference for him, and it's made the race cars go faster.
Andy graduated from the Goodies Dash Series. As a matter of fact, he sat on the pole for the Goodies Dash race here at Daytona in 88 and 89. First lap is 50.213, 179.236, currently 13th fastest. In practice earlier today, he ran a 180.451.
180 miles an hour, Bob, should put you right in that top 25 zone, maybe the 30th, somewhere around there. It's probably fast enough to make it in the race, but it's going to be borderline of whether it gets you in on first round.
We are qualifying just the top 25 here this afternoon, so 5 more, and then we'll begin the bumping process. Andy Belmont heads toward checkered flag.
Benny, Bob was talking about Andy having a lot of experience in Goodies Dash. How much different is that experience as a driver compared to coming here in a big ARCA car that resembles a Winston Cup racer?
Not a lot of comparison, because those things are 4 cylinders and they weigh so much less. So really not a great deal of comparison between the two.
Second lap quicker, 12th fastest, 50.055, 179.802. That's the run for Andy Belmont. Well, ESPN is the place to be for continuing coverage of Speed Weeks 99 at Daytona International Speedway. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock, the first look at the 1999 edition of NASCAR Winston Cup, along with some IROC practice. Then on Sunday at 11 o'clock, we'll televise the qualifier for the Busch Shootout, the final driver to get into the Busch Shootout field. And then this ARCA 200, the first Plus Financial 200 at 1:30 Eastern Time on Sunday afternoon. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com. 20 qualifiers so far. There are the top 15, led by Mark Gibson at 187.762. Our continuing coverage of messages on cars. Here's one. Dad on the back end of the car. This is the 98 car driven by Drew White. And guess what's on the front?
Naturally. Mom.
Don't forget your parents. They probably have a lot of money invested in this thing for Drew.
I would think that's probably true. On the racetrack is Ed Kennedy. He's completed his first lap, just goes by, completes that second lap, and he gets over that magic number, that 180, 49.958, 180.151, which has been the 12th spot. We've qualified now 21 cars, 4 more, and the bumping process will start.
Not bad for a modified driver, huh?
Not bad at all. Well, he's got all those modified guys hanging around. I saw Martin Truex is actually helping him, working with him down here. Carl Pastriak was stopped by today, had a conference going on.
Here's Mark Schultz next out to qualify in car number 68. He had a bit of a struggle in the practice earlier today. Only just a little bit above 171 miles an hour.
Tell by the way the engine sounds, it just doesn't pick up the RPMs the way the one needs to. It just has a real dull sound to it.
Mark made one race back in 1998. He went to Texas Motor Speedway. He finished 14th in that race, and that was his very first start. And you know, Benny, there are probably 20 cars that are in the garage area that would be called more of an intermediate car than a super speedway car, and Mark has one of those. And you know, to a big part of it is a disadvantage to them, because these are the kind of cars you'd see at Atlanta or maybe at Charlotte Motor Speedway, but they don't have the aerodynamics that you need here for Daytona.
The shape of the fender and how wide the fenders are, all that stuff is so critical getting these cars around the racetrack.
There you see all 21 qualifiers so far. Again, 25 locked into position today. Car washing up the racetrack, go into the middle of it, and that is not really the preferred line through 3 and 4.
No, really scrubs off the speed. And see how he comes off in the middle of the racetrack? I talked about Gibson, the posts that are coming off right up against the wall. And you see the 68 car and Schultz as he comes off in the middle of the racetrack. And you have to use this entire speedway to run as fast as possible.
Well, he is the slowest so far at 170.992, a 52.634 second lap.
But he'll learn. He's a rookie. This is his first time at Daytona. He'll watch these other guys. He'll talk to these other drivers, and he'll learn how to get around Daytona.
There are a whole bunch of rookies, as Benny mentioned in the very opening of the show, that are in the ARCA series this year. that really want to get their racing careers into good position. Again, wiggling and a little loose through 3 and 4 as he comes down to complete lap number 2. About 3/10.
He picked up 3/10 of a second, and he picked up a little over 1 mile per hour, 52.316, 172.031. But he's still got to find a tremendous amount of speed if he's going to race on Sunday.
And here's a look at some of the rookies that are in the ARCA Bondo Marhide Series in 1999.
This is a good graphic to show you the cars that are here at Daytona this weekend. It's not necessarily an indication that every driver on this list is going to run for Rookie of the Year. But, you know, we talk about coming to Daytona for your first time, and Benny, you've talked about it many times about how great it is to gain this experience. There's a good chance that a great number of guys on that list are not going to make this race, because with over 60 cars here and only 40 starting, there's going to be at least 20 cars go home and probably more than that. And you say, boy, that's a terrible disservice to the teams. Well, not really, because coming here and gaining that experience is worth an awful lot.
That's worth a tremendous amount. Here's Drew White, we saw just a moment ago, thanking his mom and dad. He goes by, takes the green flag. And unfortunately, that's the only writing on the car. So no wonder he's thanking mom and dad.
And he is a Florida driver, hails from Yankeetown in Florida. He's in 34 ARCA Bondo Marhide Series Super Speedway races since 1991. Best career qualifying run was at Michigan back in 1996. He started in 18th position. Former crew member of Red Farmer when he was in ARCA.
Pretty good way to learn there is to hang around a veteran like Red Farmer.
And you saw that Drew White was slow in this practice session this morning, needs to pick it up. And we'll find out just a moment, in just a few seconds. White flag is out. He crosses the line. And boom. He goes down to 23rd. And right now that is the slowest speed at 53.295, 168.871. And Drew has got a lot of work to do.
Another one of those drivers who has a lot of experience on the short tracks around Florida. He's been driving race cars since 1982. But the car is right in the middle of the racetrack, Benny.
Yeah. Needs to get on the bottom of the racetrack, the shorter way around, but obviously the car doesn't feel good down there, so he runs where the car feels halfway decent.
Checkered flag waves, and he's through the run.
The trick is to get the car feeling good on the bottom of the racetrack. Yes, he has finished, and he did not pick up enough speed. He still is 23rd fastest at 53.012, 169.773 miles per hour.
So 23 now are in, 25 are qualified today. We'll begin the bumping process before too long. Still a lot more good cars to qualify at Daytona. Not only coverage on ESPN and ESPN.
Man, just to get that photo, you know, I mean.
Another ESPN network, ESPN Classic.
Man.
A week of fantastic moments from the Super Bowl of Auto Racing, the Daytona 500. You'll see Earnhardt,
I've seen photos of that shot since like the 60s.
From the 79 Daytona 500 to the 91 Daytona 500. It's a week of heart-thumping pedal to the metal action. It starts February 8th at 9 o'clock only on ESPN Classic. And I'll bet you'll see old BP in there slugging it out once in a while, huh?
In 1979, I had the onboard camera, as a matter of fact, for that race.
Okay, down to Jerry Punch.
That shot.
14-time ARCA winner Bob Strait back again with Jack Bowser, and even more excitement. You're with Jack Bowser again, but you also got a new crew chief, a new co-owner in Jeff Lemons, Bob.
You can see that.
Yeah, we're real excited to have Jeff aboard.
That was the start of it when they started building it in '96. That'll become all those suites, all those towers,
we're looking
all
for
that.
a lot better things to happen this year.
Stuff it is today with Taj Mahal
Jeff, I gotta ask you,
racing.
why make a move? I know this is a great guy to be around, and of course Jack Bowser's a legend here in ARCA, but why make the move from a championship team to a team that you're hoping to get there?
Well, it's just like Mike Hogan with the Packers. You take a team so far, then you decide you want to make a move or stay with it. And I was as far as I could go with the other team. And Jackson will educate me and take me to the next level.
Hey, good luck to you guys this year.
Thank you very much. We need it for the Zinsser Summit Racing Ford.
All right. Hey, an owner gets the plugs in. He knows that. You got to get those plugs in for the sponsors. But a pretty good answer. What about that Mike Holmgren leaving the Packers, going to Seattle, just like Jeff Lemons left a championship team to bring this one to the top?
And look at all the different pole winners in 1998 in the ARCA Bondo Marhite Series, of course, led by Tim Steele. But Bob Strait had 2 pole positions, and several had 1, including Bobby Hamilton Jr.
And another guy down there, 12th on the list, Bob Shack. And it won't be very long before we see him out on the racetrack right here. And he told me earlier today, even though he didn't practice fast enough for the pole, he's got the race car to do it.
I hadn't heard a lot of those names in forever.
He qualified the Autobell Ford fast lap at 49.527, 181.719 miles per hour, and that was good enough for the 10th spot. This is Billy Mazzell on the racetrack. In practice today, just a little over 176. So we know he's hoping to pick up some speed somehow, some way.
Billy, of course, comes from the great state of Texas. He's the 1995 and 97 champion at Thunder Mountain Speedway. So you wonder where some of these guys come from? Well, all over the country. And they come to Daytona, and when the weather's great here, when it's not so great other places, and say, let's go racing.
I've never seen a mountain in Texas. And he says he's from Thunder Mountain?
Thunder Mountain's the racetrack. That's where he was the champion.
He is the 25th qualifier, and he is 23rd in the line after lap number 1 with a 51.922, 173.337. So he will be our 25th qualifier of the day, and then we'll begin the bumping process. Jerry?
And as you guys mentioned, Billy Mazzell is one of these second-generation ARCA drivers. His dad, Phil Mazzell, ran in the early years of ARCA. In fact, had some great top 10 runs. One of them coming right here at Daytona, where he finished 7th. Now, Bill, only ARCA start came last year at Texas, where he qualified 9th, got all the way to 2nd spot, cut a right front tire, and then became a human fireball, as he put it in his words this morning. He says, I don't want that to happen again. I'd like to have a nice, clean race here at Daytona.
Second lap for Mazzell is down to 22nd. He stays in the same spot, but the lap is faster.
At 51.649, 174.253. As you said just a moment ago, 25 cars have now qualified. Drew White is now the car on the bubble. The bumping process will start. And remember, only 40 cars will start. I think they qualified, what, 36 cars?
Right, there'll be 36 starters by the time trials, and then there'll be 4 provisionals. That'll make a starting field of 40 cars. Well, let's hear from Mark Stahl right now. I think Bill Weber's caught up to him.
Certainly has 49.52, currently 10th right now, Mark.
Well, that's a little bit better than we're hoping for. The car's working pretty good. Hopefully we'll stay somewhere in the top 25 and get in the first round today.
Yeah, it broke your heart here a year ago, didn't it?
Yeah, we had a slight problem with the coil spring that was okay when we got here, but after we qualified, it wasn't okay. So we've been making sure that our springs are way stiff and our spoiler's a 1/4 inch too high and our air dam's too high. And we've been trying to cover all the bases to make sure we don't have any problems.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That's Mark Stahl, and on the racetrack is Ron Cox, and we're talking about some interesting hometowns. This guy is from Soddy Daisy, Tennessee. And he is a brick mason by profession when he's not driving race cars. There you see the fastest to the slowest so far in ARCA qualifying. The fastest, Mark Gibson, and on the bubble right now is Drew White. There are all 25 drivers that have qualified so far. Another guy that will be qualifying before too long is Joe Ruttman. Let's talk to him.
All right, walking along down pit road with Joe Ruttman. Joe won here in 82. Joe, what about the speed today in the Rulo Brothers car? Got a shot?
Well, if we can get a Jim Dandy speed, we'll be all set. We were 20th fastest, and I got a little toe there, so I don't know. We'll just have to stand on the pedal and see what she'll do here real quick. We're getting ready to go, so I better get over there because it takes me a long time to get in.
You're a charter member of the AARP, so go ahead and go AARP. So go ahead and take your time getting in the car and have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Joe Ruttman just told me a moment ago he loves Jim Dandy. His sponsor. It's a little chewy, but it's nice and spicy.
And Jim Dandy's dry dog food, in case you didn't figure that out. But, you know, that year that Ruttman did so well down here, I think Jerry said it was 82 when he won. He finished third in the Daytona 500. Now, that's a pretty good year coming to Daytona, huh?
And the run is over for Ron Cox. And the second lap was a little bit faster than lap 1.
And he picked up a couple of spots. He goes up to 22nd. His lap, 51.529, 174.659. So Drew White has been bumped. And now the 68 car of Mark Schultz is on the bubble.
A little bit of water coming out of the back end of Ron Cox's car as he's on his cool down lap. A lot more qualifying to come from Daytona International Speedway. ESPN Speed World at Daytona for ARCA qualifying, and there is the number 66 car of Shane Yoder, and it will be out very, very soon to attempt a qualifying run. On the track right now is Mike Dillard, and lap number 1 wasn't too bad, BP.
Wasn't bad, 13th best. Here he comes down to the line to finish his qualifying run. And did he pick it up? Any spots? Yes, he did. Dillard now goes up to the 10th spot at 49.507, 181.792. Good run from Mike Dillard.
We talked to Mike Dillard on the show yesterday, and he told us that he's not only a stunt man, but he's a 5-degree black belt. Now, I don't know the difference between a 1st degree and a 5th degree, but I know if you're a black belt, I'm not going to mess with him.
All I know is they can beat you up real bad. But Mike has turned in a fine qualifying run here this afternoon. 10th quick, 181.792 miles an hour. On the racetrack is Dickie Williamson in car number 0. Now, the colors in the car very familiar. Delma Cowart. We understand that this car used to be a Rusty Wallace car, and it was traded for a swimming pool because Delma builds swimming pools. So we traded for a swimming pool.
Yes, he installed swimming pools, and so he traded the swimming pool for this car from Rusty Wallace. But I got to thank these guys because Dickie Williamson brought me down something from Savannah. You know, as I did all this stuff driving over the years, I never saved anything. I gave it away. Well, they bought a truck from MC Anderson, the fellow I drove for back in 1979, and in that truck was a uniform that I used. And they brought me down the uniform from 1979 and gave it to me.
Darn. That's very, very nice. Jerry?
Indeed it was. They couldn't believe it was Benny's because it was a medium. But anyway, that's another story. Talking about trading this car for a swimming pool, Delma said that when he brought the car for the first time at Daytona, he traded Rusty Wallace for the race cars. He got to run 4 or 5 laps, and the car began to spew oil out of the side. He brought it in, and the crew was stomping and kicking and said, I can't believe Rusty traded us a car that leaks. And Delma said, well, the pool's going to leak too, so don't worry about it.
Well, Dickie gets in 22nd so far. He bumps Jim Lamoureux out of the top 25. 176.036. One more lap to go. And Dylan's not going to be here at Speed Week this year, I'm told. His mom is sick up in Savannah, and he decided to stay home.
We'll miss his piano playing.
Yes.
Delma never won a race, and he never lost a party. That's his motto.
That's right.
Great guy. We hope things work out up there for him.
All right, here's checkers for Dickie Williamson. On the bubble right now is Billy Mizell. Second lap for Dickie Williamson is a little bit faster than lap number 1.
Yes, 50.876, 176.901. Moves up 1 spot to 21st. So Mark Schultz has been bumped, Jim Lamoureux's been bumped, and now, as you said, Billy Mizell is the car on the bubble.
And the next 2 race cars have a shot at the pole, guys. We see the 66 is out there now. Shane Yoder, just his 2nd time on asphalt. The kid could possibly do it. And then the veteran Bob Schacht is up next in the Engineered Components pool.
There you see the extent of his career in ARCA. Only 1 start. That was at Michigan last year. Shane Yoder driving the Mark Thompson car takes the green flag. He was 5th fastest in practice earlier today in a 187.095. Jerry Punch.
And his car owner, the veteran Mark Thompson, was supposed to be here all week to help the young man get up to speed. How confident is he in Shane Yoder's ability? Well, Mark Thompson left here last night and will not be back until Sunday, figuring Shane Yoder is that talented he can get it done. And oh, by the way, Shane said, I learned quickly how to get good coverage here at Daytona. It has nothing to do with speed or chassis or handling or how good you look. Because I went up and saw Benny Parsons the first time and said, hey, Benny, how much weight have you lost?
Man.
Look for a 48.6 here, guys. That's what I think he's going to run. Maybe on his first lap, maybe he can improve on that. I don't know if it's a pole run, but maybe the kid can pull it out. We'll see if he can do better than that.
Here it is. He's fifth quick.
Fifth quick. And the lap was 48.749, 184.619.
Well, you missed a little bit, Ray, but he may pick it up to a 48.6 this lap.
Well, he may even pick it up better than that, Bob, but it's probably not a pole run. And as Shane said earlier, this is not a raised frame rail car, so the car can't get quite as low. They have to do some things with the springs and shocks, but he said it races great, and really that's the bottom line. Wouldn't you love to win the pole here coming to Daytona for the first time? But it'd be a lot better to win the race.
We talked about Josh Baldus a while ago when he qualified, and now his grandfather owns Eldora Speedway. This guy, he used to run at Eldora on a regular basis. Yoder takes the checkered flag. He was fifth fastest after lap number 1. Let's see. Oh, he's up to third.
Goes up to third at 48.405, 185.931 inside that second row.
That's better than a 48.6, I'll say.
Yep.
And that's what you expect to see the cars pick up. He picked up 34 hundredths, almost 35 hundredths of a second that lap, over a third of a second. And that's what you expect to see these cars pick up from lap 1 to lap 2.
Now, if Bob Shack runs the same thing that he did in practice, it would put him third. But this is the point where I think the veteran in him could bring up, you know, Mark Gibson said that the car is 80% and the driver's only 20, but the cloud has just kind of come over the sun just a little bit here at Daytona.
That was quite a stat. Only driver to lead a race 17 seasons in a row.
Mizel has been bumped, and now in the bubble is Ron Cox in car number 23. Bob Shack second to Tim Steele among active drivers with 19 career ARCA Bondo Marhide Series victory. First win was back in 1980. His most recent win was at Memphis in 1998. Here's the completion of lap number 1 for Shack.
Back in February of 1995, Bob Shack did indeed win the pole right here at Daytona. And he's on the pole already on the first lap.
Good call, Ray.
Yep,
and we see 47.869, 188.013.
How much better than that can he do, Benny?
I don't know. He might, I would say he could easily pick up a 10th, 15 hundredths of a second. Jack is a smart guy. He understands how to get these cars around the racetrack. And look, we see the car going through the corner. He goes through the bumps. And there I saw the car wiggle a little bit. Down at 1 and 2, it looked like it was very, very stable. Let's see if he can pick it up. And one thing he sure is getting.
I also noticed, like, when they were doing interviews in the pit area and stuff on pit road, that people's hair was blowing around. So that's going to have a factor on some of these things.
We see the steam come out with the right front fender. When these cars get too hot, they start slowing down. There's that magic point that when they get too hot, they start slowing down. And I think on that second lap, the Shack reached that point.
So there is your provisional pole sitter. Shane Yoder is the 4th fastest so far. We'll be back to talk with him in just a moment. Welcome back to Daytona, and check out the hockey game tonight on National Hockey Night here on the Deuce at 7:30 Eastern Time. See the Canucks play the New York Rangers. For more, log on to ESPN.com, part of the Go Network, go.com. Bob Kelly takes the checkered flag, completes his qualifying run. His first lap was 25th fastest, so he did bump Rick Gretsch. And his second lap moves him up to 22nd quick.
Yes, it does. 50.790, 177.200. And right now, Brian Kahn The 06 car is on the bubble. Bill Weber.
With Shane Yoder, you did good, kid.
I said, I don't know why. I don't have a clue why, but I was thinking about Benny Parsons the whole time.
Come on.
I was, I swear. I don't know why, but I was, because he talked to me last year after the Michigan deal when I qualified third, and I came in, and they said I was on the pole for a while, and Benny came in and talked to me for a while, and he really didn't have a clue, and I didn't have a clue, and he said, you know, just try and keep that car straight and smooth, and that's what we try to do out there. I mean, I think we gave it the best we could for a car without a raised rail, but these guys from Midway Island, Phoenix area, they're just phenomenal. I don't know how you couldn't run good with them, you know. To put somebody in there that doesn't have a lot of experience, I'm trying to adapt to this kind of stuff as fast as I can, you know. They make it a lot easier for me, and it's just awesome. I can't believe we're 4th or 5th or whatever.
Well, you're 4th right now, but you're looking pretty good. Best of luck here on Sunday, young man.
Thanks a lot.
That's Shane Yoder. One of the guys he's going to be chasing here on Sunday is this young man right here. Yeah, you were picking on me. You told me this morning. You told me this morning. That was a pole-sitting car.
That's right. All we need to do is just get the driver and everybody going in the right direction.
So somebody finally kicked the driver in the butt, huh?
That's exactly what we need to get him going. You know, older guys take longer to get going.
Tell me about that car. What do you got there?
We've got a very fast race car. Pro motor. My guys, engineer components, did an excellent job. We've worked on that car for 3 months. When we come here and tested, we were junk. We were really bad. But we just kept polishing it, beating on it, working on it. And we'd have been quicker. I don't know if it'll stand up. You know, the one car is pretty quick. I hope it'll stand up if it don't. But, hey, we gave it a good try. You're still talking to me? Of course. We're buddies, right?
You bet. Great job. Good luck Sunday.
Thank you.
That's Bob Shack, your Jerry Punch.
All right, Ron Barfield, next car to go out, has the mate to the car that won here last year with Kenny Irwin aboard. This car came from David Blair Motorsports. And Ron, you got a shot at maybe a good starting spot?
I tell you, you know, right now what we're looking for is getting in the top 10 so we can go race here on Sunday. And, you know, Big Daddy's come on board, and we are looking to have a good qualifying start. But the biggest thing's going to be for Sunday for the race.
Your 3 finishes here, awfully good. 5th, 2nd, and 5th. Great record in the ARCA 200.
I tell you, you know, I love this place. I mean, I love drafting. I love the restricted plate racing. And like I say, it's going to be a good time here coming here Sunday. Maybe we can get us a win.
All right, a brand new car, a brand new ride for Ron Barfield, trying to get in the top 10. He always runs well in the race. May not have enough steam for the front row, but we'll get in the top 10. And it should be one well of a shootout on Sunday for the 36th running of the First Plus Financial 200. Back with more in a moment.
To Victory Lane. See the greatest names in NASCAR history done for glory. To get pole position, pick up the phone and call 1-800-CLASSIC and get ESPN Classic today. Are you old school?
Welcome back to ESPN Speed World coverage of Speed Weeks 99 at Daytona. We're qualifying first round for the First Plus Financial ARCA 200 on Sunday. There are the top 15 qualifiers. The front row consists of 2 Fords, Bob Schacht on the provisional pole and Mark Gibson alongside. Here now is 16 through 30, and remember, we're only qualifying the top 25 here this afternoon. So right now, Russell Landrum, 177.158, is on the bubble.
And Bob Strait just completed his qualifying run in Jack Bowser's car, 50.100. Average speed, 179.641. That put him in 19th spot. And there we see Strait slowing down.
See Summit Racing, one of the sponsors on there, along with Zinsser Paints. And Jack Bowser's 50th year in racing. That's pretty incredible, isn't it, BP?
Yes, it is. There you see his speeds up on the screen. And now here's Ron Barfield. And Barfield usually runs really well. We talked to him. He has high hopes. And he's sponsored by Big Daddy's barbecue sauce.
He was 14th fastest in the practice session earlier today, running a 184.528.
Part of the problem he had earlier today, Bob, was that he had too much rebound in the shocks. And when he would get into the center, the car would bounce on him. And he said he just couldn't hold on to it, so he'd have to back off the throttle a little bit. So they've taken a lot of the rebound out of the shocks, and he's hoping to pick up maybe 1 or 2 tenths, and that would definitely put him in the top 10.
First lap, is 15th fastest. Not a bad lap for Ron.
49.603, 181.441 miles per hour. And he does need to pick it up just a little bit. Russell Landrum has now been bumped, and Bob Kelly is the car on the bubble.
He practiced at 184 miles an hour, so he definitely should pick it up here on this second lap. Of course, Barfield won a race back at Michigan International Speedway a couple years ago in the ARCA Bondo Marhite Series, so he does know how to get to victory lane.
There you see the top 25 cars.
There's a checkered flag for Barfield. Lap number 1 was 15th fastest. Lap number 2 is 14th quick.
Well, he moved up one spot. He only picked up 9 1/1 of a second. We see down to 49.512, 181.774 miles per hour. Once again, we see that steam coming out of the back of the car. Could have gotten the engine just a little too warm.
So he is our 34th qualifier of the afternoon. And again, the number 53 car now of Bob Kelly is on the bubble. On the pole is Bob Shack. Here's Johnny Spradley, who was in a bit of a struggle in practice. I don't think he was on the track early. Yeah, I guess he was, but yesterday he ran faster than he did today.
Well, it's going to take 180 miles per hour, it looks like, to make the top 25 today. So these guys that ran those speeds at 177, 176 have got to really think about what they're going to do for tomorrow and how they're going to pick up the speed to be able to run Sunday in the First Plus Financial 200.
We're a long way from finishing qualifying here, but I do believe, having seen practice and seen where that 180-mile-an-hour barrier will, go down to, like I said, I think it'll be back about 30 cars that'll be that fast. I gotta believe that some of these cars are not going to make it with those speeds, as you said, Benny. If they're not to 180 miles an hour, they just may not be in the field.
Although we have qualified 34 so far, listen to the names that have not qualified yet. Andy Hillenberg, Bobby Gerhardt, Shauna Robinson, and Matt Hunter. All of those yet to qualify, and Mike Swain Jr. and Mike Cicchetti. So we got a lot of top drivers yet to qualify, so the pole is by no means settled at this point. But Johnny Spradley will not be among the, it looks like, the top 25 this afternoon.
No, he certainly will not. Won't be the pole setter, nor will be in the top 35, because he's got to pick up just 10 miles per hour to get to 25th. Here he comes off the corner. He's supposed to complete his qualifying run.
With that barrier being at 180 miles an hour that we're talking about getting in the show, Benny, I think this will be possibly the tightest field separation that they've ever had in this division. If it takes 180 to get into the show and the pole run is up around 188, that's a very tight field separation.
Exactly.
Qualifying 60 cars is an event in itself.
When we come back,
my
we'll talk
goodness.
to Ron Barfield at Daytona. Welcome back to ARCA Series qualifying for Sunday's First Plus Financial ARCA 200. Here's Bill Weber with the 14th fastest qualifier.
And that'd be Ron Barfield, and the Big Daddy's barbecue sauce car got a little hot, didn't you?
I tell you, I took the green there, and I think it was about 220 degrees, and it was even hot on the first lap, and I ran it the second lap, and just one of them deals. I mean, we'll start back a little bit, but hey, it's no big deal. We'll just gather it back up, get ready for a race set up, and the car's going to drive real good. It's going to race real good. So looking forward to Sunday.
So basically, you gave us something to watch. Ron Barfield coming through the field here on Sunday.
Yeah, he'll be on fire going through the field.
That's Barfield. Watch for him on Sunday. Here's the doc.
All right, we were about to talk to John Metcalf, but the ARC official came over and said, put the helmet on. We're going to go ahead and go. So he is pushing the car down pit road. Metcalf from the NASCAR Southwest Tour and Winston West competition, also one of our winter heat buddies, mine in Tucson. I asked him a moment ago, a long way from Tucson to Daytona. He said, Doc, you don't know. What a day it's been for us. We had no speed yesterday, and today we were the 17th quickest car overall, and we may have found something that's going to help us in qualifying. We may be even quicker, so we'll see what he runs. He will be the next car. In fact, he'll be 2 cars away from going out to qualify. John Metcalf.
And look who is rolling out of the garage area. The ominous number 1 with Shauna Robinson is coming down pit road.
And you see on the front of there, you see that bow tie in Monte Carlo. That's a Chevrolet, and we've got 2 Fords on the front row. Can Shauna Robinson back up her practice speeds and put that car on the pole?
We saw Chuck Weber qualify. There is, by the way, Shauna walking to her car. We saw Chuck Weber qualify. He was not fast enough for the top 25. Mark Voigt just barely got into that position.
Mark Voigt ran 50.562, 177.999. And as you said, he bumped Bob Kelly. He's in 25th spot. Hoping to move up a couple of positions on this second lap.
Yeah, he went 180 miles an hour in practice, Benny, so we'll see if he can back that up. That would put him up 2 or 3 more positions.
He's a veteran of Marine, Illinois, in 17 series starts since 1997, has 4 top 10 finishes. His best was a 4th in his rookie season of 1997. That on the high banks of Winchester, Indiana. Second lap for Voigt from 25th to 23rd.
And 150.258, 179.076 miles per hour. Bill Weber.
Well, Shauna Robinson is making the long walk down pit road here at Daytona. How do you feel?
Good, really good. I'm just thrilled to be here. I mean, just putting a suit on and getting in a good race car is a really good feeling.
Right now, are you more nervous or are you more excited?
I think excited, but definitely the nervous is coming there. Just, you know, it's a really good car, and just having the chance to drive it, obviously I want to do really well for everybody.
Everybody keeps saying, well, my car's good, I've got a good speed, but the girl's pretty fast.
Well, I think we're pretty good, but there are some really good race cars out here, and I'm fortunate to go, I guess, towards the end. We don't go out for a while, but there's no question there's going to be some competition.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
That's Shauna Robinson. Many people feel right now she is the driver to beat for the pole position for Sunday's race. Jerry?
And right now the time to beat, Bill, is a 47.86 that Bob Shack said a little while ago. I'm with Bobby Gerhardt. Now, Bobby, in the final practice session, you were faster than Shack in qualifying. Can you do it again?
Well, Bob and I had a long talk this morning about what was going to happen, and we've tested a few times, and it's just a sequence of events that you do to come here to qualify or any place to qualify, and I think all of us leave a little bit on the table till it comes time to right now, and we're included in that. If the car responds like it's responded the last 2 test sessions, we got a shot. There's no question about that.
And your rear end problem yesterday was not the gear, it was the pinion angle that was so acute that you were having trouble with.
Well, basically the pinion angle is so astute, it's so high in the front that all the slow laps that I think that we were running to get this track dry probably chafed the bearing a little bit. When we got to speed, it just locked up. It was very lucky.
That was yesterday. This is today. Good luck in qualifying.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Bobby Gerhardt, another veteran, just like Shack, who may have a shot.
Jimmy Kitchens did well on lap 1, 9th fastest. See if he picks it up on lap number 2. He was up above 183.6.
Wow, did he ever pick it up?
No, he was just a little bit slower.
Oh, I'm sorry, he was a little bit slower. I thought he picked it up from a 1 second faster, but in fact, he was just a little bit slower, about 100th of a second. 2,000th, as a matter of fact.
9th quick, so a good run for him, and that bumped out the 15 car of Dale Kreider, and on the bubble right now is Kurt Piercy. Still to qualify, Andy Hillenberg, among others. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Round 1 qualifying for the ARCA race continues here at Daytona. Our old buddy from Winter Heat, John Metcalf, had a good lap on lap 1, 49.543, a 181.660, 17th fastest. Just took the checkered flag, and he's now 12th fastest.
How about that? 49.196, 182.942. So Metcalf, very solid in this field. Right now, Kurt Pierce has been bumped. Dale Kreider has been bumped. And currently the 30 car, Mark Voigt, is on the bubble.
39 cars have qualified so far here this afternoon, but a lot more drivers to go, and a lot of top drivers are yet to qualify. We told you about Shauna Robinson. She's certainly a pole contender. So is Andy Hillenberg, Jerry.
Well, Bob, only 6 drivers have won this race more than once. Andy Hillenberg is one of those. And Andy, two-time winner, got a shot today at the front row.
I don't know. For the first time, Jerry, in all the years I've been racing down here, I don't really have a good idea where I'm at. We had a little bit of problem yesterday, had another one this morning, and I really don't know. We'll be somewhere in the top 15, and I just don't know where we're going to land.
All right, you better hustle off. They're waving at you from the race car. You're 2 away from going, so good luck.
Time to go to work. Thanks.
Have a good one. Okay, Frank Kimmel on the racetrack, a defending series champion.
So Frank Kimmel's on the racetrack. He's still got a shot at it. We've heard from Bob. Oh, and Kimmel loses it.
Oh my goodness, no, you don't want to do
Side
that.
impact with the wall coming out of corner number 4.
Crap.
Well, the car just got loose there in turn number 4, and the car got down on the apron of the racetrack, and that really upset it. And
well, they get one more day, but he's got a lot of work to do.
And you hate to see those side impacts because they can result in injury. Frank Kimmel, the defending ARCA Bondo Marhide Series champion from Jeffersonville, Indiana.
Been talking to his dad down in the garage area the last couple of days. I used to race with his father, Bill Kimmel.
Safety crew has arrived on the scene. Let's take a look at what happened to Frank.
They're doing a lot of hustling.
Well, he's in the middle of the racetrack, and the car seems to be fine, and all of a sudden it just goes round. And
God, you don't want to see it do this.
The shocks that Ray was talking about, and here it comes up. That's what we're talking about, that left side impact. And Ray was talking about the shocks, the rebounds. We can see the tires
side hit on
coming
your
off
neck
the ground.
is so
the shocks would not let the tires go back down.
Concusses you.
Rest on the racetrack when he hit the apron of the speedway.
But you see the roof flaps deployed and did their job of keeping the car on the racetrack. But some hard side impact on the left side, the driver's side of the car. Well, let's go down to Bill Weber, who's with Jimmy Kitchens, who apparently has indicated he had some problems in that area of the racetrack.
Well, Jimmy, you were telling me that your second lap was slower because you hit a dip there and almost lost it in the same spot that Frank did.
Yeah, Bill, we're real radical on our shock setup, try to overcome the spring situation. And, you know, there's a happy medium there, and everybody's trying to find it. And with this many cars in the field, everybody's taking it to the limit and beyond. You know, and Frank and I have been talking before qualifying about how on the edge these cars are for qualifying. You know, if we can just get through qualifying, we'll be decent for the race. And I'd like to thank Miss Mary Louise.
Easy for you to say.
Yes. Mary Louise Miller for giving me this opportunity to drive her car here in this ARCA event. And thank my owners, Dave and Jim Carroll, for letting me, on the Busch team, let me do this week. And looking forward to the ARCA race Sunday. This is a good series, and enjoyed racing ARCA the last 2 years, and hope we can continue on and run the Busch series this year and be competitive with that.
Well, the good news is for you, you had a great first lap. Right now, you're 9th, so best of luck on Sunday.
Thanks, Bill. See ya.
That's Jimmy Kitchens. You'll see him here Sunday, and a whole schedule in the Busch series season. And one note on Frank Kimmel, I did talk to him this morning, and he told me that this car was a handful on the racetrack. He was not happy at all with how it was handling. He was very disappointed, and it basically he had struggled to get around here, and now certainly feeling the effects of that.
When we come back, we will try to get more information from the scene of the crash. Frank Kimmel has crashed on lap number 1 of qualifying here at Daytona. Welcome back to Daytona, where the rescue crew is at the scene of the Frank Kimmel accident. Frank having hard impact, left side impact with the wall off of corner number 4. We'll replay and see if we can determine what might have caused this.
Well, I think we see just how violent the car is bouncing up and down. That's because of the shocks that Jimmy Kitchens was talking about. These guys just run. And here, you see these black spots on the race right there. Stop it. You see this black spot on the racetrack right there? that's where the car hits the bump, because that's when the car leaves the ground and upsets the car. And once again, somewhere right there, you see that bump? And we can actually see these spots there. That's where the cars have bottomed out and drugged the racetrack and taken asphalt away. That's just rocks, basically, that we're seeing there. He hits that bump, and it just upsets the car. There's another bump. And when these cars, with these violent shocks they have, when they hit these bumps, they just lose control. It's so hard to drive these cars. And you see the left front, you see as he goes up, he's carrying the left front tire because the shocks will not let that tire go back down to the earth. Now he goes up, he's lost control, and bam, that's inside wall.
And you notice on the front end of that race car, Benny, it is a Pontiac, and all the time Frank Kimmel drives a Chevrolet. Now, I know there's very subtle differences in there. This is a former Winston Cup that they got from Robbie Loomis over at Petty Enterprises, and it is the first time that Frank has had it onto the racetrack, too, so it's been a learning process.
I was watching the front tires and stuff and the rear tires, and I was watching the rear tires, and he was driving.
From the garage area.
Well, guys, back here in the garage a
but
moment
he
ago,
probably
Bill
is
Kimmel,
sore.
Frank's
back
brother came
neck,
running by me, and I said if he had any word at all, and Bill said, I'm going to find my mom. They told me to go get my mom and to go straight to Halifax Hospital. They're going to take him to Halifax directly, which ordinarily you would do anyway in a trauma situation. They would take him directly to the hospital rather than going to an infield care center, because Halifax is only about 3 blocks from here. So no other news other than what they've told Bill Kimmel is to get the family and go over there so they can talk to them when he gets them at the hospital locally. Any further updates, we'll let you know as soon as possible.
Well, they will cut the roof off the car in order to get him out of the car better, to keep the neck and the spine straight so that he can be gotten out as quickly and safely as possible. Back with more in a moment.
How long is this?
Back at Daytona, where the expectation continues on Frank Kimmel. We believe that he is out of the car, and perhaps they did not have to cut the roof off the car. We hope so, and we hope that he is alert and awake, but we do not have an update on that right now. Here, obviously, he comes on the stretcher, and as Dr. Punch indicated just a few minutes ago, they're going to bypass the stop here at the racetrack and take him directly to Halifax Memorial Hospital, which is only about 3 blocks away from here, so it will not take them long at all to get him over there for further examination. But since they did not have to cut the top off the car, that really may be a pretty good sign, you think?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's too early to tell, that's for sure. So we'll not speculate on anything.
What happened?
Well, basically, we made a rear shock change and missed it, and just stuck the rear. Got the car stuck down too much in the back, and bottomed out on me and lost rear tires on the car, and it just rotated around on me. And unfortunately, we hit the wall and messed up a good car.
Well, they're working on a backup car behind us. I got to ask you, up between turns 3 and 4, we see some bumps where the cars actually get a little bit rough and start to hop a little bit. Does that upset the car?
Yeah, we're sitting here. It does, and if everything's right, you can get through there. Like I said, we were in good shape, and I made the decision to put a different set of shocks on this morning. We're looking for speed here, and I just got the car down a little bit too far, and we bombed the exhaust system out of the car, and whenever you ain't got the rear tires on the ground, you got problems here.
Now, when I walked up here a few moments ago, you were working on your backup car trying to get it ready, but when the accident happened up there to Frank, everyone just sort of stopped and began thinking about Frank Kimmel. Certainly, I know your thoughts and prayers are with him.
Oh, yeah. I just hope he's okay.
It is indeed a family here in the ARCA garage, and I do want to clarify something. A moment ago when I told you that Bill Kimmel, Frank's brother, had come by and said he had been told to go get his mom and go to Halifax Hospital, that is not a statement as to the severity of Frank Kimmel's injury. That simply is a statement. That's what the trauma care protocols dictate now. Rather than going to a care center like the Monaco Care Center here for stabilization, if he indeed were to be stable, just go straight to Halifax for x-rays or whatever other treatment needs to be done. That's what happens now at Indianapolis Motor Speedway up there at the Hannah Emergency Medical Center. That's what happens here at Daytona and a lot of tracks. That is the normal protocol now. That is not a statement as to the severity of Frank Kimmel's injury.
Yeah, we have no information whatsoever on injury at this time. We would
the car going around. And he goes down on the apron of the racetrack, and look at that left front. It just will not go back down on the ground. The shock's holding that tire up in the fender well. And there's where he goes in and slams in the outside retaining wall with the left side of the car.
Dill Whittemore is the next qualifier.
You know, Bob, I was talking about Dill on our program yesterday as we covered practice for the Arcabondo Marhite Series, and I gave out a little bit of misinformation on the air because I said last year Dill only ran a handful of races. I think he ran 6 times in 1998, and I said that's because he has a company back at home called Indiana Steel that he's got to run. Well, guess what? In November, he sold the company, and he's officially retired now, and he said, I'm going racing, so no longer does he own it. He's going to go racing. Now let's go to Jerry Punch, who's down trackside.
All right, as they back the Frank Kimmel car back into the garage area, I went over along with the ARCA officials and looked in the car, and the good news here is that the car, the cage held up, the seat is intact, the dashboard, the steering wheel, everything in the driver's compartment that the ARCA officials and, of course, the NASCAR officials require for safety held up. Now, we have no confirmed reports yet, but the crew has been told some very promising things. We are going to wait for a confirmed report, but what the crew has been told sounds good right now. But again, we're going to wait for a confirmed report on the condition of Frank Kimmel.
Dill Whittemore's first lap, 14th fastest, 182.135, a 49.414. So that means that the 30 car of Mark Boyd has been bumped, and on the bubble now is Rick Shepard, and the second lap for Whittemore is 13th quickest.
Moved up one spot, 49.219, 182.856 miles per hour. Bill Weber.
With John Metcalf, 50 years young, first time driving here at Daytona, and last time I checked, you were 12th on the grid. That's not bad at all.
I appreciate that. Remax Monte Carlo just, you know, was close to being right there today. We run a couple laps this morning, a little bit quicker than that, but we're happy with that. That should get us in the field, and we'll get to be able to go racing Daytona finally. That's been our goal for a long time, and we're happy to be here.
And this started coming together in November.
That's right. That's right. We were flying home from Charlotte. Bought a couple cars from Hendrick Motorsports, and the boss asked me, he said, how would you like to run Daytona? I said, you don't have to ask me twice. Let's go do it.
And you're helping our ESPN2 ratings because you have 200 people back at the office that are goofing off and watching us this afternoon?
Yeah, I got to say hi to all them Remax people at International. I appreciate them watching, and we'll try and do well for you on Sunday.
All right, we'll be watching you, too. Good to see you at Winter Heat. Great to see you here. Best of luck at Daytona.
Thanks a lot, Bill.
Because of the bad weather during one of our winter heat races, we had some equipment that didn't arrive, and we were in kind of a bind, and the Remax team helped us out big time that weekend, so we appreciate their effort in doing that also. Congratulations to John, who looks like he is solidly in the field.
This is Tony Altieri on the racetrack, and I just went over next door and talked to the ARC officials about the situation with Frank Kimmel, and they said when the rescue workers first got to the car that he was unconscious. They knocked him out for just briefly. But while they were talking about cutting the roof off and what have you, he came to, and, you know, they got him. So obviously he had no broken bones. No, I shouldn't say that. They felt comfortable in taking him out the window of the car.
Hey, Gamer, I was just looking at the stats for that race with Frank Kimmel because he had just wrecked in this qualifying, and it appears that he races the race, or at least someone does for his car, and he raced the rest of the season, so it just knocked him out, rung his bell.
Yes, he does. The 40th best at 168.328
How you doing? I'm getting over the crud
in the next lap or so.
All of that.
Is our 41st qualifier of the afternoon.
After this qualifying stuff, I'm fixing to get off air and relax a little bit.
At a 188.
But I hadn't streamed in a couple of weeks because, well, a week ago, and then not for a week before that. It's been hard to get rid of the flu.
You know what? I didn't put Andy Hillenberg on that list. He's coming out.
Just the puppies wolfing at the
Lots of
mailman.
good cars still to go, and the big question is, can Shauna Robinson
jumped up and ran to the door because the puppy was barking.
Put up in practice,
but they're on
the
the porch.
Over Bob Shack
Stelly
today,
scares
or whoever
them.
else might be on there by the time she gets on the racetrack, which is very late.
Oh, yeah.
Tony Altieri's second lap, he picked up a mile per hour, a little over a mile per hour, but again, Not enough speed to take the field today and not enough speed to make the field tomorrow.
This is Speed Weeks 1999. Because I had just finished 98 Homestead. And I think my dad's team finished 7th in the points with Team Fidua. And then they're going to the 36 car this season. But I like to do the whole Speed Weeks beginning of the season to know who's running with who and what. Kind of fills in some blanks for me. Mailman must be here, Amazon or something. Dogs sound like they're going to chew them alive. They're just little teeny dogs. They're on a porch outside my window if you hear that.
Hook as it rode by you on pit road, then it's not a big deal. But
Maggie and Mom.
And Jerry Funk made a great point when he was talking to Bill Baird there. You saw how emotional
Did
Bill
it
Baird
work?
got, and everybody loves Frank Kimmel. I mean that very seriously.
I had changed some stuff around, and I'm on it. I don't know if this is going to work.
9-time winner last year, just a wonderful guy.
Did it work?
Everybody's concerned about it.
I think my stream elements is off. As you see, I have no banners, no nothing. Okay, because everything is not linked correctly anymore. I got to go through it. I discovered that this morning when I went to go live. I'm like, duh. So,
got to find 4 or 5 miles per hour.
My other scene that has all the links correct,
everything
is wonky job. So the only thing I could do is just take this basic stream, and I got to find my banners. Because they got relocated when I sorted my photos.
But he is one of those drivers that has the luxury,
hopefully,
of falling back on a provisional. As we said, 4 drivers will get into this field from 37th back through 40th in the starting order with a provisional, and 8th place in the point.
I wonder if that's the stream element.
Norm has run NASCAR Winston Cup competition on several occasions. Lap number 2, faster but not good enough to put him in the top 25.
Now he goes to 50.961, 176.606. Time to get in the top 25 today is 179.
I have to relink everything.
Miles per hour, the speed turned in by Rick Shepard.
And now here is one of the drivers that you normally think of as a threat to the pole, although Andy admitted to us just a few minutes ago.
OBS is running unless you meant to do this. Please shut down any existing I don't know what it's to do. I'll have to fix it when I go off a line. I'll have to just go through and just reset everything.
Has won this race 2 times, and Joe Ruttman won it 1 time. So one of those
I
2
do
drivers
have
could go to victory lane, or we could have a first-time winner here at Daytona.
just the
Andy began his racing career back in 1980 at Bloomington.
I just put up my cover and I have my
Won the
camera.
track championship there in 1985, then moved to Charlotte in 1990 and helped found the Fast Track Driving School.
It's bare bones today.
Driving for Stan Hover this year in the number 80 car. Think about this, Bob.
I don't even know if the sound commands will work. They might.
Pretty stout. A couple of wins in there, a 4th and a 3rd.
I don't know if they got.
All right, let's see. What did Hillenberg do on that first lap? Oh, good one. Good lap. Up to 4th at 48, 378, 186.0.
I know the song request is not linked up right now. I
Ways
don't
to
think.
go to catch up with the pole sitter, Bob Shack. Got to pick up. Oh, we see the thing overheating.
How about a beer?
All right, well, my sound command's working.
Trying to get that ultimate speed out of it.
We have seen most second laps faster. There have been, however, occasionally a driver who uses it all up in the first lap, and his second lap is slower. Let's see what happens to Andy Hillenberg as he takes the checkered flag and becomes our 45th qualifier. Did he move up from 4th position? Stays the same.
And Bob, there was almost complete sunshine out at the time that Andy Hillenberg left the pit road. And remember back when Bob Shack went, there was a cloud cover came over and blocked the sun a little bit, and that may have been a big help.
Second lap was just a little bit faster at 48.258, 186.498. Mike Swaim Jr. among those yet to qualify.
Now what do I do? I mean, I see the dashboard. See?
That's me, Bill. ESPN BGN Speed World coverage of the ARCA Series at Daytona continues. This is what happened moments ago. Frank Kimmel, the defending ARCA Bondo Marhite Series champion, on his first lap of qualifying with heavy impact on the left side of the car, just out.
Then you go to
turn number
settings.
4.
Settings on Stream Elements
immediately to Halifax Hospital. There's
or
the
settings on
car.
OBS.
We don't have specific information on his condition. However, he did regain consciousness after being knocked out momentarily, and he was awake and alert when they took him out of the car. But further examination is going on right now at the hospital. David Boggs, meanwhile, has just qualified, and he...
No, he didn't.
Yeah, well,
he attempted to qualify.
44th fastest.
54.224 was his fastest lap, 165.9
settings on that
per hour.
Dr. Jerry Bunch is with Mike Swaim Jr., who's yet to go.
And Bob, when the ARCA season came to the finale back in November of last year, Mike Swaim Jr. was celebrating in Victory Lane in Atlanta. And Mike, that's still going to be a great memory.
Well, it's been a really good couple of days here for this Sonic Pontiac Grand Prix.
No, the dashboard on the Sonolis has a gear emblem. Okay, on the left, and I got that. And then it comes up.
In about 3 weeks to 4 weeks. So the guys have been really working hard.
I got that up
Barry
now.
Owen's doing a good job as crew chief, and just been really enjoying being here my first ARCA race.
Not bad for a car. You didn't get a chance to test it all. Sort of the new car blues.
It is pretty much. There's a couple of things that we'd like to do, but just don't have time to take the, to test it. So we'd probably pick it up, but you really can't take that chance. You have to go with what's fast.
Integrations.
We'll be in the top 10
says
of kind of what we're
Spotify's
shooting for,
connected.
and, hopefully we can pick up our
So
top
maybe
10 start spot.
sounds.
Good luck to you. Let's go check in with Bill Weber, standing by with a 2-time race winner.
That's
Andy Hillenberg, and yesterday you blew up the rear end. You got that fixed. You went back out. You had
Now
a good time.
it will have a setup tab.
Yeah, we'll take that. Like I was telling Jerry before we went out, I really had no idea where we were going to end up, and I felt like we were going to be pretty good when we got here, but we had a couple of little problems, glitches.
Copy the browser source.
We got them worked out, and Stan Hoover put me together a good car, and we qualified up, and hopefully in the top 5 of where we'll end up, and come Sunday we'll have us a heck of a race.
And this morning you also signed a sponsor for this race.
Yes, Mint Jarrett's Fantasy Cup Auto Racing. We're gonna put them on the hood for the race, and the deck lid too, and really excited about having them being with us here for Sunday.
Okay, and where am I pasting this in OBS?
Plus it's really cool to be hanging around with Ned.
I like that part too. Okay, good luck Sunday.
Thank you.
His auto racing fantasy this weekend, win at Daytona.
73 car of Ed Curtis. His first lap was 50.282, a 178.990. His second lap moves him to 22nd fastest.
Yes, a 49.937, 180.227 miles per hour. So
make a new browser.
Rick Shepard has been bumped. Russell Landrum has been bumped, and now Bob Strait is on the bubble. Time to beat to make this top 120, to make the top 25. 179.641 miles per hour.
It won't be
what
long,
am I
folks,
calling it?
Before Shauna Robinson will strap into her car and make her qualifying attempt here at Daytona. This is the place to be to keep up to date on what's happening at Daytona International Speedway during Speed Weeks 99. Tomorrow, we'll see for the first time this year the NASCAR Winston Cup cars on the track, along with IROC. Then Sunday, the Busch Shootout Qualifier at 11 o'clock, followed by the ARCA 200 at 1:30 over on ESPN. For more, log on to ESPN.com. Part of the Go Network, go.com. Qualifying continues here at Daytona. Mark Brenner's first lap was 38th quickest at 51.355 seconds, a 175.251. He has just taken the checkered flag to complete lap number 2. It's better, but still 38th best.
Yes, at 51.212, 175.
And then the URL I posted there.
So Bob Strait still hangs on to that 25th spot. Time to beat for the pole, 188 miles per hour by Bob Jack about 15-20 minutes ago. Here we see our next qualifier coming on the racetrack.
This is the number 28 car of Mike Buckley.
Okay.
From Ann Arbor, Michigan.
And Mike Buckley was struggling in practice this morning. A little over 171 miles per hour. Can he pick it up in qualifying?
Here's another guy who has gained experience in the late models, racing smaller tracks in Michigan. Also served at one time
okay,
as
I think I got it.
for ARCA
See if it
champion
works.
Bob Keselowski.
Did a lot of work with Keselowski, of course, who now drives, did drive in the Craftsman Truck Series, but now he's going to have Dennis Setzer as his driver, and Bob will be mostly a truck owner.
I think he's going to be doing some R&D work with that
No
in the
stems,
NASCAR
no
Craftsman
seeds
Truck
that
Series.
you don't.
He's going to
There you
drive some
go.
races
What the goal
and do
is.
some R&D work, trying to get the program better for Dennis Setzer. By the way, I wondered if you see downstairs.
It works.
Maybe Bill or Jerry.
Well, certainly the sun is getting lower in the western sky, which casts a huge shadow all the way through turns 1 and 2, so the track is going to be cooler in that area.
And in the tri-oval, too, Bob, because of this huge Winston Tower that we're in, that starts to bring a shadow onto the racetrack. So
Thank you.
if you get a little bit more of the
Now, is
track
that
in the
when that
shadow,
little
it's a little
purple
bit
guy
cooler, that
shows
could
up in
really
the
play to
corner?
advantage of Connor Robinson and some of the others yet to go.
How about it, Doc?
Where
Well, I
do you
think
even
Benny's
find
exactly
it?
right. It has cooled off somewhat down here, and as you mentioned, Bob, the shadows
Okay,
all the way
yeah,
across
yeah.
the racetrack through most of the
I thought
trial and
so.
short shoot. But also what I've noticed, the wind
Buckley.
seems to have died down.
I like
Many of the
watching all
flags
these,
since Shauna
like,
Robinson is waiting,
old
she's, 4
school
cars
people,
away
like
from
they
going.
were former
She and
track
Murphy were just
champions
talking a moment
in
ago
this
about the
now.
wind and looking up at the
It's kinda
flags,
neat.
and the flags here along pit road.
They all like put everything they have into going to
Earlier
Daytona
in qualifying, they were standing straight out
for
as
a
the wind was
chance to
blowing
make it
from
in
the
the
west
race.
to the east.
60 cars to
Mike
qualify,
Buckley's
30
first
make
lap,
it.
only 42nd quick, 51.812,
32
a
make it.
173.705. Coming out of corner number 4 to take the checkered flag.
Maybe more. I don't know.
My calculations are correct.
2 miles per hour.
And this baby hits 88 miles per hour.
4 or 5 more
You're
miles
gonna
per
see
hour
some
to be
serious
racing on
shit.
Sunday. Let's see how much he has to take up for tomorrow.
I like
Still not fast
comedy
enough.
movies.
39
That's
fastest.
my
Ooh, look at all the smoke out of the back of that car.
go-to
51,
for
493,
chilling.
174.
Comedy, movies, sitcoms.
So Bob Strait remains on the bubble. Shauna Robinson
I gotta
is
add some
getting
more.
ready.
I remember how to do that
Bobby
now.
Gerhart, Mike
I
Swain
finally
Jr., Matt Hutter among
sorted
those
my
yet to
photos.
qualify. We'll be right back.
Into at least files. I
Her
haven't
turn to
sorted them.
qualify for the ARCA
I
race
got doubles
on
and triples
Sunday.
of each.
We have qualified almost 50 cars already. Shauna has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time now, BP. Is that good or bad? Can you psych yourself out?
Well, the problem that she has right now is she's never driven this car the way it's set up right now. Because practice, she ran good in practice, but they always do something to the car to make it a little bit better for qualifying. You never drive exactly the same car in qualifying that you do in practice.
Well, she's going to be out in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, Donnie Duchesne has just qualified or attempted to qualify. 42nd quickest. His best lap was his second one at 51.652, a 174.243. Down to Jerry.
A year ago,
A lot of
Bobby
cars in the
Gerhart
170s.
qualified third for this race. Now, he told me a little while ago when we talked to him on the air that he and Bob Shack had sat down and talked this morning about some of the little tricks to do the car in qualifying here to get the car on the front row. Gerhart told the crew a moment ago before he left, we are the sleeper. I feel good. If what we did works, we're going to be on the front row.
Okay, well, let's see how he does here.
Right now, we've got a couple of Fords on the front row. Bob Shack and Mark Gibson.
Gerhart making his way through the banking down onto the tri-oval.
Wade Casino Chevrolet.
This is a first-generation Hendrick car, one of the ones that they built in the early stages of development there after
third. Whoa! He's third and still got another lap.
That's his first lap, BP.
47, 974, 187, 602. He's only got to pick it up a little bit. I think Gibson ran a 47, 93
Sun is out.
or something.
Hasn't been out for a couple days. That's why I'm looking around. Like it's weird. It's so bright. Got chilly last night, though. The leaves that we're almost
stick
peak
it in all the way down till the checkered flag.
foliage.
This could be a pole run here. Let's see if Bobby Gerhart can knock Bob Shack off the pole, or perhaps Mark Gibson off the front row. There's the checkered flag. Second lap for Bobby Gerhart. He did it. He's on the pole.
How about that?
How about that?
47,827, 188.178 miles per hour.
Shauna Robinson now has an even taller order ahead of her. She'll be on the track in just a moment. Stay with us for more from Daytona. Robinson's window netting goes up. She'll be next on the racetrack. For those of you tuning in for Shop Talk, stay with us because you will see that program in its entirety at the conclusion of our qualifying, and we have about 6 or 7 more cars left to go. Joe Cooksey on the racetrack at the moment, and he has gotten into the top 25.
Now, Bob, you saw there on the back side of that Bob Evans Chevrolet as it went away, there was a couple little spots there that were covered up with tape. Early in the day today, as they went through inspection, they found out that the templates didn't fit just exactly right there, so they cut the back fenders and shortened them up just a little bit, and they put on some Bondo to fix it all up, and maybe that'll make this car go faster.
Joe Cooksey moves up to 21st fastest. Good run for Joe.
Yes, it was. 49,727, 180.
To the 50s, it was at least that.
So Ed Kennedy has been bumped in the 00 car. Andy Belmont. I'm sorry. Andy Belmont has been bumped. Bob Strait has been bumped.
The water was
and Ed
really
Kennedy
cold.
Is now the car on
in the
bubble.
faucet. That's
As Jeff Clark,
creepy.
who works with Robert
Like
Gates
almost
Racing,
freezing
checks
cold,
out Shauna
like,
Robinson. Why is he so interested? That's his wife. And the mother of his children.
Green flag comes out for Shauna. She was the fastest.
Around here, I'm assuming it's all Mountain Springs that they feed the town water with.
In the practice that we had today in 187.836.
Such a wicked cool area. After this video here, I'll close out with
from other cars. It goes in the corner and drags the racetrack. That's the first time we've seen sparks.
Playlist of this area.
Gerhard watching this.
Threw up real quick.
Gerhard is interested, so is Jeff Clark.
Now, this car is owned by James Finch, car number 1, and he is the only 3-time winner
James
as the car
Finch
owner
still
here at
owns
Daytona.
cars.
He won it twice with Jeff
And his
Purvis
son
in
Jake
93 and
drives.
96, and with Andy Hillenberg in 1997, so they always bring a great race car.
Gerhard knows that this is going to be
Phoenix
close.
Racing it is.
We're about to know how lap number 1 went for Shauna. Fastest.
Got to pick up quite a bit. 48, 198, 186.730. Gerhard ran a 47.82. She's got to pick up 0.4 of a second.
Bobby Gerhard is looking a little nervous here.
That beard will be gray before this runs over. Grayer, I should say.
Can she do it, Benny? Can she get 4/10?
I don't think so.
Huh?
I don't think so. It's a little bit of a wiggle. She comes off the corner, down to the line. The best part about this run, it's over.
Fifth fastest on lap number 1. The second lap. She's 4th quick.
Ooh, 187. She picked up quite a bit.
He was sweating it, wasn't he?
48.098, 187.118. Bill Weber, his beard can't get much for but it could. Before this day is over, it might.
Benny's picking on you. That beard get a few more gray hairs just then?
Yeah. Cars behind me like that, there'll be a few more till this is over.
Yeah, but right now you feel pretty good. You had 2 great laps.
Yeah, I'll tell you, a week started off awful rough, but we went back to our notes, had some problems. We tested, twice. It really pays off, Bill, when you can go back to pages, just regroup, go back in the trailer and say, this car has done this car will do this. We need to give it what it's asking us for, and that's really what we've done.
Yeah, did you tell your crew before you went out that this car could do it?
Without doubt. Without doubt I did. I said I can tell you, if this car repeats what it did at Talladega and here in December, and that's respond to a little bit more tape and that last little change we made, it's going to pick up an easily half mile. Now, that's what it did.
Not over yet, though.
No, I think so.
Oh, you do? Okay, well, don't go too far. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right now, Bobby Gerhard is on the pole, but we've still got Mike Swain Jr., Bill Cicchetti, Matt Hunter, and Bill Baer to qualify. It's still not over. A successful run for Jeff Streeter from Brawley, California. He qualifies 25th fastest with a 180.509. Second lap was best, 49.8. 1:58.59. That bumped out from the bubble Ed Curtis. Down to Bill Weber.
Well, after these drivers come back, they have to pose for pictures, and that was hard to smile, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Just, I don't know, maybe just didn't get the line I thought I had, or just felt like I had everything right, but you never know.
Just take us around on your 2 laps, Shauna. How was the car?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
Take us around on your laps. How was the car?
It felt good. I mean, it felt good as it's felt since we've been here. Just that's why it's so disappointing, I guess. We, you know,
I think
moved
it's
around
the
a
wind
little
doing it.
on the bottom, but actually it felt more stable than it has felt, so that's probably why. But you never know.
The direction that wind's blowing is going to hold you up down the back stretch.
Just, you know, shake this off and go forward. We're here to race, and we're here to win the race, and that's what it's all about.
It's coming off the ocean.
Thanks.
On the racetrack is Mike Swaim Jr., who has won the pole for the Goodies Dash race here at Daytona the last 3 years, 96, 97, and 98. He's not going to get the pole for the ARCA race. His first lap was 11th quick at 48.935, a 183.917.
He should pick it up a little bit on this second lap. Let's see if he did. Yes, he did. Up to 10th spot at 48.678, 184.888 miles per hour. So the Ed Curtis has been bumped, and now the 88 car Jeff Streeter's been bumped, and the 81 car Jerry Hill is now on the bubble. Jerry Punch?
Hey, guys, the last sleeper I told you about, Bobby Gerhardt, did pretty well. Well, I've got one more sleeper I want to mention, and he is the final car to go out and qualify. In practice this morning, Matt Hunter was faster than Gerhardt or Bob Shack, and I asked him a moment ago, have you changed the car to go all out? He said, we made some changes. We're going to be very, very good or very, very sideways. But they think they got a shot at the front row. If not, at least
I don't know
row
what's
2.
up with her, if she got a
Bill
backward
Baird's
sneeze or what.
car is apparently through inspection and is going to be rolled to the line, so he may indeed be the last driver to attempt to qualify. But remember, this car has not been on the racetrack. He crashed the primary car this morning, and they have been working all afternoon to get this backup going.
I'll tell you this, though, Bob. When they go to a backup car, Bill Baird is pretty good. In 1998, 4 times they finished second, and 1 time they finished third, and each time he had wrecked the primary car and started the backup car. So that might be a good omen for him.
Mike Cicchetti completes lap number 1. He is 14th fastest.
Yes, he is. 49.074, 183.396 miles per hour.
My baby.
And that bumps Jerry Hill, and now Carl Long is the car on the bubble. The next 3 cars that go out to 10th to qualify to make it in the field today, 180.690 is the speed to beat.
Now, wouldn't this be something? We thought that Shauna Robinson really had a shot at the pole, and she's got a Hutter engine in there. Matt Hutter's about to go out and make an attempt for it, and he's not using his dad's engine. Wouldn't that be something if he goes faster than Shauna did?
That would be very ironic. Cicchetti from Clayton, Georgia takes the checkered flag.
Mike has plans to run in every race in 1998 in the ARCA Bond-Mar Heights Series. He's going to try to run for the championship. Looks like he's in pretty good position to get into the first race of the year here at Daytona.
He's 12 so far, 48.875, 184.143.
Got the winner's circle on there, a new sponsorship for the 17 car. Now, that car's always been blue, Benny, so it's going to be a little hard for us to get used to that new color scheme.
Jerry Hill has been bumped, and now on the bubble is the 41 car of Carl Long. Doctor?
All right, Bill Baird's car making it through inspection. They are running down pit road. Let's quickly get a quick bite with Bill. Bill, what do you dare try to do with the car that has not been on the racetrack yet?
Well, Jerry, we're just going to go out, you know, and if it go hard and if it goes through turns 3 and 4 pretty good, we'll just keep on going. And if it gives me any problems, we'll just have to pull her down short, you know, and try again Saturday. But I think the car's going to be pretty quick, really.
In other words, first time by, put your foot in it and just hold on.
Yeah, the worst thing, you know, this is the first time I've ever been in this car, and it's never been on super speedway before, so we just got to go see what happens.
All right, go climb in it. Good luck to you. Bill Baird getting ready to climb in his car as it rolls by us here. He will be the final car to make an attempt to qualify. Let's check in with Bill.
With Bobby Gerhardt, who predicted his speed would stand up, but you just told me something. You didn't know Hutter hadn't gone yet, did you?
Oh, I thought Hutter went. You know, there's a group of cars that are real close. I didn't see the car sitting there, but
you know, whatever happens, happens. You got to be happy with that. We got everything out of this car, so, you know, what will be. I think we're the first 18-degree motor in the field, and we're not done with them yet.
Okay, let's find out how Matt's doing.
Well, actually, this is Bill Flowers on the racetrack. Now, right now, the next car out is Matt Hutter.
Coming up next is Shop Talk, and you will see it in its entirety. It was supposed to be on at 5 o'clock Eastern about 13 minutes ago, but we are not finished qualifying yet. But stay tuned for it. You'll see it in its entirety. We'd like to again say that Frank Kimmel went to the hospital. He is being checked over. If we do not have information on him before we go off the air, please be tuned in to RPM tonight with John Kernan at 7 o'clock Eastern, and I'm sure he will have the latest information on Frank's condition. He was awake, though, when he was taken from the race car. Flowers, 42nd quickest on the first lap, 39th quickest on lap number 2. Second lap is 50.865, a 176.939. And now, Matt Hutter.
Now, the critical part about this is he's 39th fastest as we see Hutter trying to get the Duraloop Chevy up to speed. They're only taking 36 cars on speed, so he's got to pick it up right now. 36 is 178 miles per hour. Bill Flowers got to find a couple of miles per hour. Hutter takes the green flag. He's off and running.
Caterpillar was the sponsor on this race car just a year ago as it ran in Winston Cup. And now it goes to Ed Renzi and the 83 team. Duralube on there, and we'll see if Matt Hutter can indeed win the pole.
He was throwing some sparks, wasn't he now?
Back to Jerry for an update on Frank Kimmel.
Well, guys, I always like to give good news, and a moment ago an ARCA official came down to me, pulled me aside, said we've got great news on Frank Kimmel. He's conscious, awake, and alert. They're going to do some precautionary exam and x-rays, but everything else we hear looks to be good. So great news about the series champion, Frank Kimmel.
It certainly is, because that impact was hard, and the worst place you can hit in a stock car, it seems, is on the left side, that side impact. Lap number 1 is complete for Matt Hutter. And it's second quick.
Outside pole 47, 867, 188.
Oh my goodness, the guys.
Just 4 hundredths of a second, Bill Weber. You got to pick it up.
4 100ths of a second. He's right behind you.
Well, we knew it'd be close. It's an awfully good car, and you know, I felt that the rules early on in the week would cater a couple Chevrolets, and I felt we'd be one of them. And you know, no matter what happens, we're going to be up front.
Okay, standing by for his second lap.
Here comes the 27-year-old from Charlotte, North Carolina. Only 9 ARCA Bondo Marhide starts since 1996. The checkered flag drops. Is he going to be on the pole or on the outside of row number 1? He did it. He's on the pole.
Oh,
great lap. 47, 652, 188.8.
That's so depressing. He's had the lead all day.
You start outside the front row, Bobby.
Well, last year we started 3rd. And this year 2nd. Guess we got to work a little harder next year.
But you're starting 2nd. You'll be gunning to finish 1st.
I think so.
All right, 1 more car to go, but right now you're outside the front row.
Thank you.
And that is Bill Baird in his backup car.
Could you see the disappointment?
Yeah.
Could you hear the disappointment and see the disappointment in Bobby Gerhardt's face and his tone of voice?
And he won the pole last year at Michigan, Benny, remember, but he's never won the pole at Daytona, and that is a big deal.
Oh, man. Correct.
Remember earlier today, Bill Baird crashed in practice. He backed into the wall and caved her in on the back end, was able to drive her back into the garage area, but they put that thing in the hauler and brought out the backup car. It has been being prepared all afternoon. They've got it through tech. He's on the racetrack, and he is our final qualifier of the afternoon.
Matt Hutter won the pole.
How about that?
Yep.
And Carl Long is bumping Joe Cooksey, the 51 car, at 180.988 miles per hour is on the bubble, and we'll see if Bill Baird can knock him off. Bill said he was going through 3 and 4 wide open coming down for the green. If it didn't feel good, he was going to quit. Well, he's still going, so obviously it feels pretty good.
It must be a tremendous disappointment for Bobby Gerhardt. I mean, there's nothing wrong with starting outside the front row, but as you said, Ray, just to win the pole at Daytona, means a lot.
And this guy that's on the racetrack did it last year. Bill Baird, a very emotional story, won the pole. He's not going to do it today. Matt Hutter will win the pole. We'll see where Baird is going to start.
First lap is completed for Bill. And it's 36 fastest. There's the pole sitter, Jerry Punch.
27-year-old Matt Hutter, 47.652 seconds. Congratulations. You are the pole sitter for the 36 First Plus Financial. If it holds up, one more lap for Bill Baird, but right now you are the fastest.
I like the sound of that. I'll tell you what, Duraloop crew is bad to the bone, man. These guys just, man, they did all the little things to make this Monte Carlo go fast, and, man, my hat's off to them. They did a great job today.
Got to have mixed emotions. It wasn't your dad's motor on board. And, next time he'll get you a motor. He said he was too busy to get one in here, and but this one really did the job.
Yeah, Performance Technology motor was great. It's a good car, and we'll get some of these with dad's motors too.
Well, as Bill Baird flashes by, we're going to wait for his final time, and we will see as the time flashes up computer-wise. And Matt Hutter, it is now official. You are the pole sitter for the 36th running of the First Plus Financial 200. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Oh, what an emotion-filled day here for this young man, 27 years of age, going to run the super speedway events for ARCA and some short tracks. He ran last year one ARCA event and won a performance. He finished second at Talladega.
Bill Baird, 36 fastest in the final run of the day at 178.941, 50.296. There are the results. It's Hutter and Gerhardt, a pair of Chevys on the front row, and a pair of Fords with Shack and Gibson on row number 2.
See, Jimmy Kidd is back in 15th. Got a great amount of talent in that top 15. Here's 16 through 30. 25th, all qualified today. Joe Cooksey makes it. Carl Long has to study. Could he qualify tomorrow or stand on his time?
Everybody past 25 has a decision to make. Tomorrow, we will have the 1999 NASCAR Winston Cup drivers on the track for the very first time, and plus we'll have some...
That's what I will do next time. I will close out, like I said, I'll play a real quick playlist. You can just listen as long as you want or exit out and have a great day. And this is just a little retrospect of what we are, where we are now. Our little town.
Try some marshmallows. Oh, okay. I appreciate it, buddy. Okay, let's do.
I was listening to Jack on Twitch, I think. Okay, we're gonna walk down the... Oops, almost hit the wrong button. So anyway, I'll see y'all later. I'll be in the chat.
This is
and
the
I hope you have a great day.
way, so you gotta watch your step.
But I walk down this because it's easier than walking down that. Mountain goat time. This is pretty much my morning walk for my exercise. For frame of reference, here's where we're going. Up the side of the mountain. All the way home. Not too far further.
tires and light the fires, Big Daddy.
Hey guys, checking out town today. It's a Thursday night. I'm back in my old hometown. Kind of wanted to lay low. Didn't want people to kind of know I'm here, but I walked by the rodeo, the arena. Look at this. Someone has got their horses there tonight. They're going to be practicing. It's so spooky to be here. Like, it's crazy. There's a garden right there we're going to be fixing. But yeah, I am going to go over there and just sit across the road, check out who comes and goes. Life in a small town. Here is a grand tour number 2. How lovely. Home sweet home. Hi guys, there's the kitty. And a sneak little look into my room, my desk, and my office, and my puppy, Chris's sim rig, all our snacks. We blew the fridge, but we're using it to store veggies and pots and pans. And we have our fridge and the kitchen. And look out the back yard. We're walking up the hill with Stella. Lots of breaky, cracky branches. Whew. It's quite a hill. I'm used to Florida, and there's no hills in Florida. Now I'm in the mountains. Wow, the old Love Valley thing's even tipping over. Holy crap. Well, gotta get my mountain legs again. Now, I know a storm went through and knocked down a bunch of crap up here, so I don't know if it's the same. My still up here in Jet's garden. Wow. Okay, well, they do sit around. See? Nice little sitting spot. Yeah, I'm huffing and puffing. Phew. They got dumpsters, porta-johns, a new church right there. And that's the town, guys. Look good. My puppy. She's checking it out. What do you think, Stell? Is this something familiar to you? Could use a little cleaning up, but not too bad. There's my Stelly. Where you going, Stell? And this is where we're walking today. Silver Spur Saloon has been closed for many years, about 5, 6, 7 years. And everything looks a little better than it did. Anyway, that is Love Valley. Okay, guys, I am at the arena. See? We walked from up the road. This is where they had the old rock concert. See the old stair? The seating was all built here in 1970 or sooner. And the town is up there, so that's where we're going.
Tering. Det går bra på. Just for the fun.
I think I need to go chase my puppy.
I went for a pee, I came back. I pushed the throttle, no throttle.
Hey guys,
so
burning in the fire pit, listening to Jack.
And I saw a cable hanging, cable broke from the...
And watching Pro Race.
One day. And hopefully...
Yeah, good night.
For a couple of bucks.
For racing and campfires.
Okay.
From the mountains.
Oh.
Things are moving along. We've got step 3 done. Look at this. We've got the beautiful furniture we've kept in our family. We've got plants, and we are rolling to Ormond Beach with these. And they're going to have a nice home at Auntie's. We'll let you know what's up next time. Bye. Alrighty, guys. Plans are made. We are taking off T-minus 5 days till the road trip. We have made the arrangements, made the deposits, made the plans to where we're going, and we have just moved the large items that we're not taking with us. So we have plans 1, know where we're going. Plans 2, reservations made. Plans 3, we brought all the stuff. That's on the next video. Talk to you soon. Bye.
love the bass, but I don't feel...
Hello guys, T-minus 2 days and counting. We've got most of the packing done. We're heading to take care of a few things at Auntie's. We got Scully right there. There's Scully baby. She's riding. She's got her bed back there, but she likes sitting near Mama. And we're headed through to Mocha area. I'll show you. Yeah. And we are almost there. Almost there. Almost ready to go. Bye. Catch up later. Behind us at some point. We just left the driver and said we'll see you in North Carolina. So prayer hands back and forth, and we'll be in North Carolina in about 6.5 hours. Okay. Sheesh. All so fast. Well, wow. Everything happened really, really fast. They showed up a day early, and we had to hustle. But the old rig, dirty as can be, headed down the road, and we are headed north to North Carolina. And the kitty's in the back crying, and she's a good kitty, but there's home sweet home, rolling to North Carolina. Wow. We're in Georgia. Stay in your lane. What is this, construction? No. Okay. Georgia. Vehicle on shoulder ahead. Welcome to Georgia. Knew that was going to happen. I had a feeling. We are now securing this with the strips. So. Okay, we are moving again. We had a little issue, obviously. As you see, it's repaired. We're headed to North Carolina, God willing, just no more problems. Our driver is kind enough to do it on his own accord because the company
was not going to be liable for something like this. And I talked to him, and he is doing it on his own. So we're liable if anything else goes wrong. But praise Jesus, nothing does. Driver agreed to take us, and right now just making sure we can hook up the lights on the rear of the trailer, and so we don't have any encounters, and then we will begin to drive. The second half. Georgia, 3 miles into Georgia. Pray for us again, my Lord. Hi guys. Wow. Lots of challenges. I think we have 4 hours to go. And we are making sure that we have some lights on the trailer that are hooked up. We are in Pooler, Georgia, about a half hour from Highway 26. It's been a day. And we're fighting it. We're fighting it, man. We're fighting it. Just keep praying.